Before I turn it over, just a couple announcements. So at 12:40, we're done at 12:30 today for lunch, and at 12:40, the CGD DEI committee is meeting in the Damon room and also on Google Meet. I think Elizabeth sent a link on Google Meet.
Where's the Damon room?
Oh, hang on. So the Google Meet link came in your email if you're joining online, but the Damon room is upstairs, and if you haven't been there, it's worth going to because it's absolutely beautiful. But it's just in that kind of southwest corner of the building.
The link is
Find
probably...
a buddy that knows where it is.
That's right. You can always ask
First
for it.
PML working group meeting, that was where we met.
I think the
You want
link
to say
is
something
probably
more about
different.
the DEI?
What's up?
Do you want to say more about the DEI committee and what you're all looking for?
Sure. When it come up to me.
It's fine. They can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, it just, people won't have to turn their head.
Okay.
So, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee, we have a monthly lunch, where we bring up our lunch and we gather and we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion kind of topics. And so today we wanted to invite all of you all and all of you all online, which I think the link is going to be different. And so I don't know if that's been
I think it's in
given out.
I think it's in Elizabeth's email.
You think it's in Elizabeth's email? Good. Okay. So we want you all to join us, and what we're going to talk about is how DEI efforts are working at your institutions that work on CSM and the land model kind of stuff. And we'd like you to talk about what's working, what you're doing, what you think has success, and that sort of thing. And we just want to have a discussion around that. So, yeah, thank you. So hopefully people come.
Also for folks online, I'm excited about the schedule for this meeting because there's a number of longer coffee breaks for those of us that are here is nice. Yesterday I heard somebody exclaim like, oh, half an hour, and it's really great to have half an hour to chat. I think that's one of the best parts of this meeting. And so we do have an online virtual coffee break for those of you who are joining us online if you want to get together with other folks virtually and chat. That'll be today during the afternoon break. And then for in-person folks, again, at 5:30, we'll meet at Under the Sun to continue the conversation. The logistics on that were even Under the Sun doesn't take reservations, but they will hold a table for us basically, and we'll see when we all get out of here. But they also made it clear that they didn't want us to be there all night long. So I realize 5:30 is a little early, at least for me to have dinner, but hopefully people can go ahead and drink and enjoy. So other announcements or things folks want to share before we get started?
Elizabeth sent the link.
Elizabeth.
Oh, cool. Great.
Last day of Stockholm.
What's that?
She reminded everyone, but it's still Stockholm.
It still sounds like
Second to last day.
Elizabeth's very excited. Great. You guys want to take it away?
Okay.
Okay.
So are all the talks? So the first talk was Summer.
I think usually Summer, she'll share her own slides.
Yeah, so do I?
You shouldn't have to do anything.
Okay.
They'll handle it back there.
Can you hear us? Can you share your slides?
Sure, I'll just share it.
Okay, so I don't have to.
Can you see my slides now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, shall I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to talk about some work that we are doing on the Indus River Basin using CESM. And broadly, we are looking energy and water balance of the different sub-watersheds within this basin. So I want to say that we just recently started this work, and I don't have any results to share, but I wanted to talk about and give a broad overview of what we are doing and introduce a domain and what we're trying to achieve with the hill slope hydrology component of CTSM. So just to introduce, this is the Indus River Basin. It is one of the major rivers of the world, and roughly the basin, the watershed has an area of 1 million kilometers square. And over the past few decades, there have been multiple studies in this region, but despite all of that, there is no consensus on the basin outline. So this dark black outline is from hydrosheds. And sometimes if you look at in literature, you're also going to see some differences in this watershed up here in the north, if you can see my mouse, and also in this region here. So this is a large desert called Thar. And historically, there were rivers here which used to drain into Indus, but over the past few millennia, due to different climatic factors, the monsoons got drier, and this region no longer drains into Indus. It has now turned into endorheic basin. And over the past few decades, there have been human activities as well. This is a heavily regulated region, and because of diversions of river flows and damming of these rivers, we are now seeing a shrinking in the Indus watershed. So this region is quite a remarkable place, because here one aspect is that it has elevation ranging all the way from more than 8,000 meters to sea level, and this plays a role in creating different hydroclimatic regimes here. So Indus hosts a number of different hydroclimatic regimes, ranging from these glaciated high mountainous terrains to snow-dominated regions in this area here. It also has these fertile plains, which are primarily fed by monsoon's rainfall. And then there are these arid highlands and hot deserts in this region, which I mentioned earlier. And just to give you a sense of the domain climate, I'm showing here a long-term annual mean temperature from ERA5 land. And you can see that the temperature at any given time varies from -10, even -20, all the way to 40 degrees Celsius. So there's a big contrast in the temperature ranges within this region. And this is precipitation climatology. So there are domains which are hot arid and cold arid. And also in the foothills, we see these precipitation hotspots. If you look at precipitation climatology, I'm showing here 4 different subdomains that I've labeled here: Hindu Kush, Karakoram, Himalayas, and Indus Plains. Again, you can see the differences across these regions. The western areas, especially Himalayas, are primarily fed by monsoons, whereas if you go towards the west of the domain in Hindu Kush, we see more precipitation in the winter months, and the Karakoram region is mostly considered arid. Okay, so as I mentioned, that this area is highly glaciated, and I've provided some statistics here in terms of area and number of glaciers from a couple of different sources. And one part here is that glaciers come in all shapes and sizes. So I'm showing a small subset in the Karakoram region here. It has very long glaciers where the mean stem is more than 70 kilometers, and then there are hundreds and thousands of smaller glaciers which are less than a kilometer in length. And when we talk about modeling these glaciers, we need to account for these spatial differences in the resolution and sizes of these glaciers. Another part is that some glaciers in this region are covered by debris, which I'm showing here in these red outlines. And this is what the debris looks like. So these are not pristine white ice. And because of this debris, we are going to see differences in mass balance computations and energy balance. So this is also something that we need to account for. Okay, so I mentioned here that the glaciers only cover 3 to 4% of the Indus Basin, but they are a relatively important source of water for the rivers here. And again, there are a number of studies on this, partitioning the role of snow melt, glacier melt, and direct rainfall on stream flows. So a couple of studies here mention that more than 70% of the river flows in the upper Indus Basin comes from either snow or glacier melt. And this is here another study which is showing that in the Indus River Basin, this pie chart, the snow component, melt from the snow is a very large and important component for the river flows. And when we look into monthly time scales, this becomes even more prominent because in different months, their roles are quite different. For example, in spring and early summer months, snow melt is more important, and then as summer comes in, the glacier melt starts supporting river flows, and then finally the monsoons come in. So there have been a number of studies related to how climate change is affecting this partitioning, and some of that has been contentious as well. For example, people have been saying that because of climate change, Indus Basin is drying up, but then sometimes glaciers, due to higher melt rate, is providing more flow. So it's not that the Indus Basin is going to dry up in the near future. Okay, so that was a very quick introduction of the domain. What we're trying to do is characterize all of these different, what I'm calling hydroclimatic regimes using CLM, Hislop, and Miesefeldt model. And first, we want to look at the terrestrial energy and water budgets, and then look at these runoffs in the different tributaries of the Indus River Basin. And the main idea is to see how these regimes are going to change under various climate scenarios. As I've already mentioned, that historically, when we look at the past few centuries and few millennia, Indus River Basin has shrunk. So we'll see how, of course, the climatic factors take place on a much larger time scale, but we are curious to see how the different climatic regimes are going to shift the patterns in the domain. For now, I'm only focusing on the terrestrial energy and water budgets. So I'm going to just show a few figures how we are trying to address this. And we're going to use Hislop hydrology model. Yesterday, Will, in his introductory presentation, talked about Hislop model a bit and how that changes results related to evaporation and other variables. So this helps us capture differences between valleys and hilltops or sunny and shady slopes, so we can account for aspect, slope, and relief. So one thing that we want to do with this Hislop model is compute glacial mass balance in the upper Indus Basin with the inclusion of debris cover. And towards the end, I'm going to come back to this point in my last slide. So just to give you an idea of the differences in the topography and the terrain within Indus Basin, I'm showing three tributaries of Indus and their watersheds, Hunza, Kabul, and Panchnad. And you can expect that they're very different. This is elevation distribution profile. Hunza is, of course, in the Karakoram domain, so its minimum elevation is 1400, going all the way to north of 7,000 meters. And whereas Panchnath is a pretty flat domain, so its elevation is much lower. And if you look at hill slope characteristics for the Indus Basin, for the Hunza watershed, I'm showing here slope and aspect profile. And you can visually see that this region is very slopy. And these profiles help us understand the flow accumulation and drainage patterns. This is very important for snow-covered terrains and also to study evolution of valley glaciers. And talking about glaciers, here I'm showing some of these glaciers within the Hunza watershed. So there are more than 2,600 of these glaciers. And if we look at their aspect distribution, most of them are north, northeast, or northwest facing, which is expected, and globally it is the case as well. But in Hunza, interestingly, almost a quarter of glaciers are also south facing. Globally, this fraction is much smaller. And one reason is that this this region is much higher in elevation and much colder as well, so it can host relatively large number of glaciers on these south-facing slopes. Again, this is something when we are modeling we need to account for, otherwise we won't get the proper melt contribution into rivers. And just to get an idea of a comparison with this flatter terrain, this is sponge nut and it's an aspect profile, and you can see it's very noisy. So in these flatter terrains, we don't really get much information from hill slopes. So our focus is mostly going to be in the upper Indus Basin with this hill slope component. Okay, so as I mentioned, I don't have any results. So we are still in these preliminary stages to figure out our domain and how we want to set up our model. And we have to make some decisions whether we want to conduct this study over watershed units or in a rectilinear grid. So in the left here, I'm showing hydrobasins, smaller sub-watersheds, the ones that you're seeing here, and they're mostly around 15 to 20 kilometer in their longest direction. And on the right here, I'm showing a 9-kilometer Air5 land grid, and we plan to use, at least for now, this reanalysis as our atmospheric forcing. So for the sub-grid scale glaciology and hydrology, we're going to use this hill slope to account for all the differences. And finally, I mentioned earlier that aspect is very important for glacier mass balance computation. So in a separate project, we recently implemented mountain glacier dynamics in the community ice sheet model, CESM. And when we were looking at the results, we found that aspect is very important to account for glacier geometry changes. In this figure, I'm showing a thickness different plot between spin-up model. So we did a 10,000-year spin-up. So this is of the model thickness after the spin-up and the target thickness, which is from an external data source. And you can see that in some of these regions, our model is simulating lower thickness in these purple regions. And when I looked at the aspect profile, these mostly corresponded with north and northeast facing slopes. So the point being that the local climate, they allow glacier growth, but the model was not capturing these details. And one part that we plan to do is provide glacier mass balance time series from these hill slope output to CESM. Hopefully that would help reduce these biases in our CESM analyses. And that's it, that's all I have. And I'm happy to hear if there are any ideas or questions at this point.
So we have about 5 minutes for any questions for Summer.
Summer, this is Will. I'm curious how ERA5 precipitation looks over the region that you're studying. I guess there's probably not a ton of observations to compare to.
Yeah, so I have one observation data set that I compared it with Aphrodite or Aphrodite, which is prepared in Japan. And ERA5 overestimates precipitation. But the point is that when we talk about observations, most of the stations or gauges are located in valley regions. So in all cases, they're underestimating precipitation and even temperature. And we don't really have a ground truth. So yes, we know that there are biases in ERA5, but there are issues with observation-based data sets as well. And there are issues with satellite-based products as well. I mean, that's, for now, at least I would just trust ERA5. But of course, I'm going to compare it with other observation-based data sets to see how much it is overestimating and whether it is capturing the spatial details and also the seasonal cycles correctly.
Thanks.
You may have said this, and I didn't catch it, but are you planning to run Summer, once you get it all configured, and I guess run some historical simulations first with ERA5 land, are you then gonna force it with some climate changes is that the ultimate, okay, to see what?
Yes. Yeah, so we are going to start off with this, looking at historical time steps for the energy and water balance and those river flows. And then, yes, that's the idea that we want to see how different climate scenarios is going to change, the hydroclimatic regimes.
And can I follow up? Are you prescribing the location of glaciers like CLM normally does? Like the glacier land unit, or are you letting it kind of create a glacier?
Sorry, you got cut off. You're saying that, are we prescribing glaciers?
Well, are you, standard CLM would have a prescribed glacier fraction for each grid cell, right? A land unit.
Mm-hmm.
But you could also kind of let the model predict whether there's permanent snow, which is effectively a glacier. And so I'm curious whether or not you're prescribing the glaciers in those domains, or are you letting the model figure it out?
So for now, we haven't incorporated glaciers, but my thought is that we are going to input glacier outlines with the RGI outlines, the random glacier inventory. So we are going to prescribe which regions are glaciated.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, thanks, Summer. And I think Adrienne was our next speaker. Adrienne, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Share your.
Share it. My slides. Can you say it well?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for inviting me. My name is Adria, and today I wanted to talk to you about the snow thermal conductivity scheme used in CLM5. That's something that I already presented in previous meetings with some of you before. But we are on the verge of submitting this work for a paper, so we wanted to keep you updated with the last results that we got from the study. So what is it about? Well, started with us wanted to evaluate CLM5 over an Arctic domain. That's something that haven't been done a lot in the past. And we wanted to basically test the performance of CLM5 in representing soil temperature and some features of permafrost dynamics over an Arctic domain. So to do that, we needed a model setup. That's the one we're using here for this study. So the model version is about 2 years old now. It's getting a bit old, but the concept is using satellite phenology, and we have a grid that covers the whole Arctic with a resolution of 12 kilometers square. And we are using ERA5 as atmospheric forcings. All the results that you are going to see here are period average from 1980 to 2021. So for model evaluation, you also need observation. And for that, we use two different data sets. First, we use the ESA CCI products, which at ESA, they like to call it remote sensing products, but it's basically a model at a very high resolution, which is forced by many different observations and remote sensing data. And from this model, you can retrieve a grid where soil temperature, where you can find soil temperature, different soil layers, and active layer thickness, which is basically the soil depth at which you can observe a thaw every year. Unfortunately, with this data set, we can only retrieve year averages, and this study was we really wanted to study the seasonality represented by the model. That's why we use in parallel another observations data set that we collected. So we collected around 300 stations, as you can see on this map. Most of them are over Europe, Siberia, some in Alaska and very few in Canada. And in each of these borehole stations, soil temperature has been measured at different depths. And what's great about this data set is that we can have monthly averages, which will help us to study seasonality. Is it everything okay? I hear something, maybe. No, nothing. Okay. So let me start by comparing the model with SRCCI. So here you can see the mean annual ground temperature difference at -1 meters, and blue colors means that the model is colder than the observations, and that's pretty much the case here. As you can see, we observe a strong cold bias up to -8 degrees in Siberia. That's covering most of the domain, and we observe the same results at -5 and -10 meters. I also want to point out that there are a slight warm bias over mountain areas that you can see over here and also in Alaska. That's not very strong, but just kept this in mind until the end of this presentation. Moving on to the active layer thickness. So here, red colors means that the model active layer thickness is deeper than the observations. And we can observe that above 65 degrees north, CLM5 is within 1 meter of SRCCI, so it's pretty good. However, there is an overestimation made by the model, mostly in warm permafrost regions on the southern borders and also in some high altitude regions again. So now we can move to the in situ observations. Here, I compile all our stations in one figure. On the y-axis, you can find the soil temperature averages. In black, it's the observations, and in blue, it's the control run. And you can see 4 different soil layers. On the y-axis, it's the different season. What we can see using this figure is that the cold bias, it's present at every season, not only in winter, but also in summer, and at every depth, and it's sharing the same amplitude. So when we got these results, we were quite surprised to see such a strong cold bias using CLM5, because we were using CLM45 before and we didn't observe that. So we tried to understand what was happening. So you can see that's the first on the middle, it's the first map I show you. On the left side, we done the same model evaluations, but we replaced the model physics by using CLM45 physics. And as you can see, there is a normal cold bias, and it's pretty much the opposite. There is some regions with warm bias against high altitude regions, and this one over there as well. So the question really was, which changes between those two model versions drive the increase in soil temperature bias that we observed over the Arctic? And to answer the question, we think that it's probably linked to the fresh snow density computed by the model. So as you can see in CLM45, the fresh snow density was depending on a function, a linear function on temperature. So when air temperature was warmer, then there was the fresh snow density was stronger. And in CLM5, Leo improved this function by including wind speed and a more complex relationship, as you can see, with temperature. And it's a good thing because, as we know, both of those processes, wind speed and temperature, matters, particularly in tundra regions. And we should expect an increase in snow density because we knew that the snow density there was too low. And that's actually what happened. Here you can see the snow density column average for January 2000 in our run, the CLM45 and CLM5 results. And as you can see, the snow density is increasing pretty much everywhere over the domain. But still we have soil temperature that are too cold. So we try to understand why is it the case. And our hypothesis is that this new function may have unintended consequences, making the overall snowpack too dense over the Arctic region. Why is that? Well, that's because CLM5, like any snow model, is not able to represent specific features of tundra snowpack, like depth or I don't want to go into too many details how you can see a picture over there of what's depth for. I don't want to explain exactly how it is formed, but it's basically snow layers that have a very low density, and any snow model is able to, not a single snow model is able to represent that. However, before, with CLM45, we have a lower density, and this lower density in CLM45, we think, compensate the fact that there was no depth 4 represented by any version of the model. And as the snow density increase between the version, the result of that is that it's going to be an increase in the thermal conductivity. And in winter, it means that it's going to increase the heat dissipation, and we will result with cooler soil in winter. So how do we solve that? Well, thankfully, a year ago, we found this study that was made by Victoria from Newcastle that looked to the same issue as us with CLM5. And what they suggested is to change the snow scheme used to compute snow thermal conductivity. So what does it mean? Well, in any snow modules, there is a relationship to calculate snow thermal conductivity that depends only on snow density. And this relationship is empirically derived. By default, in CLM5, the relationship that we use is called Jordan. And it was a study that was made using alpine snowpack. However, alpine snowpack are very different from the typical snowpack that you can find other tundra regions. So what they propose is to replace this scheme with another study that's called STERM that make the same kind of relationship, but using snowpack from tundra regions. So what's the difference between those two schemes? How can we represent them? Well, here you can see on the y-axis is the snow thermal conductivity, and on the x-axis is the snow density. And that's the two schemes. The blue one is the one used by default in CLM, and the red one, orange one is the one we want to use, this term. And for typical values that you can find over the Arctic, you can see that there is a significant decrease in snow thermal conductivity. And that's exactly what we want, because if we decrease the thermal conductivity of the snow, it means that in winter, we are going to decrease the heat dissipation, and we should get warmer soils. So that's the theory. How is it in practice? Well, we made the same evaluation I showed you at the beginning, but we just replace the Jordan scheme with the Sturm scheme. On the left is the first map I showed you, and on the right you can see the result with the Sturm scheme. First, most of the cold bias, as you can see, has been resolved. There's been only a couple of regions which still have a slight cold bias. But I think the first thing that will strike you is that we have introduced kind of a strong warm bias over mostly mountain areas. So why is it the case? Because I speak a lot about those high altitude areas. Well, first, as I told you at the very beginning, we saw that there was this warm bias was already present in the control run evaluations over those regions. And what we think is that by removing this cold mask, we just amplify those warm bias. And why they were there at the beginning? Well, we think that's probably linked to the climate forcings difference between the model, which are at 12 kilometers square, and the SRCCI, so the observations which are using climate forcing at 1 kilometer square, which are much better suited to represent high altitude, cold environments. And the second region, as I told you, the Sturm scheme is much more adapted for tundra regions, but the Jordan scheme that was initially used in the control run is more adapted for alpine regions. So that's why we think we observe a warm bias over high altitude regions. Moving now to the active layer thickness. So here, as you can see, unfortunately, we have a slight increase in active layer thickness bias. However, most of this increase is in, again, high altitude areas. And also, we have some regions now that by using the Sturm scheme are not considered as permafrost anymore. However, by using a different observation data set that I can show you in the additional slide, we saw that what we lose the most was the discontinuous permafrost, which means grid points where permafrost is only partially covered. And the Sturm run keep most of the continuous permafrost over our domain. And now finally, comparing the Sturm scheme to the in-situ observations. So that's the previous graph that I show you, and I've just added the Sturm run in red. As you can see, first, the cold bias has been greatly reduced. However, there is an overshoot in the top layers that you can see over here. And it's been mostly resolved in winter and not in summer. And also, it's less pronounced in deeper layers. And we think that's mostly because the properties of the soil increasingly overlook the insulating property of the snow with depth. So because of that, we still have more work to do. And I'm already out of time, so I will rush the conclusion. So we made an evaluation that showed that we have a cold bias present at every season and at every depth with the model. And by using the Sturm experiment, we showed that we offset the impact of increased density on soil temperature. However, the cold bias was mostly resolved in winter and in upper layers, and we introduced a strong warm bias over mountain areas that we think we could explain. And unfortunately, there is a slight active layer thickness bias increase. And finally, what the key message here is that we think that Sturm is not adapted to all snowpack. It helps in over the Arctic, but the real question is how can we include the Sturm scheme in CNF5? We have a couple ideas for that, but I want to thank you for staying until the end, and you can contact me or ask me questions now.
Questions?
I'm curious what you think might be controlling the summer bias, and if potentially there's a hypothesis that explains both summer and winter biases together rather than separately.
So I didn't hear the beginning, sorry. The volume is really low. So you try to understand what we can do to improve the summer bias, right?
Yeah. And if there's an explanation that could correct for both summer and winter biases together rather than separate.
Well, first, unfortunately, it's a study that was about snow, and there is very little snow in summer. So that's why we expect that this change obviously is not going to improve summer, and we still have more work to do in summer. Actually, it's a very good question. I don't know if you knew it, but I finished my thesis, and I'm about to defend it soon. And the second question in my thesis, this is the first one, but the second question is looking at the summer. And for the summer, we are looking for the top organic layer. that act as a very powerful thermal insulator, as you know. And we think that by the inputs used to compute these organic layers can be changed, and we have done that, but I don't have the results here. But you can contact me if you want to know more about this. But yeah, I think looking to the organic matter content would be really would help to solve the summer bias here.
That's interesting, thanks.
There was a
Yeah, there's
question in
one
the chat.
question in the chat, Adrian. Have you?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to read it. No, we didn't. Because basically we don't have any observations about snow water equivalents. So, but if you have some, we'll be happy to use it. I mean, I'm not working on that anymore, but I'm sure Hydron will be very happy to look at that. But no, we didn't look in details to snow water equivalents. We just focused on heat exchange and soil temperature, yeah. And I think that was all.
Okay, so I have a question both for Adrian and Will in the group, I guess. Because we did add STERM in as an option to the latest model. But I think, Adrian, what it looked like you're saying is that it should be turned on over Arctic, but not over the whole globe. So there probably has to be a way to, is that right? I mean, would you turn it on for some regions and not others? And how would you determine where to turn it on and where to not turn it on?
Well, that's very preliminary ideas, but I think a first good thing to do is to use different thermal conductivity schemes depending if you are on a glacier or on the land. That would be a very easy things to introduce in the model, I think, because the snowpack of a glacier is very different from a tundra snowpack. So you don't want to have STERM on a glacier at all. And the big question it's about those high altitude areas, you know. And with my ideas was to use an altitude threshold, and at a certain above a certain threshold, we could use this scheme that is more adapted for alpine regions, and below that we can use the one more adapted for tundra regions. That would be perfect, but I don't know how hard it is to introduce it, and yeah, there is many other questions we have to think about this. So that would be my two main ideas. My colleagues, Nick from Newcastle, had another idea is to change the snow schemes depending on the PFT distribution of each grid point. But that looks like much more complicated to do. Yeah, that's the three we have in our mind so far.
Okay, let's move on to our next talk. Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you.
The next talk was going to be by, okay, can you hear us?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes. And
Okay.
you don't see your slides yet?
Okay, can you see my screen?
No.
Well, that might be a screen.
We see a screen.
Slides.
And Ryan.
Okay, so you can't see my screen right now, right?
We can see your screen, just not your slides.
Oh, okay. Let me try it again. Okay, so what about now?
Yes.
Oh, great, yeah. And good morning, everyone. I'm Hong Kai. I'm currently a second-year PhD student from Department of Forest and Wildlife Ecology.
Okay.
And yeah.
Can you put it in presentation view?
Pardon?
We can see all of your slides. Can you put it in the presentation view?
Okay. Okay, I'll just
If not, that's okay, but,
share my screen, entire screen, cause I think I'm already in the presentation view. Yeah. What about now?
there you go.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So today it's really my honor to share my latest research on the response of global forest evapotranspiration to canopy height. So let's just start our story from the water cycle. As we all know that the water is one of the key elements of life on Earth, and about like 75% of our planet is covered by water or ice. The water cycle is an endless process that connects all water from oceans, land, and atmosphere. Also, the transpiration is a silent but vital phenomenon that significantly influences the Earth's water cycle. Remarkably, remarkably, about 10% of the moisture present in our atmosphere is contributed by plants through this process. And according to research, transpiration stands out as a dominant component of terrestrial evapotranspiration, accounting for about like 80 to 90%, which is underscores a critical role of plant life playing in regulating climate and sustaining water resources. And also, according to FAO's Global Forest Resource Assessment in 2020, forests span nearly one-third of the global land surface. As the lungs of our planet, their dense canopy and complex root system just play a vital role in Earth's water cycle, far beyond what their coverage area might suggest. And according to research, forests just exhibit higher transpiration and interception rates, and which results that trees having more evapotranspiration compared to other vegetation types. So just in summary, just that forest plays an important role in terrestrial evapotranspiration, as this makes forests particularly important in the water cycle, as water from moves from land to atmosphere. So understanding and preserving these natural processes is essential for maintaining the balance of our climate and know more about our mother nature. Yeah. So although the forest evapotranspiration process is quite important and interesting, but in practice, it is really hard to separate it from the whole evapotranspiration from other components in the real world. However, the advanced land surface model like COM5 just empower us to make separation and quantification of the forest evapotranspiration. And so when I dig into the model, the question just came. I noticed that the tree heights are a given value simply based on PFT in previous version of COM, and in the latest COM5, they just updated the canopy height and maps the canopy height based on PFT, making it varies in spatial, but it is still constant in time. So which means when you just run the simulation for multiple years, tree height remains the same. And that just made me question, why is the canopy height remaining constant in the model? And how does this canopy height affect evapotranspiration? So just following a very raw instinct, we could just guess how the variable of tree height itself affects evapotranspiration. Note that right now I'm talking about just the traits, canopy height itself, not talking about the trees growing older or something like that, but simply just its traits, canopy height. So when we just change the height of the tree, we also change the surface roughness of vegetation, and the surface roughness will further change the wind speed, and which results in the change uh, for the wind speed blowing to the leaves or the canopies of the trees. So in this situation, we will just change the water and energy budget, and everything just change. Since the evapotranspiration is a belt of energy and mass flux, So the change of it will be cast in stone. So first of all, it's never wrong to do a sensitivity test. So we just created 4 new sets of tree height data by multiplying the default heights in COM5 surface data by factors of 0.8, 0.9, 1.1, and 1.2, just corresponding to a decrease of 20%, 10%, and an increase of 10% and 20% respectively, and this was carried out based on solely on the plant functional type classifications to ensure that we only change the tree height. Also, to ensure the model stability and to mitigate the effects of initialization, we just ran simulation of a 14 years period from 2001 to 2014. We then focus on our analysis on the average outputs from the last 5 years, which is the average from 2010 to 2014. And as shown in this figure, from left to right are the results after the original tree height data reduced by 20%, reduced by 10%, and increased by 10%, and increased by 20%. And for the middle column of the figure just represents the results of the default data, which are the absolute results in millimeter per month. And the results for sensitivity tests are shown as the relative changes versus the default data's results, which is in the unit of percentage. And as we can see in this figure, that's the canopy evaporation, which is just the canopy interception, as well as the surface evaporation increase as the tree height increase, just in the second and fourth row here. And but we can see that the transpiration in the third row here, they just show an opposite trend. So this overall transpiration just decreased due to higher transpiration rates and evaporation rates. And the decrease in transpiration occurred mainly at low latitude. Dry areas are particularly sensitive to change in canopy height, and wet areas correspondingly are not that sensitive to changing canopy height. So why does this happen? I'm quite curious about it, just curious about the mechanism behind it, especially why evaporation has an opposite trend to transpiration. So we just build a model based on environmental biophysics to explore the inner core behind it, and we just conclude it as a schematic on the right. So as we know that when we increase the canopy height, we bring more wind speed to the canopy. So as you can see on the right, when we dismiss the GS, which makes the conductance of lantern heat only left GV, we can then see the Bowen ratio remain constant when we just increase the wind speed if we linearize humidity and temperature. So that means when we just increase the wind speed, we add latent heat and sensible heat together. So the purple stuff, just the wind speeds, just assume we are pulling these three together. So yeah. So, but it is a little bit strange that why transpiration don't follow this kind of pattern. So that is because the sensitivity of sensible heat to wind speed is much greater than latent heat due to the influence of stomata conductivity, which is GS. Therefore, in some cases, when the wind speed increase, just we pull it together, the change in the sensible heat is greater, and this change is much greater than the change in the net radiation. And just assume the white line in the middle is flexible, so it will move. So this just leads to a decrease in the change of latent heat in some cases. Since wind speed increase the sensible heat, the latent heat decrease in this case, but the overall R net or the overall latent heat and sensible heat is increased. So when we figure out this complex but interesting pattern, we are confident that canopy height change will really make a difference to the evapotranspiration. But what will it be if we just update the canopy height data in the real world, and how will it influence our estimation of water cycle in CLM5's result? So we just compare two global canopy height data sets. So on the left is the ISAT data in 2005 made by CMARS, and it is just used as a canopy height data, the default surface canopy height data in CLM5. And on the right is the lastly updated JEDI data in 2020 by LAM. And although these two data sets are from different sensors, different time periods, and different spatial resolution, and also different processing methods, we can still compare them to see what would make a difference if we just use different canopy height data in CLM5 or the real world. So to standardize the JEDI canopy height dataset resolution with CLM5 prescribed PFT's model run, we just use a two-step approach to upscale the data. So the first step, we just involve aggregation methods, which are crucial for the spatial resolution. When the PFT is at about 500 meter, while the canopy height, the latest canopy height from JEDI is only 10 meter resolution. So when upscaling, we just use three different aggregation methods, the maximum, median, and mean, given that JEDI data is much more finer as a spatial resolution. So as you can see here, so for the maximum, it mainly captures the tallest tree, and it is useful for the dominant species identification. And for the mean aggregation method, it just averages the canopy heights, and it is informative for forest density and structure. And for the median, it just provides a typical tree height, and it is effective in diverse vegetation area. And on the right, we can just see the comparison between different canopy height data and with the CMARS map. And we can see there's really a lot of difference between them. And we can also see in the boreal areas, which is mostly the blue, it has a very large bias. And I think it is normal since the boreal area is outside JEDI region. So the bias is acceptable. Yeah. And when we just compare the canopy height across PFT, we can see that JEDI min and median closely match to each other, while JEDI max is close to CLM5's default canopy height, which is CMARS map. And also, JEDI max and CLM default are most similar, likely due to the low spatial resolution of the global tree height data from ISAC, capturing mostly the tallest tree. And also for the broadleaf evergreen broadleaf evergreen trees in tropical and temperate, and broadleaf deciduous tree in temporal and broadleaf deciduous tree in boreal varies a lot across different canopy height data. And also in distribution, variation in evaporation and transpiration follows the variation of canopy height data. The comparison between JEDI max and JEDI min revealed more significant difference, just indicating the aggregation method matters. So when we are choosing the aggregation method, it will also influence the final results of our simulation. Also, the JEDI median versus JEDI min show a minimum difference. So that makes sense because JEDI median data is very similar to JEDI min data. Also, the transpiration varies slightly more than evaporation across different data sets. Also, a significant variation in evaporation and transpiration with changing canopy height in high latitude regions. This could be explained because in high latitude regions, it is outside the Jedi region, so the canopy height data itself is not trustable. So that just causes this kind of large variation. And also, when we just compare the results by PFTs, we can also see the Jedi median and Jedi mean show the minimal difference, which is same with previous global patterns. And while broadleaf evergreen trees show stable evapotranspiration totals despite tree height changes, boreal areas vary largely but contribute less to global water cycle. Also, last but not least, here are just some take-home messages for our study. So first of all, the taller canopy height may enhance evaporation but limits transpiration. Second, every region are particularly sensitive to changing canopy height, and correspondingly, wet regions are insensitive to changes in canopy height. And the mechanism can be explained by my simple environmental biophysics model, but I won't dig into it too much today here. And thirdly, canopy height vary from year to year in all regions, but was relatively stable in Congo or Amazon forest. So thanks to that cause, most of the evapotranspiration amounts are came from there. And also, aggregation methods matters when upscaling may bring large uncertainty, but it is really hard to define the best aggregation method will be. Yeah, and that's all. Thank you for your listening, and I will also extend my heartfelt thanks to the following individuals for their contribution and support. Yeah.
Okay, start the comments, but that's what. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thanks for that talk. It's interesting to look at the variations in tree height. I'm assuming that you're using a land-only simulation with fixed leaf area, like leaf area specified from satellite phenology, so that's similar across all the experiments. I'm curious of two things. One, Marisa Lagoud did some work looking just at changing the canopy height in a simpler land model and showing we get really big differences in the changes to surface fluxes when you include the atmosphere or not, and in particular in high latitudes, you see a much larger effect, like you think the response is much larger if you look only at the land model, and it's much smaller if you include the atmosphere. And she mentioned this yesterday because you get really big changes in sensible heat flux when you only allow the land to respond because it gets this very big temperature gradient when you can't change the atmospheric temperature. I was curious if you have, one, quantified the actual roughness changes that that occur when you change the canopy heights, and then two, if you've looked at if like the magnitude of your response and how similar it is to the responses that Marisa sees for changing the canopy height.
Oh yeah, thank you for your questions. And yes, I've did the experiment and output all the variables that might be related to the change of canopy height, and of course the surface roughness. And when I just change the canopy height, the surface roughness, of course changes and changes a lot. And yeah, not even in my sensitive test, but also for the real data set. And also, you're talking about the atmosphere part. Yes, I don't connect it to the atmosphere because it might take too much time for the computation. And yeah. And also, thank you for your question.
Okay, we're a little over, but let's take maybe one more question.
That's really interesting. In terms of the aggregation methods, I was wondering if you looked into using Lori's height, which if you don't know what that is, it's height aggregated and then scaled by usually basal area, but you could do biomass too, because that kind of corrects for the bias of only looking at really small trees or really big trees. You're kind of trying to incorporate, and I know that's used a lot in remote sensing data.
Yeah, and yeah, unfortunately I haven't heard of this kind of a height before, but I think yeah, it is also worth trying, and but according to just using the max, min, and median, it just shows that using different aggregation methods will directly influence the final result, and also maybe using that kind of lowering height or some aggregation method like this, it is really hard to say
Yeah,
whether we reduce a bias or not.
totally.
Right? Yeah, because every kind of aggregation method has its own like ecological meaning. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will just leave it as an open question.
Okay. Well, thank you, Hankai. Okay, so our next speaker was Jay. Who? Oh, you're here. Okay. Oh, it's not. Okay. So let's see here.
I was going to ask.
How do I?
You have to share screens first. Oh, at some point.
No, how do I open the?
Oh.
What are you trying to do?
I guess the screen's locked. I just hit the turn, but I didn't like it.
Kind of expected already, since I'm the first in-person talk today.
Hold on one second.
You want a good joke, Sean?
Yeah.
Yes, let's get back. Yeah. Okay.
She comes.
I have a joke.
Yes.
What is a pirate's favorite letter?
Arr.
You would think it would be R, but it's the C they love.
Oh, that's good.
I'm telling that to my kids as soon as I
Exactly.
Sean, this one's for you. How many tele skiers does it take to turn a light bulb? Or sorry, change a light bulb.
I don't know, one to change it and the rest to tell you that they tell you or something like that.
5. 1 to change the bulb and all 4 of them to say, nice turn.
Nice turn.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen bumper stickers like that, like, I get it, we get it, you tell you.
The other punchline I've heard to that joke is none, because they still use candles. That was a little kind of hater.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I was really nervous and now I'm calming down.
We just tell dad jokes here, so.
you're still enjoying the time.
Of course. Mine's number
Oh,
5.
sorry, I did not mean to actually. On the order,
Oh, this one
you can see it.
with the blue background. Yep.
So it is
Can you share the,
M13.
are you sharing screens? Yes. Okay, cool.
Oh, yeah. Finally, thank you so much. Hi everyone, my name's Jay. I'm a PhD student at the University of Wisconsin-Madison Soil Science Department. And today my talk is about revising soil water retention curve in CTSM through NCAR neon system. And I'm going to show you some of the preliminary results. It's not fully baked, but any suggestions or feedbacks would be much appreciated. So I'll thank Hong Kai for giving a really great overview of the global water budget. And we know that soil moisture really controls the land surface water cycling through evaporation and transpiration. But we don't know how evapotranspiration is going to respond to our future soil moisture dynamics, especially under drought. So that's why we need models like CTSM. But in CTSM, the soil moisture dynamics are calculated using the two very important equations. The first one is called the soil water retention curve, and the second is the unsaturated soil hydraulic conductivity. I'm putting the very simple equation here. So the left one is for soil water retention. It's a function of the volumetric water content. And the right one is showing for the unsaturated soil hydraulic conductivity, also in the form of water content. So a lot of different models have been developed to fit those different soil water retention curves. One of the most commonly used by soil hydrologists is called Van Gnochten model, or VGM, just for short. And the equations are shown here on the left. You can see it's kind of complicated with at least 4 or 5 different parameters, and those are very hard to measure both in situ or from the lab, but they have significant meaning connected to the specific soil characteristics, for example, the porosity and pore size distribution. And that's why on the right figure, we can see the soil water retention curve that's been fitted for 4 different soil types: clay, clay loam, silt loam, and sand loam. And the figures at the bottom are showing the soil water retention curve and hydraulic conductivity and how they're going to change if we're going to change the N value, the N parameters. And they can vary a lot. So I just mentioned about the VGM function. However, when I actually looked into the CTSM technical notes, I realized that we are actually using the Clapp-Hornberger equations instead of the commonly used VGM. They have very good advantages because it's kind of simple, as you can see from the equations. It's basically just a power function of the relative saturation. And if we take the log out of those 2 equations, they'll just become linear relationship. And that's exactly what you can see from the figure on the right. The red straight line is the actually fitted Clapp-Hornberger model for the soil water retention curve. And we know that soil water dynamics could control the water supply for ET, and inadequate soil hydraulic would result in large uncertainties in the simulation of the ET components. So, because of that, my objective of this research is to improve the simulation of ET components by implementing the commonly used VGM equations into the CLM5 at neon sites, ranging across different soil moisture regime. And here are my methods. I'm doing the model simulation using the NCAR neon system at selected neon sites OSBS, Disney, and RMP. Except for that, I'm also using the transpiration estimation algorithm to do the ground truth flux partition, and the input data is downloaded from Ameriflux. So you may wonder, why NCAR neon system? Why not a global simulation? Here's a figure, I think, which is really neat from Donika's paper summarizing the NCAR neon system. And I'm just going to briefly mention about several good points. So first, for NEON, the National Ecological Observatory Network, it has a large environmental gradient that consists of 47 different terrestrial sites. And for each of the sites, NEON provides you with really rich data sets that's being collected from ground observation, flux towers, and also airborne remote sensing. And as for the CESM lab containerized environment developed by NCAR, it is simple because it's containerized. That's why it's almost perfect for me to run the single point simulations, especially when I want to change the source code. And also it's easy to use. They have all-in-one configuration. You can case run, case setup, case submit through just one line of code. And they also come with Python tools and tutorials, which are really handy. So why those 3 NEON sites? I want to compare both the different soil moisture regime and also different vegetation. So the figure is showing the multi-year average dryness in the US. We have energy limited sites in OSBS and RMP versus the moisture limited site in RMP. And then we also have evergreen forest dominated sites, OSBS and RMP versus the pasture dominated site in Disney. Let's talk about the T method. I want to use this method to partition the ground truth flux of ET because it's data-driven, it's non-parametric, it has been validated against different model outputs, and it's being tested against independent set flow-based estimation. And now it's the preliminary results that I got. So we have this tower-derived and model simulation of the ET components at OSBS site. We have from left to right tower-derived model simulation using the default Clamp-Homburger and model simulation using the VGM on the right. The gray lines represent total ET, blue lines for plant transpiration, and orange lines for evaporation. So it's quite obvious that you can see compare our model simulation results to the tower-derived results. Model did a pretty good job in terms of the ET components, although they tend to underestimate the evaporation a little bit. But if we compare Clamp-Homburger and VGM model simulations, they looked almost identical, even though I changed the soil water retention curve. And that makes me wonder whether that's going to be consistent for other 2 sites. So now we are looking at the Disney site, the site that's also in Florida, like USBS, but with a pasture-dominated PFT. And yeah, we also have these similar model outputs for both Clamp-Homburger and VGM. But this time, we didn't really have the underestimated evaporation. And now we are moving towards the moisture-limited site at RMNP. And it's kind of interesting because this time, both model simulations underestimate not evaporation, but plant transpiration this time to a great deal. And we can finally see some more of the difference between the model simulation. So I think that leads to really interesting discussions. So first, why there's very little difference between Clamp-Homburger and VGM results? Because I just finished my VGM simulation on Monday, I didn't really have much time to look into more details, but I have some hypotheses. So first is about the parameters. The parameters that I used for VGM, because I don't have the ready-to-use input for NEON sites, I did some sort of approximation from the B value that's actually from Klein-Holmberger. And also for the derivatives, I'm keeping the same derivatives equation for both hydraulic conductivity and soil matrix potential. And that's the same for both CH and VGM. And now, if we compare across different sites, so we have OSBS results on the top and RNNP results at the bottom. That's a typo, it's RNNP. If we compare across different soil moisture regime, it seems like at the OSBS, which is an energy limited site, the model underestimates the evaporation, but in moisture limited site at RNNP, the model underestimated transpiration. So that's very interesting, and I wonder why that is. I think, well, I have some guessings. So probably it's because at the OSBS site, the model didn't well capture the intercepted evaporation. But from the previous talk by Hankai, probably if we actually increase the tree canopy height, that can also increase the model simulation for the evaporation. And at this RNNP site, which is moisture limited, that cannot be explained by the canopy height. So I guess probably that underestimated plant transpiration is due to the poor soil water conditions. So I guess in the model simulations of CTSM, the water just drained way too fast in the soil after precipitation event. And that's why we don't really have enough water retained in the soil for plant to transpire during the growing season. But yeah. For my next steps, I'm going to try use the pedal transfer function developed for calculating the actual VGM parameters, like the paper on the right showing using Rosetta computer program, we can just easily estimate those. And the next step is also going to try other soil water retention curves, not only just VGM, because that's kind of developed more than 30 years ago. We can also try some other new ones, like the Fred Long Xin Wang. They claimed that those new water retention curve could better capture the soil water dynamics, especially at dry regions when you have really large suction. And last but not least, I want to run more of the neon sites with different soil types, for example, different soil texture. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention for all the 3 sites that I just simulated, they all have relatively sandy soil texture, but not a lot of the clay content or soil organic carbon content. I'd also like to acknowledge NCAR Neon project for the great opportunity. I developed my idea during the last year's NCAR Neon workshop when I was there in the plant hydraulic working group, and I wondered why there's no option for different soil hydraulics. And I also want to thank Danica, Hankai, and Thomas for helping me to get familiar with this system. And that's all the reference. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you. Yes, Danica.
Have you, one thing that can affect plant transpiration is to model conductance, and I'm curious if you've looked at the photosynthesis fluxes from those sites and how well CLM captures photosynthesis.
Yes, that's a very good point, but unfortunately, I haven't looked into that, but that's definitely one of the things I'll look next. Thanks. Yep.
I can't pull it up fast enough, but I just wanted to make sure. I know Kim Novick has been trying to lead an effort to establish a bunch of these pitot transfer functions, and
Yes.
I was wondering if there's any data there that you can utilize to get the parameters you need for the.
Yeah, that would be great. As far as I know, because I also went to the SciNet Hub last year at AGU, I think they're still kind of asking people to submit more data. So, but it would be great if I can just work with her and see if they have the ready-to-use data sets as well. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have a few of those soil water retention curves for some of the neon sites that we could use, and I think some of the water limited sites like Teak in California could be a good one to start looking at these things with, because it's water limited. But one of the things I found is our plant conductance parameter, Kmax, is maybe a little too high to get us down into these water limited regimes.
Yes.
And so if we maybe play around with that parameter a little bit, we can get you into the water limited regimes where these differences between water retention curves will start to be more obvious.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really great point, because right now I didn't really have a picture for the water budget at each of the sites, so I'm not sure whether the difference is coming from too much of the drainage or just too little for the plant uptake. But the hydraulic conductivity for both soil and plant is definitely important parts to be considered. Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully we get this into the code. We've always wanted to have Van Genuken. No one's just put in the time, so you did, which is nice. You also showed how hard it is to really establish which one's better. Or what part of the reason why we haven't put the effort in. But I think I'm curious about the Rocky Mountain Station, whether or not there could be, is it in what's a train like? And is there some sort of drainage or, external flow coming in, subsurface flow that's sort of adding to the water there that you wouldn't get in the tower site? Not knowing what the site looks like, it just seems possible.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Currently, I haven't looked into the water recharge or drainage or runoff, but I think that's a really good point. And the only thing I know about those different soil profiles across the 3 sites is that we have really shallow water table at the OSBS site, which is in Florida, but I'm not sure about the Rocky Mountain site, but thank you.
Ryan has a comment in the chat that Fate's hydro is BGM compatible. I assume that means that Fate's non-hydro is not? I'm looking at you, Adriana.
Oh. I don't.
Wow, I don't know that.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So currently, well.
Ryan?
Yeah, I think it would be, yeah.
Does compatible mean it's in there, Ryan?
Yeah, well.
Or maybe that it would be easy, you could add it, I think is maybe compatible means it's not currently in Fates, but you could add it in Fates.
That would be great. Another point for the simulation that I run is that I only use the default BGC mode. So I didn't turn on the Fates, but.
It's in Fates.
It is in Fates.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice. Well.
I'm confused by what that means though,
Yeah.
because Fate's
But,
not
yeah.
doing the soil hydrology.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Does that
either.
just mean it's in ELM, but like it's the default?
Well, hydro is a Fates, I don't know what to say. Oh, okay.
Thanks, Terry.
Okay, thank you, Ryan.
So I guess that would mean that if you use Fates Hydro, which definitely works at single points, it doesn't, we're trying to get it to work global, like in a global run, but at single points, you could try turning Fates Hydro on to see what happens. And if other people can help you do that, but if you want, it's just a nameless flag. It's like Fates, turning on
And
Fates.
you can run it in the neon.
And you can run it in the neon system too.
Awesome.
Yeah, so if you need help setting that up, you can email me.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I would be interested to see those results. Yeah.
Okay, looks like that's all the questions. Okay. Well, thank you, Jay.
We have a break until 11 o'clock.
Questions? Should we just go to break? Okay, you will, or should we, if there's any other questions, should we check for any questions before? Okay.
I just want to, I think Linea's point's really important here on modifying it, and I don't know how we communicate this to people, right? That we know that CLM 5 is just wet and wants to stay wet, or it wants to, water's really easy to access because of the Kmax values, and so.
Should we just update those values?
We have, yeah, in the PPE version, they're updated. There's Daniel.
But do we get back to them in?
Presumably with the PPE branch will come to main sometime this spring, and then those default parameters will be available, but in advance of that, people can I guess,
Are they
ask.
TFT specific?
Yeah.
Okay, because maybe G could implement.
She could start
She
writing
could
them
use
down.
them,
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right,
But is that like a broader question of like, how do we make people aware of these changes? I mean, you know, does CLM need like a newsletter that goes out every so often to?
Dave has asked.
We made one.
We do need.
We made one in 2020.
Yeah, a lot of work.
It's been a little while.
If there was a strong demand for a newsletter, I would make one.
And you'd probably need volunteers to help with
I
it.
would, yeah, I would do it, but I would tell people to contribute to it.
I mean, as a lower bar than a newsletter, could there just be a like things that have changed and are updated on the GitHub somewhere of like
Yeah,
new things, or is that already there?
There is a change log that comes with it.
I was gonna say, if anything, I
That
feel like
sounds
the
complicated.
GitHub
This sounds
wiki is so
complicated, yeah.
busy.
Yeah,
I
there's
kind of
too
wondered
much.
about this, you know, like, we're gonna switch to running with CLM 6 physics, and we're gonna have new surface data sets available. What else were we talking about today? Oh, there's like manage externals is going away soon. So
There's
it's-
a bunch of things.
which is gonna be a big change, like not a big change, but it's just like, you have to do something different in your workflow. It's gonna do the same thing, but it's.
Definitely sounds like that warrants at least a one-time,
Right.
like, here's a bunch of
And I
changes.
think, like in
That's
the
true.
past, I've broadcast to the whole listserv, like, hey, here's something that's new. But it's harder to keep track of these smaller things, like changes to Kmax and the default parameter set.
Right.
Is it easy enough to maybe just have like a GitHub or like an updates page on the GitHub that we could just add to so that
Add
people
to.
could check?
There is a page for answer changes. I don't know
It's
if you've.
changing tags.
Answer
Yeah.
changing tags.
It's a
That's
little more
just-
software, it's not
Yeah,
very
that's
user friendly.
hard to read through if you're not familiar with some of the
Yeah.
content, and so you know, maybe there's a way to just put some of those updates, like, I mean, one example, and I didn't read the like switching to derecho wiki, but it took me a while to figure out that you have to now say derecho at hpc.ukraine. And so like just little things like that, if there was a
Yeah.
place that, and the same thing with Kmax, you know, like, hey, by the way, we figured out that Kmax makes things too wet, or like
Oh,
the vegetation in the Arctic is dead, so here's what we're doing. Or,
Right.
you know, just
Yeah, I mean,
little
like,
updates.
so we do have, for the dead Arctic vegetation, we have like, there's a new LMWG dev page.
Yeah.
And that's where we try to keep those discussions for bigger topics. That's where we have stuff on
Yeah, but you
forcing data
can point
sets.
to it from an updates page and just say like,
Oh, yeah.
here's an update so that people can look at the high level things, and then if they need to go to the discussions, they could, you know, read more about it, if that's like, this impacts
Table
me.
of contents, basically.
Yeah,
Okay.
something.
Yeah.
so you need a higher level view.
Yeah, just
than the-
a landing place where people can see things that
Yeah.
might affect what they're doing, and then they can search for them. Because honestly, it's really hard to search for the issues or whatever on the GitHub. I find that really challenging because I don't, it's like if I know that there's an issue, then I can look for it. But if I don't know that there's an issue, I don't know to look for it.
Right.
So,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I feel like if anything, it's hard to, like, there's multiple GitHub pages, there's the bulletin boards,
Yeah.
there's the discussion pages on, like, there's the discussion pages
Yeah.
and the wiki on each GitHub page.
yeah.
It's kind of like, where did that, yeah, I think we're kind of struggling with that a little bit. Like, maybe, I don't know if a website is any better.
Yeah.
It's a little harder to maintain, GitHub pages are easy to maintain.
Right, yeah.
I like the idea of a landing page that's like important things that have changed. With
Yeah.
like
Like
the
since
name
when?
and a link to something else.
Yeah.
Oh, and a date of when it was
Yeah.
added.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know that adds work, but maybe it'll also make it easier for you to link to and reference those. And then if you wanted to send out a newsletter, it could just be like, here are the topics. Yeah,
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to add additional work, but just trying to make things more accessible and easier.
Yeah, I think the hard part is just knowing where to find stuff,
Yeah.
like you said.
Yeah. Right. I think we're pretty good about the nitty-gritty details,
Yes.
but you need the bigger picture.
Be easy to find big
Yeah,
picture stuff.
well, it's, the community, I would say, needs.
Right,
Right.
it needs the bigger picture.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, other suggestions? I think this is especially external folks. It's really helpful to hear what
Yeah.
Like, if you're not in the weeds every day, how we can kind of support you learning the information that you need to find.
Yeah, some of these things, it's like sometimes they don't even come up in CLM meetings, and so there are people internal that don't always even know all the issues.
Oh, sure,
So
yeah,
that's
exactly.
definitely been true for me in the past. I don't know if there's comments on that. No.
Cool. Maybe let's take a break. What time are we coming back?
11.
Cool. Thanks.
Oh my God. Perfect, yeah.
Yeah, like
Except for
I
just
just
like
read Friday,
first
5
part.
p.m.
Well, that's what
So you do that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, so
Take a minute to funnel back in, we'll get started.
Oh, okay, so what I did was I just made a new branch. Well, you drove. Okay, so I changed it.
Oh, okay.
So now I'm gonna.
Oh, I see. Okay. Do you need somebody to approve?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so what did I do?
I'll ping you back.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Yeah, well, it's not, yeah, yes, I will.
Yeah.
Just reading an article here, some people in the UK don't know that the atmosphere is low carbon.
That's why I think
It's interesting. Well, they see the cooling towers and assume that it's pollution.
60, like, it means 50% of them like never check much. Never seen the periodic table. But yeah, I guess you see a big smokestack.
it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know.
Could be water that's coming out of that.
Okay, we can go ahead and get started now. Welcome back to the second half of the hydro and urban session. We have 4 speakers before lunch, and our first talk is going to be by Caesar, who's joining us from Luxembourg. The slides look good, and we can hear you, so go ahead, take it over.
Hi, good day, everybody. You can hear me well?
Yes.
Perfect. You see my screen also?
Looks good.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for opening this opportunity to share our findings. I'm a postdoc at the Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology. During the last 4 years, we have been diving specifically into the plant hydraulics and all the implementation that Kennedy, the group has been developing into CLM5, especially looking into point scale experiments to have a better understanding of how this part of the model is working. So now I'm presenting a small part of a paper that is under review in Water Resources Research right now, and is with respect to how we can see hydraulic stress in different vegetation types in Luxembourg. For this talk, I'm focusing mainly in broadleaf mixed forests here in Luxembourg. So all we know what is happening right now with about the stress with the climate change and all the effects that this is having in the different forest ecosystems. For example, this is a picture of a mixed forest in Luxembourg where we have that the exposure to frequent stress damage some of the trees. It can be broadleaf, also it can be needleleaf. Especially Picea avis is being widely affected in the southern parts of Europe. But not only that, if not, how we see the mixed forest in CLM is based on the plant functional types. But nonetheless, these plant functional types is mainly based in vegetation physiognomy and physiology. But then when we take a mixed forest and we see they have the same phenology, all of them, they are deciduous, but the traits that are the ones that define how this vegetation will behave on the stress conditions are quite different. But also, we have different tree ages that it translates into different needs of water, needs of resources, and how they respond to stress will be different if they are like young trees or older trees. So this start making a big question of how we are considering the mixed forest within the plant functional types and what this represents into the model outputs that we have. So our hypothesis that we are testing here in Luxembourg is that if we provide a better characterization of the plant hydraulic traits of such forests, we should have or obtain a better response of these ones. So how we do it, or how we did it. We have this schematic representation of the mixed forest where that we took from an experimental catchment in Luxembourg. This experimental catchment has a large proportion of broadleaf deciduous forest, and we have a really wide network of sensors collecting information about subwater and changes on the trees. So we apply the characterization of the broadleaf deciduous forest in terms of PFTs, and then we characterized the catchment. We ingested all the information about the surface. We took the atmospheric forcing based on the nearest station to provide the more accurate representation of the environmental conditions. And also we defined it, we split it, the contribution of leaf area index of each of the species depending on the physical characteristics of this forest. The idea was to go as much as possible to the realistic conditions. And then we took different parametrizations, starting from the generic parametrization that is coming from with the model. Also, we adjusted to a PFT, we call it PFT adjusted parametrization, where we took the data of plant hydraulic traits for the species present there, and then we characterize this one. And also we went into detailed information for oak and beech in the forest. The numerical experiments that we carry out were based on the point scale experiment, and then we compared those three parametrizations to see what we were obtaining in terms of fluxes, in terms of uh, stress according to the different parameters that we have. Then we have the generic parametrization where we see all the forest as a sole entity. Then we went to the PFT adjusted, and then we look to the composition of a species, and we took the information for to characterize the plant vulnerability curve that is needed for the plant hydraulic system. And then we went into the individual species and we ingested how much each of these species are contributing here within the pixel. And we took all the information of upflow to see the transpiration response, and tree diameter to determine the tree water deficit. And this one is the one that we are relating to tree water stress. For this experiment, we were taking information coming from 2018, 19, and 20, and it gave us the possibility to take two really hot years, 2018 and 2019, and 2020, that it was considered a normal year for the European Drought Observatory. So in this first slide, what I'm presenting you is the response of the parameters measured on the catchment. So what we see is that there are not such big differences between the 1920 and 2021. We have small differences in terms of transpiration, but the transpiration in this side was mainly driven by the solar radiation. But when we see the stress, how much the trees were suffering stress, and then we have 2020 that it was a dry and hot year, and 2021 that it was a normal year, you can see the big difference in stress. The larger the tree water deficit, the more stress were the trees. And then something interesting is that here the stress was not driven by the solar radiation, temperature, or relative humidity, but it was driven by the soil water availability. Then we took that information and we compare against the model output. At first instance, when we compare just the transpiration measure on the catchment against the transpiration modeled of the three parametrizations, we see not such big differences. between the generic parameterization and the species specific, where we look into the individual species, the general output comparing between all of them, there is just a slight increment. So we can say, okay, and here at the bottom, we have the response in terms of the water potential of the roots given by the model compared with the tree water deficit of the trees. One of the things is that for the normal year, this blue line we have like almost parallel to zero. But during the dry year, we have a really strong response on the side root. But then the differences are not that big. So we can say, let's close the door, pack everything. But the important thing is what is happening when we see the individualities of these species, when we go into a more detailed parameterization of the model. So we are taking a look here into the species-specific characterization, and then we segregated the response of those two species, and then we have something important. One of them is that for oak species, if we run the model just for with the parameterization for oak, we have an underestimation on the on the mm, on the transpiration, but having them together with fish, with the other species, we have a great improvement coming from 58 to 67 in the index of agreement. And also, we can see here a big jump into the stress experienced by the model. When we have just oak, we have a small stress, but when oak is sharing the stand with beech, we can see how is the stress is changing a lot. Also, when we take a look into the beech trees, we can see also an improvement on the representation of the transpiration estimates, and also an increment again with the stress that how the model is representing stress through the roots. Something important in addition is that the model has the beta factor as a parameter providing a description of the stress in the canopy. But nonetheless, when we compare the beta factor or the water potential on the leaves, there is a big overlap between the normal years and the hot years for both of them. And only the side root is the one that provides a really good differentiation and a better representation of the stress. And we can see it with the comparison with the tree water deficit. We went a step forward and we did during the model runs, we did a multi-annual spin-up. And then we took all the different years and we were looking into the side root and we saw how each of these lines corresponds to one whole year. So here we have 10 years of runs, and we can see how the blue years that corresponds to the normal years according to the European Drought Observatory are really different than the ones of the dry years. And the side root provides a much better indication to find the stress or the experience stress by the trees than looking to the other parameters such as the beta factor. This takes me to the latest conclusions, and is one of them is that refining the parameterization of the forest in terms of the species that you have regionally is much better than just taking the generic parameterization, at least for the broadleaf trees. So it means that when we want to represent broadleaf deciduous trees in the southern parts of Europe will be completely different, that representing the same trees that they have will be classified as the same PFT with the same plant hydraulic traits on the north, where on the north you can have more birch trees, and in the south more fagus. Representing fully mixed forests is really complicated because we understand that land surface models has to cover the whole world, but the distribution of the species is really regional. and then considering all the broadleaf forests having the same plant hydraulic traits is kind of a big jump of faith, a leap of faith. Then also we see how adjusting the plant hydraulic traits, we can provide a good description of the stress, but also the dominant cover will hide somehow the stress experiences by some other covers that have a smaller uh, area. And finally, that the side root provides a good representation of the stress for the broadleaf forest. Thank you very much. I'm open to any question that you have.
Great, thank you, Cesar. We have about 4 minutes for questions. Yeah, well,
So that was a cool study. Cool. Yeah, go. I'm curious. I didn't totally follow it. So with maybe your second point on the conclusions was that when you had the beech and the oak together, they both experienced more stress.
Yes.
I think it makes sense for the beech or for the oak, because it seems like the beech are sucking up all the water, and so then the oak are stressed if the beech are around. But I didn't understand why the beech were stressed if the oak were around, because it seems like the oak has relatively low transpiration.
That is the interesting point. The oak species that we have on the catchment corresponds to Quercus petrea. I forgot the other one, but then the point, it should be the other way around.
Yeah.
Beech should be the tree experiencing a lot more stress than oak. But when we reduce the characterization of those species to the plant vulnerability curve, to this one here, to this one here. So oak, since in the model seems to be more resilient, but then beech has a larger, covers a larger area. The leaf area index covers a larger area. So beech will drive the stress on the pixel, and this is not representative of the stress experienced on the field. That's why. Because the 80% of the pixel is covered only by beech. And even though beech has a lower vulnerability curve, will extract a lot more water than oak.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
is there a way to tease apart the interactions effect of these parameter changes from the individual parameter changes on each species?
The point is when we are representing, here we are speaking about the species, but it can be the general parameterization. If you go to the paper, we have here, we went one step forward and we have needleleaf and broadleaf. The thing is, when you are sharing the pixel with the species, in CLM, they are sharing the same soil moisture, soil water bucket.
Mm-hmm.
So it will be difficult because then the model resolves all the equations and everything is taking water from the same glass. So if you have one species that is really water demanding, or it has a larger meddling slope that will force the plant hydraulic system to extract a lot more water, this one will be the one that is sucking more water and will drive the stress of the smaller fractions of the vegetation that has smaller fractions on the pixel.
Yeah, makes sense. Any other questions? All right, let's thank Cesar again. And all right, our next speaker is in person. We'll transition over. Hey, okay, yeah.
I got logged out.
Oh.
Be nice if
Stay open. To do that. Security protocol, those kind of things.
Is it like 15 minutes?
I think log for, like 10 minutes.
Just when to make fills and distributions of the way.
It's good.
The doodle makes my eyes bleed.
You don't, I mean, I hate them all, but.
What did you say?
Actually,
Doodle makes my eyes bleed.
I agree, I hate it.
But apparently you can't use when to meet anymore.
Oh, you can't.
Dave
That
told
ain't
us, and I was blocking
They
it.
block it because of malware and ads.
I didn't get to the website. Oh.
What can't you use?
When to meet.
When to meet.
So I'll try not to send you those.
I've had a couple that I'm like, you never sent me the link, but I didn't realize that was mine.
Oh, wow. Really, the advertising is delicious.
Why you always run an ad with There you go. I think you should give the talk.
All right, great. Our next speaker is Naoki.
Okay, so switching from topic, switching from topic, from random model to river model. I'm very special. I'm working on a river model, which is not random model component. So, but I'd like to acknowledge like Eric and Dave for software engineering support. Sorry, I just and then financial support to do this work. And also, I'd like to thank you for TSS group for including me as community here. I'm working at a different lab just across the town. It's more application lab, so I'm kind of enjoying working here for different perspective of science. So we heard CSM3 is released sometime this year. And here, river model, so we have two already, but trying to like include kind of modern routing model, which is called MISRoute. It's already working at coupled with random model only, but not completely in the CSM3. It's not coupled to ocean, so it's still working on. Eric is maybe optimistic to make it to a CSM3. I'm cautiously optimistic. So, but now what we can do is we can kind of understand different model behavior to mostly looking at the model skills and performance, so we can justify this here. So I like model development. I enjoying like improving model physics capability. And then one of the easiest thing I did is kind of including floodplain in the MISRoute. So if I have time, so I kind of try to squeeze a couple of slides to talk about. So just one slide to just a brief introduction to what the Mozart and then what's the MISRoute. So Mozart is works on a gridded network network. So if you draw a picture here, so you can see a grid, and then water can move one of the neighbor pixels depending on the topography. But Mozart has three routing processes. One is hill slope routing. Just make sure it's not, I don't want to confuse you, like a hill slope hydrology. This is hill slope routing, which is like a kind of a, because water can take time to get to reach to a river channel. So that's how trying to represent. And then Also, Mozart works at the coarse resolution grid, so they try to represent like a small tributary river and as like a subgrid parameterizations. So Miz routes, on the other hand, we use more catchment-based routing. So try to delineate watershed and use explicitly this watershed as in the model. So Miz route doesn't have a subgrid tributary routing, so only use the hill slope routing and then channel routing. So to evaluate compare both models, so I use a CTSM, something I can work with, the CTSM 5.1, and then trying to change river model configuration. One is Mozart using 0.5 degree grid, and then 5 of them are Miz route, but using a couple of different grids, which is I should say more unstructured grid because catchment is represented kind of a complex unstructured grid. So top is like HDMA. This is kind of product name. Name probably doesn't matter, but you can kind of think of this product name. So this is a catchment based network. And then so what I did is connecting catchments HDMA with the hydro lakes. So truly like a river and then lake is connected. So we can do a river routing, also lake routing too. And we can turn on the irrigation to see impact. And also Miz route has multiple routing method. So we typically use in here the fastest IRF, which is impulse response function based routing method. But we can use now more physical based diffuse wave routing, which is more like trying to use more like a pressure gradient in the channels, different water heights causing some pressure gradient that's affecting the discharge. So more physical. So to compare to look at the model scale, we have to find some reference flow sites. So we have monthly flow sites at the nearby oceans. It's called developed by Aigo Dai. It's called D from Dai, and 19 is he developed in 2019. So he meant to use for just evaluating fresh water discharge into ocean, how its trend looks like, but we can use for model evaluation too. So we typically gauges point located at the mouth of basins, but just remember this is we kind of looking at the total water accumulated flow from whole upstream basin. So we kind of it's not looking at the points, more like looking at the whole processing upstream. So I have another data set from providing daily data. This is I think it's kind of interesting because I got from Hilke Beck a couple of years ago. He compiled all gauges available from all over the world. And then I don't know if he did a quality control, but this is kind of a comprehensive gauge data sets, I would say, for across the globe. So I can use for more interior daily flow evaluations, but I should note all gauges are not captured by gridded network or even like a catchment network. Because some of gauges are representing very small watershed, which is sometimes too small. But it's still a good data set to use. So now looking at the simulation, this is just comparing Mozart and Miz route for 24 basins. Just that this is more like a sanity check. Make sure Mizra doesn't produce crazy runoff discharge. So it looks okay. It's like a Mozart and then Mizra kind of tracing similar seasonality. So there's a bias, because it's coming from a runoff. So we can look at more, but this is it's nothing surprising. And if you turn on a lake, you can see a different seasonality, especially like looking at the Saint Lawrence. Saint Lawrence has big lakes, great lakes, that impact in discharge in downstream. So observation said like a no seasonality. The lake in a river model, it's pretty good seasonality. There is a bias, but. And then, yeah, so we can turn on the irrigation. This is also kind of sanity check. So green is if you turn on the irrigation, so that's a green line. And then red is no irrigation. So if you see a red and then green, there's an impact of irrigation. So you see like a Mississippi or Columbia, even Ganges, there's lots of irrigation going on. So you see some impact, but I'd say kind of a small impact. And then, okay, so I have now like two routing methods. I'm probably more, I'm coming from civil engineering, so like routing method is kind of interesting to me, so I just wanted to take a look how different, yeah, actually a little bit different, and so there is impact on the seasonality if I use a different routing method. Now, just trying to, so far it's a qualitative assessment, now it's more like a quantitative assessment. So this is looking at like a bias in a percent based on observation. And then looking at all 900 sites, and then just plotting as box plot for each configurations. Okay, the biggest striking feature is Mozart has a higher bias than Mizra routes, and that's where that's coming from. And I put some I think it's this is answer. So drainage area is not quite captured some of basin in a 0.5 degree grid. So here we just kind of looking at the gauge area reported at the flow sites, and then how model present catchment size. So, and then plotting like a catchment as catchment network based area versus gray 0.5 degree. So you see a smaller basins. It's kind of getting plateau. So Mozart 0.5 degree grid is struggling to capture smaller basins. So if I plot it kind of a different way, like so now plotting like a Mozart basin area versus catchment basin area, catchment basin area, and yeah, so there's a so there is there's a plateau we can see. It's equivalent to here, and then color coded by a flow difference between Mizra and then Mozart. And then if you look at the 45 line, which is both model has same basin area, which is you can kind of a grayish color, so there's no difference. But if you it's apart from lines, more darker color, which is it's red and blue, nicely like separated. So basin area is very important, I'd say. So that's I think that's causing this like a higher bias in the model. Now, just trying to look at the daily data too. This is more useful for like hydrologic study, especially in the interior, in the many catchment located in the inside. So this is I plotted at each gauges. We can evaluate from B14 data sets, and then computing mean absolute error for each gauge, and then comparing Mizrad and then Mozart and x-axis. So if you it's point located in lower part of plots, Mizrad better, and then at the upper part is Mozart better. And if you put like a regression line, if you use a diffusive routing, it's a little bit improved over Mozart. But if you use a IRF, it's kind of similar to Mozart. And if you look at the correlation coefficient, this is kind of looking at the timing. And this is opposite, like correlation coefficient winds better, much with observation. And so upper part of plots is better if your point is located there. And then if your point is located on the lower part, its motor is better. And if you look at the, even look at the points individually, like more points for diffusive routing is located upper. So there's some improvement, but not the all gauges. But so this is kind of a model scales. I can look at the more, but we also wanted to look at the timing. Timing meaning computing time. So we kind of plotted like seconds per model day for each Liba model components. I have to say this is kind of I just did a quick. I mean, this is probably not the final picture. Like I probably shouldn't say Mozart is slow, but there is a factor slow down on Mozart or even Mozart too. Here is a factor. So outputs I/O, because Mozart has 2D grid, so outputting the whole globe. So it's a lot of data. It's a lot of bigger size than the Mizrad, which output only random only like a vector form. And the process representation Mozart has 3 processes versus Mizrad has 2. There's a difference in routing method. Mozart use explicit numerical method using a fixed time step, fine time step, versus Mizrad, so impulse response function is very cheap. But I also looked at the diffusive. This is more like a numerical solving, like a momentum equation. It's slightly like increased time, but not that significantly. And then also parallelization scheme can impact. So Mozart can maybe reduce, but also Mizrad can reduce because Mizrad, this is the hybrid, very complicated parallel scheme. So I haven't optimized for the coupling run for hybrid, like a PE layout. So I believe I can make a faster. So anyway, it's timing wise, okay, Mizrad is not slow, but at least Mozart. So even including like a heat transfer process or other process is probably increased computing time, but you can expect some timing wise is similar to Mozart. So to have time. Okay, so this is kind of addition. So couple of slides. So Mizrad is now like use rectangle channel shape and no flat plane. So if you have a high flow, just extending wall, so water is not going out, which is not that realistic. So what I did in a couple of months ago is adding a flat plane, but just kind of adding one additional bump depth parameter, which is very difficult to get it. But this is more realistic, like a physical representation. And then if you have a high flow, water can go out, and then even flooded water can pass back to CTSM. So it might be kind of interesting. And just checking like how discharge change. So okay, look at the Amazon if you turn on a flat plane or a no flat plane, and the blue line gets smoother, which is a flat plane one. So that's kind of expected. And then, Amazon is maybe somewhere in the basin always flooded, I expect. So it's more all in the whole year, like a whole year, maybe they kind of smoother. But if you look at the medium-sized river, this is Elbe in Germany, I think. It's in Germany. And then you can see like a river course with a floodplain side. So if you have a very high flow, it can be flooded. And then you can plot like a hydrograph, and then you can see a peak, highest peak, you can see attenuation. So it's kind of exciting to see for me. So summary, so monthly timescale, look at, and then yes, drainage area representation is crucial. Lake can affect seasonality and then probably bias too, because lake can hold water. And yes, catchment-based network, which Mizrahi use, can capture drainage area more effectively than a grid. Somebody might say, okay, you can increase the resolution, but probably increasing computing time significantly. Daily time step, yeah, and I see some more effect on routing method. So I don't know. You convinced to assuming so. Here's what I need to do. I go to make it to a CSM 3. I'm not gonna read it. Here's some science we can do, especially like a second point, like if you have a free lake routing vacuum, we can take a look at the historical lake volume trend and how projected right in the future how lake is going down or up, but have to input into lake evaporation for sure, which we don't have. We're still working. So I think that's all. Thank you very much.
A couple questions for Naoki while I was transitioning.
Naoki, if you're running with a gridded land model, how does the land model communicate that grid cell information to the catchment version of Mizrahi? Or if you're running with the catchment version of Mizrahi, do you also run with the catchment version of the land?
No, just there's mapping we can do.
Through the coupler.
Yeah.
The gridded land discharge would go to the river network.
Yeah, I increase some of Peter?
Great talking, Naoki. I'm wondering, you had isotopes and temperature and there's traces. Are you thinking about doing carbon and nutrients as well, like as elements that will be part of the river network at some stage?
Yeah, first step is maybe, I'm not a chemistry person, so we can do advection, could be diffusion. It's the same equation as a diffusive wave equation, routing. So I'm thinking just taking the same code and then just kind of a little bit like a massage. It runs, I hope.
Great, thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Lee from the University of Illinois. I'm going to try to get this on full screen. Oh, is she online?
Hi, yeah, this is Kathy. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
We'll transition and then you can share your slides from your screen.
Okay, sounds good.
Can transition to online presentation. I just need to stop.
She just needs to share her screen.
Okay. All right, Kathy, see if you can go ahead and share your screen now.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yep. It's not in full screen mode though.
Okay, is it now?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for listening to my talk. And now I'm gonna talk about a little bit of the urban model development that's happening with CTSM. And specifically, with my co-authors, we've developed an explicit representation of urban air conditioning adoption. Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Just checking. We developed this explicit AC adoption scheme in CTSM and developed an global spatially explicit data set to support this scheme. There's a growing interest in connecting energy and climate modeling due to their complex interactions with each other. And here is an example, which is the air conditioning energy use, where warmer urban environment will lead to more air conditioning energy use, and that leads to more waste heat being generated and fed back into the urban environment, completing a positive feedback cycle. And this cycle is driven by warmer climate as well as some socioeconomic development. Today, we're looking at this part where we try to capture more air conditioning adoption and how it affects this dynamic feedback in CTSM. I don't have to go into details of how CTSM is, as everyone probably is very familiar with it. It is one of the few Earth system models that has an urban and its dynamic physics-based representation. It models the urban environment in an urban canyon configuration, and for building energy purposes, it simulates these heat conduction, convection, and radiation processes in and out of buildings. It calculates an air conditioning and heating energy use, calculates how much waste heat is generated from it, and feeding that back into the urban environment. So this allows us to complete this feedback cycle. But currently, there is no infrastructure in place for us to model air conditioning adoption explicitly. Right now, air conditioning adoption, as well as the indoor temperature, maximum indoor temperature is controlled by what we call a proxy set point. What that means is it's one value, but it carries two purposes. For one, it determines what is the maximum indoor temperature the building can achieve before air conditioning is turned on. It also qualitatively represents how much air conditioning adoption is in that area. I'll further explain how this works. Here is an arrow that represents temperature increase to the right. And proxy set point is determined based on how much air conditioning adoption is in the area, as well as the building materials and thermal properties. And this could be as high as 42 degrees C if it's a place with fairly low air conditioning adoption. This means that if it's a warm day and the indoor temperature actually is already pretty high, we can imagine it to be, say, 90 degree F or 32 degrees C. The air conditioning is not turned on because the indoor temperature did not go over the maximum indoor temperature that is determined by the proxy set point, and the model outputs an air conditioning energy flux of 0. Only when the indoor temperature goes over the proxy set point, the model would calculate an air conditioning energy flux. We can see that there are potential problems with this representation. As we talked about earlier, it only offers qualitative insights to whether this place has high or low air conditioning adoption. But because this proxy set point is dependent on CTSM, and also how CTSM parameterize each of the urban areas, this value is very much region dependent, which means even when two regions have the same proxy set point in the model, they may not have the same air conditioning adoption, because like we talked about earlier, this proxy set point is also dependent on how insulated the building area, the building in this area is, or how the local climate is. This poses challenges to model accuracy because we can only tune this one parameter that controls two things, and the way to tune it is to try to match how much building energy use is in that area, but you can basically sort of play around with this factor so that you achieve a good performance, but this may mask the inaccuracies and biases that may otherwise present in the parameterizations or assumptions for other parts of the model. This also means that we have inaccurate daily or hourly results if it's a low adoption area and air conditioning is only present on a very hot day or hot hour. Although on average, the results may look good in a monthly or yearly basis, but we cannot use the daily and hourly results, which are very important for extreme studies. We also cannot make future projections because this set point is very much a model and region dependent variable, and we cannot draw from literature data on future air conditioning adoption projections. This inspired us to develop this explicit AC adoption scheme where we decide to separate the two functions of proxy set point and use two independent parameters to represent them. The maximum indoor temperature now indicates a saturation set point in the model, which basically means if this area has 100% AC adoption, the indoor set point is equivalent to this temperature. Now, if it's a warm day, that the indoor temperature is below proxy set point, but has already gone over the proxy set point, the model will calculate an AC energy flux under a saturated AC adoption. And part of that will be delivered outside, and how much of that is based on the an quantitative AC adoption parameter, that is PAC. And the residual, the remaining part of the AC energy flux will be kept inside to update the indoor air temperature for the next time step. And this process remains the same when the temperature gets hotter. The AC energy flux just increases based on the heat transfer processes. As we can see, because now we've separated the functions of the proxy set point, we can now use data we can now collect data to get the ground truth for what saturation set point should be in the area and what is the AC adoption rate should be in that area. Now we can, these parameters don't need to be tuned based on how much energy is in the area, and we can have more accurate hourly or daily results. This AC adoption scheme was developed on my personal org, and we're trying to incorporate it into a future release of CTSM. And if you're interested, you can follow along this pull request. I also have like 3 QR codes in the end. To support the scheme, we built a present-day global and survey-based AC adoption rate dataset that is spatially explicit at country and sub-country level. We collected AC adoption rate data for 35 countries and regions from the literature, from the International Energy Agency, etc. And we have sub-country level data for US, Australia, and China. You may notice that for China, now there are overlaid dots on top of it. This indicates that the data comes from a number of AC units per household. In fact, we have data for a number of AC units per household for 196 countries, which is much wider coverage. We were able to then use the common countries within these two data sets to derive a piecewise linear regression model with saturation to allow us to have PAC, which is AC adoption rate data for 196 countries. Right now, the model parameterizes urban properties based on 33 regions in the world. And after this data set, we have about 258 regions in the world, which is much higher, more heterogeneous representation of the urban area. And then we gridded to the desired resolution and performed grid cell-based nearest neighbor gap filling so that we have surface data that is that CTSM needs to run. This data set is also publicly available, and we have tabular format, gridded format, and shapefile format to satisfy the needs for different requirements. This can be used by other Earth system models and perhaps other large-scale independent system models or analyses that may benefit from this data set. So how did we do? Did we really deliver on our promise that this will improve the performance of energy modeling? We can take a look at how we compare with the anthropogenic heat flux due to AC from the original scheme to the current explicit AC scheme. So this observation estimate is derived based on publicly available data. While it's very easy to find how much energy is consumed for each country and therefore the anthropogenic heat flux estimates for each country, it is very hard to find how much AC energy use is, like what is a fraction of AC energy use within that larger total energy consumption. This is why I only have 14 countries. This number here indicates the total anthropogenic heat due to AC that's plotted on this map. We can see that under the original scheme, there is a large underestimation of AC energy flux, and the spatial correlation is relatively low. Whereas under the explicit AC adoption scheme, we improved on the magnitude and spatial correlation of our AC energy flux calculations. If we zoom in to different regions, we can take a closer look. We can see that under the original AC adoption scheme, most of the West Coast and parts of the Middle East and the Northeast area in the US, as well as the entire Europe and Japan, has virtually zero AC energy consumption under present day. Whereas under the new scheme, we're able to capture a lot of these variations, especially in larger urban metropolitan areas. And we actually did really well in Japan, both in terms of magnitude and spatial correlation. This indicates that having this explicit AC adoption scheme with the data set, we're able to improve the model performance on AC energy flux. But that is not all the benefits to this explicit AC adoption scheme. It also enabled us to do global scale experiments on what it means by having different AC adoption rate under future climates. We demonstrate this with a set of simulations. Here we're looking at a pair of simulations. When one, we run it with fully saturated AC adoption everywhere, and compared it with another simulation where we run it with the AC adoption rate data set. The first figure here, basically the red area means there's a large change in AC adoption rate, and these areas, as you may imagine, would then experience a large AC energy flux changes. And this is generally true. As we can see, most of the red areas has visible AC flux changes between the two simulations. And these areas also correspondingly experience an increase in 2-meter air temperature. This is the effect of the feedback we were discussing at the start of the presentation. And we also compared another two simulations where one is run with a present day AC adoption rate, and the other one is run with a very low AC adoption rate of 3%. Similarly, we have areas where there's large change in AC adoption rate, and areas with very small changes, mostly in the global south. While it follows the previous observation that we had, the places with red AC adoption rate changes, which means it's large change, we can see a discernible AC energy flux changes. But what's interesting is that even in areas with small AC adoption rate changes, like the Indian Peninsula and the Middle East, we see as large AC energy flux increase in these areas as those places with large AC adoption rate changes. And these areas actually had a higher air temperature changes than those red areas from the first figure. And this is very interesting, and it indicates that these areas, their AC energy flux is more sensitive to AC adoption rate changes, and at the same time, their air temperature seems to be more sensitive to AC energy flux changes as well. And this would have implications on future energy planning if we want to be climate aware and to ensure the comfort and health of our citizens. A small summary so far, we developed AC adoption rate, explicit AC adoption scheme, and an AC adoption rate dataset. This improved CTSM's performance, enabled new capabilities, and this is a step forward in representing coupled human-urban Earth dynamics in Earth system models. And finally, I wanted to talk about some ongoing efforts we're pursuing here to further enhance the performance and capabilities of the building energy model. This is a representation of kind of what's going on in AC and heating energy modeling in CTSM. While it models the indoor temperature based on the heat transfer processes, we don't consider the humidity effects. And that actually could be pretty significant because especially in humid regions, dehumidification in the summer is consumes a lot of energy. Actually, a study finds that 47% more energy is consumed for the same building if it was in a more humid climate. And second, right now, all heating in CTSM is modeled as burning of fuels on site, which means it cannot model the processes of taking heat from outside to warm the inside. It's kind of like the reverse of AC, and that is what we call heat pumps. And this is going to be increasingly more important because many countries in the world are undergoing building electrification to support the net zero energy transition. For example, in the US, the Biden administration and 25 state governors pledged that we want to quadruple the heat pump adoptions in homes by 2030, which is a very ambitious goal. This is why we're gonna improve the model on these two aspects. First of all, we'll model the indoor latent heat and therefore AC dehumidification energy. This will allow us to better, to improve the model performance further, and it will have implications on indoor and outdoor humid heat exposure evaluations. Secondly, we will sort of mirroring the AC modeling, we will have an air source heat pump scheme where if the places adopts an air source heat pump, we're able to model this also positive feedback, but in the winter, so that we can also evaluate the building electrification scenarios under climate mitigation strategies. This brings me to the end of my presentation. As promised, there are 3 QR codes here. First is a preprint to our study. It's currently it's accepted to be published at James, and second is a pull request I showed earlier, and last one is the data set. With that, I conclude my presentation, and I would welcome any questions or comments.
Great, thank you, Kathy. We have a couple minutes for questions. Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
Great talk, Kathy. I'm wondering from an impacts point of view, do you need to be able to explicitly model both with and without air conditioning so you know what the internal temperatures are? This is like maybe just a further extension of what you're doing. So what you're doing, a one representative building right now, right? Is that right, or am I getting that wrong?
Are you asking if within a grid cell there's one representative building?
For each class, yeah.
Yeah, in each urbanicity class there is one representative building, yes.
So what I'm saying is maybe from an impacts point of view, you want to know what it'd be like with and without air conditioning for a health point of view. Is there a point in time you think you'd be able to do that?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think if what we want to do is to just model with and without air conditioning, we can do that already with our current scheme, even the previous scheme. But if we want to really assess the impact of, say, future warming, the current resolution may not be enough, may not be fine enough for us to do that on a finer scale level. And like you said, we would need to have more finer representation of the urban area. With that, then we can have maybe this building actually has air conditioning and the other building doesn't have it, instead of this average representation of an adoption rate. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I was just thinking it was a future research thing when you're thinking more of impacts rather than energy, because you're doing an amazing job getting the energy right, but if you don't know what it's like inside the buildings without air conditioning, that might be problematic for a health perspective if you're trying to do that analysis.
Yeah. I think, yeah, we can definitely look at that with the current scheme as well. We just need to remove the AC or set the AC adoption to 0. But I think we cannot fully trust that number in the current model. For one, it is an average representation of the buildings. It doesn't reflect what it would be like in each individual building in the area. And using the current scheme, because we have to reset the indoor temperature using the part of the flux that is not rejected outside to feed into indoors. So it will cause the indoor temperature to be higher than the saturation set point that we set, which means it's almost always going to be higher than the saturation set point, and it's going to be not very livable from a realistic perspective. But that doesn't reflect what will happen in reality.
It wasn't really a question, I was just sort of saying from an impact point of view, like, so we know. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for your question.
Online. Meg, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the really nice talk, Kathy.
Thank you.
I think I'm thinking along the same lines as Peter, kind of how this could be looking at impacts. And I'm curious, I think you showed the mean response of 2-meter temperature. Would we expect a difference on like the hottest days, like 99th percentile, if more air conditioners are working harder? Should that have a bigger impact on 2-meter temperature?
Yeah, definitely. We didn't, because we run the simulation for monthly timescale. That's the results that I showed in the presentation. But we do have one run, I think, that was done for hourly and daily results. And in some that is interesting, because in some places there is a very distinct increase, kind of like a exponential increase when it gets to really high temperature, but some places it's still fairly linear, and we don't fully understand the reason behind it, but we have some hypotheses, I guess, and we're actually going to look at what extremes mean, because now we have this tool. We'll look at what how this coupling is going to behave under temperature extremes.
That's awesome news. I look forward to seeing it. Thanks.
Thank you.
And then Kathy, we can take one more questions, but will you stop sharing your screen so I can get us?
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Go ahead, Josh.
So thank you for the great talk.
Thank you.
I tend to think of the urban model as, when I think it's used, I think of focus on the heavily urbanized areas because of the heat canyon model. And in that case, air conditioning in warm weather can have a big effect in those zones. And as you were talking, I was like, what about heating in winter? And clearly you're adding that in. My question is, in an urban environment, what effect is that known to have? And does it have similar sort of effects? I can't imagine. I mean, the heat effects in summer are so severe that is it a similar effect in the winter?
Yeah. I think we could talk about it in, I guess, the present day heating equipment, which is mostly, at least in the US, based on fuel. And if that's the case, we actually see a little bit of benefit because the more you use heating, the more you also warm up the urban environment, and then that sort of mitigates the heating you need. And it's kind of a negative feedback. And in our previous work, we did see that because of this feedback, in making future projections, heating is much more linear response than AC. AC, because of the positive feedback, it gets more exponential towards the end of the century. But if we are going to switch to air source heat pump, as it's going to happen in many parts of the world, we might see, similar to AC, a positive feedback where the more you use air source heat pump, the urban temperature gets lower, and maybe that dictates you need even more heating requirements. But I think it's slightly more mitigated than AC in the summer because you also generate a little bit of waste heat because the equipment is not 100% efficient. It doesn't convert all the energy you need to heating. It also releases a little bit of waste heat, so that sort of mitigates the heating part of the feedback. And how much that matters, I guess we'll only know if we model it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. I'm in an area where basically all winter heating is done with HVAC, so with heat pumps. So, it's sort of interesting. But I'm not in an urban area, so I don't really know. I'd be interested to see whether you're adding capacities which are potentially useful outside the urban environment for, additional calculation and sort of mitigation questions as well. So I think that it'll be interesting to see where this research goes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker is Lei Zhao, also from the University of Illinois.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. As a last speaker for the morning session, I'm sorry to hold you off with lunch. I will try to speed up. So my name is Lei. I'm very happy to be here to share actually a number of the work that our CESM urban group did in the past several years. Actually, surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, the urban representation is not common in global scale Earth models. We'll get to that point in my talk, but hopefully my presentation can show us that representing urban scale processes and dynamics in Earth models is quite useful and quite important. Okay, of course, the work I uncover is done by my group member, by my students, as well as my long-term collaborators, like Keith, Bill, Peter, Dave, Nkar, and Kier from Yale, Ali from Princeton, and Pierre from Columbia, and Scott from Guelph. All right, so let's start with a figure that we maybe already see many times, like this kind of typical multi-model projections or multi-model simulations, showing the global surface climate projections. The reason I have a cosign on the surface is a question to ask is whether this modeled results are good enough or are good for urban areas. So the answer is probably a little bit disappointing because if you look at all the state-of-the-art global scale Earth models or climate models, you will see that nearly all of the large-scale global scale Earth models lack an urban representation. And so what does that mean? That means, so the typical multi-model simulations or multi-model projections that we see, although it's called global surface climate, but they are essentially global non-urban surface climate because the urban area is not explicitly represented in the model domain. This is a legacy issue because the early versions of these models are designed for large-scale dynamics, climate feedbacks, and then urban is too small, only 1 to 2 or 2 to 3% depending on your definition of urban. So very small fraction of the Earth's land surface. So it's probably very hard to cause any discernible large-scale feedbacks or dynamics. So it was ignored or just represented as a bare rock or bare soil in most of the models. However, nowadays, in recent decade, people realize that although it's small, but it carries a lot of the impacts, carry a lot of waste, a lot of the risk, because of the more than half of the world population lived in urban. That's a place where is concentrated by population, by infrastructure, by assets. And in addition to the typical heat stress, a lot of the globally recognized environmental problems such as the water scarcity, pollution, energy insecurity are either exacerbated by or rooted from the urban settings, the uniqueness of urban landscape. And those risks are expected to be worsened in the future because of the rapid and massive urban development coupled with climate change. So it's important, yet largely still underrepresented in the global scale models. However, luckily we have CESM, right? And so we have, it's actually one of the few, in CESM 5 it's probably the only one that has a physically based urban representation. In CESM 6, multiple modern groups around the world start to build their urban components, but still, it is one of the few exceptions that has explicit urban representation in the land heterogeneity, as you can see here. And for the folks here that are not very familiar with the urban models, here is just a very brief background. So that's how CESM or CTSM represents the urban. So you can see the panel B, that is we call it conceptual urban canyon model, which give a very simple geometry but represent essential components of the urban surfaces that interact with the lower atmosphere. You can see the roofs, the sunlit and shaded wall, and the impervious surfaces, and how they interact with the lower atmosphere. So with this tool, we actually did a lot of the interesting work that's to help us understand urban climate. For example, the first one I want to show is the kind of understanding urban heat at large scales. So this is actually a work that we did with Keith back in my PhD time. So we use this model and coupled with we developed a analytic attribution model or analytical framework that you can see here. We actually can partition or decompose the contribution of urban heat island to each biophysical processes. As you can see, the bars here represent, for example, radiation contribution, convection contribution, evapotranspiration, storage, or anthropogenic heat. And we find a kind of a previously largely ignored contributor, which is the convection efficiency, that how the urban surface convect the heat away from the surface, in addition to evapotranspiration difference that contribute to the urban heat island. And we further apply this analytic model and the CESM simulation to cities in China. And we find very interesting is all the daytime results are very similar with the US results or North American results. But the nighttime one, nighttime one is supposed to be your nighttime CHI is supposed to have a good correlation with kind of urban morphology. Here we use population or population density as a proxy for how densely built your city is. But we didn't find a good kind of statistically significant correlation in Chinese cities. And then we wonder what's the difference. And then we were reminded that, okay, the Chinese cities are more polluted than the ones that we look in the US. And you find actually it has a pretty good correlation with aerosol optical depths. And then this is actually an interesting result because it's actually can be viewed as a evidence to show the biophysical effects of the aerosol on the urban land, on the urban climate. It was previously not well understood largely because of the opposite effects of aerosol on the shortwave side and the longwave side. So in generally, aerosol is reduced the shortwave radiation that can reach to the ground, so which has a cooling effects. But it can also have a greenhouse effects because it can have a more, it can absorbing and emitting more long radiation at the atmospheric window region under specific conditions, depending on the size, distribution, a lot of the aerosol properties. And then we find this actually we can use the model to distinguish these effects and to show that, for example, here, the daytime one, you can see the warming effects is non-significant because they have two effects. The shortwave and longwave, they are competing, right? They are there are the opposite effects. Whereas when nighttime, when there's no sunlight, the greenhouse gas outweigh. So greenhouse gas effects outweigh. So it shows that the UHI interacts with the air pollution, the haze pollution. And also we further look at how UHI interacts with the climate extremes. For example, in this case, heat wave. Let's see, this is a rural and urban general temperature in normal days. And let's see during the heat wave events. If your rural and urban temperature rise similarly, you should have the same UHI. But instead, in a lot of cases, we see urban actually suffer even more. And then we use CESM with the urban model to see whether this is a persistent effect. And here I showed all the red bars. Let me see. The blue bars are normal days, and all the open bars are temperate region. Solid bars are dry region, and the blue are the normal days, and the red bars are extreme days. So you can see actually we do show this kind of a pattern in the temperate region under present day climate, that we show this kind of synergistic effects between UHI and heat wave, but it's kind of diminished in the temperate region under climate change. But the other thing occurred in dry region. Actually, the synergistic effects keep developing under climate change. And on nighttime, we see a consistent synergistic effects across climate zones and across climate scenarios. Okay, and then back to the questions that we know we don't have too many models that have urban. So urban representation is extremely scarce in the global scale climate models. Then the question to us is then can we provide similarly like this kind of multi-model projections, but for urban specific signals? Because we know that there are a lot of benefits with multi-model results. So we developed a kind of urban climate emulator work based on CESM urban. So we can train a physics-informed emulator and then apply that emulator to other models that do not have urban representation to provide the global multi-model urban projections. So here is a work that we did to project the urban-specific warming, and we also have other variables. But here, just show an example of we can use this to show a multi-model climate projections just for urban areas specifically. And this is mean results. So average urban climate state. I think this is in the summer. And we also look at the extremes. So here shows the future urban heat waves, which is not very surprisingly. So on all the dimensions like intensity, frequency, duration, total days, we see a increase of the severity of the urban heat waves. But what's really interesting is with this kind of multi-model urban heat wave projections, with our CESM large ensemble, we can actually distinguish or can actually understand this uncertain structure. So what's interesting here is we showed that actually the multi-model, the structural uncertainty, actually you can see at average dimension is contribute more than 50% of the uncertainty. So what that means actually the rely on a single model is not that good because the large contribution from the structural uncertainty. So to demonstrate this point, we use a kind of green swan heatwave events to show this. For example, assimilating unlikely heatwave events using a single model, just use CESM. But if you look at multi-model results, give you a much higher probability or likelihood. All right, and next thing we look at is the urban humid heat. So many urban climates are categorized by warming and drying kind of characteristics, right? So, for example, urban heat island, an urban dry island, or the projected future of the urban get warmer and also get drying. So here, the reason I have a cosine for drying is here I only showed our results using relative humidity. So it's not necessarily really dry, depends, but using relative humidity, it shows a consistent drying trend in the future. So then you might wonder, okay, so urban is both warmer and dry by both either climate change or urbanization, so urban versus rural. Then maybe the heat stress, the wrap-up temperature, so the heat stress proxies or heat stress the measures, maybe urban is okay because the the opposing effects of temperature and humidity, right? So in terms of heat stress, maybe urban is okay. So this is one of our recent work that we developed the analytic model again to decompose the urban dry bulb heat island into the contribution of urban heat island and contribution of urban dry island. And then here we can see that indeed urban dry island does have some of the mitigating effects, especially over dry regions or intermediate. But wet regions, actually you see that effect, that mitigating effects is diminished. So wetter climates, actually the dry parts doesn't help. We further apply this, we further develop the model into process level understanding so that we can distinguish between what caused this kind of urban web of heat island. So we can show the dynamic mixing contribution and the diabatic heating difference between urban and rural. And this is urban versus rural, right? And how about climate change? Actually, here we showed that under climate change, still you see a largely increase the heat stress. So despite the projected urban drying trend, especially the 5 rectangular we highlight here, the hotspot regions near equator regions, you can see they had a pretty strong increase in the urban heat stress. And what's and coupled with the projected urban population use exposure is even more striking. What's really interesting here is actually we see that actually humidity contributes a lot to this kind of increased heat stress, even higher than temperature. Okay, and then this kind of insights not only just give us the understanding of how the heat stress in the future will look like, urban heat stress look like in the future, but also provide some kind of insights regarding the adaptation. So here we plot all the cities in this kind of cooling, green infrastructure cooling efficacy at wetness kind of space. So the x-axis is the long-term precipitation mean. So basically means how wet your city is. And the vertical axis is the cooling efficacy proxy. So you can see all the cities lined up very nicely in this kind of exponential curve. What that means? It means like you can see in the wet cities where you have ample water resource, but the cooling efficacy is pretty small because the water air is almost saturated with the humidity, right? And then the dry region where you don't have a lot of ample precipitation, your cooling efficacy is high. So basically where you want to cool, or where you can cool more efficient, you don't have the water, where you have ample water resource, the cooling efficacy is pretty low. To put things even more complex, so the web of temperature we are using is essentially a proxy of the Morse state energy or enthalpy, right? So then, based on the analytic model we developed, that means when you plant more trees to cool down the urban canopy, you cool down the dry bulb temperature, but at the cost of increased moisture. So essentially, the enthalpy is a conserved enthalpy, it's a conserved quantity through this process, right? So that means that it occurs to us that in turn, we always talk about green infrastructure as cooling or evaporative cooling. It is evaporative cooling in terms of dry bulb temperature, but in terms of the humid heat stress, is it really a evaporative cooling strategy? So that's something that I think is very interesting to investigate. So the next just a few minutes, I just want to show there's a few kind of model development work that we did lately. So here are some summarized that it's very difficult to improve the urban model. We at least several of the key challenges. The first one we already talked about this. So large urban underrepresentation in the SODA global scale models. Second is the consistent global scale urban surface data sets, and also the understanding and representing the processes. So like what we all did for other stuff, we always have the key challenges for the data, for the computing, and for the science. But still, we are trying our best to improve this grid tool. The first one is a dynamic urban CESM. So here, this again a schematic of the CESM. A long time kind of limitation for the urban representation in CESM is that it has a static urban. So it means the urban doesn't change along the time, but which is apparently not accurate, right? The urban is projected to keep expanding and basically rapid urbanization. So what we did is So we want the urban, like other landscape in the CESM, it can be dynamically changed. So we develop a dynamic urban scheme so that we can allow the urban evolve in the model. But of course, the land cannot just disappear in the model, right? There will be energy and balance and mass issue with this. So we need to conserve the energy and balance in the model. And generally, this is a default or the original static urban representation. And now we have a dynamic, which the model can read each year's different urban fraction and then model it progressively. So, and this, the dynamic urban scheme or dynamic urban representation has already been merged into the main tree. So if you're interested, feel free to check it out. And the next one is actually what Kathy already presented just right before my presentation. So I just skip that part. It's the explicit AC adoption scheme. The last one that I want to show is we are also developing to my knowledge, I think this is the first of its kind global high resolution urban surface data sets we want to support the high resolution Earth system modeling in the future. Because I think as the Earth system model run at higher and higher resolution, a good urban representation is inevitable. So what we did is, we have this schematic. Actually, it's a simple schematic, but we need all the parameters, right? So like the albedo, emissivity, all those parameters to run the model. So the model needs to solve equations based on a lot of those kind of surface properties. But to get this surface properties accurately and at a high resolution globally, it's really hard. And so what currently CESM has is a kind of what I think Jackson, Johan, and Keith, they did many years ago. Jackson et al. Paper that they, based on the limitation of the data set at that time, so they divide the whole globe into 33 regions. And as you can see here, each region have the same cities, which is two cores, right? If you look at China, the whole China has only one type of city. The whole US has 6 cities, right? So it's very coarse resolution, very coarse grained, I should say. So now we are trying to leverage as much as we can all the newest the satellite data, the products, the computing power, a lot of things. We're trying to synthesize a lot of things and develop new algorithm to estimate the parameters so that we can have all the parameters that the CESM urban needs in a consistent and high resolution way. So here are just some results, and you can see this is now it shows a lot of this is just use roof, is a roof fraction. Use roof fraction example to show how how it can resolve the surface heterogeneity and at a global scale. So to compare, so for example, the upper panel is the default data sets. You can see the US. So the whole globe is 33 regions. If you see the US part, 6 colors, right? And now currently, we use a roof emissivity example. Currently, the 1 kilometer continuous survey data sets. We don't have the 33 or whatever regions, but just every grid point is different. Every 1 kilometer is a different value. Even we aggregate that into the 1 degree, which the climate model usually run, the nominal 1 degree resolution, you can still see it resolves much better spatial heterogeneity compared to the default data sets. And here, the last one is just showing I think it's pretty cool to show the different types of parameters and how it compares with current data sets, so the global distribution and where the values are. Yeah, and the last is I just want to share another thing that I'm very excited. I don't have the slides here, but just another thing about the urban model development we just started is collaborating with Scott and PC, we're gonna develop a explicit vegetation representation in the urban canyon. So as you can see the schematic, I just showed we have impervious surface. We have pervious and impervious surface, but we don't have explicit trees. So we're gonna develop the urban tree in the model. Yep, and that's it. And with that, I want to conclude, and any comments and questions are very much appreciated. Thank you.
Any questions for Lei?
Yes.
Hey, this is very inspiring.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have questions about, the impact of the heat in the urban. Because I know, especially for people working in the public health, they have built like statistical model to evaluate, how the heat, to impacts, and also, your students, like the relative humidity impacts. I just found like this could be really hard because do you have like a perspective like how far you want to go? Because you already multiply the population with the heat to estimate the exposure.
Yeah.
But if we have like some mortality data, some public health data, the humidity traditionally has been regarded as a confounder in those models. So that's why the reason the relative humidity is not considered, right?
Yeah.
So
Very good question.
some people working on the impact model probably say we just need your climate variables to combine it with our health model.
Yeah. That's a very good question. Actually, we do collaborate a lot with the public health experts or epidemiologists to see how far we can reach to the health side. But it's actually very difficult, especially like you mentioned exposure, right? Actually, that's a very hard part. We show this is, I still think the way that we show it is more like from a climate scientist perspective. So we see, we project climate variables and then see population. But if you really think about this, it's actually not the real exposure. One thing is it's very hard to track the indoor and outdoor. So that's actually a big confounder in the technologies that I work with. They find because it's for our model, we only show the ambient environment, and there's always, especially for urban rural. But when a lot of people work in urban, but they mostly indoor, right? So the urban heat island might affect outdoor people, but not necessarily indoor. So it's really hard to track this. So that's why I don't have the health expertise. So I collaborate with the epidemiologists to see anything that we can do. Usually we need to couple it with some kind of more detailed tracking data sets, to really know this. But there are, I think, my perspective is currently there are way more uncertainty in that side, even larger than our climate side. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Any other questions or just discussion on this session in general? Questions for the other speakers? Just a couple minutes. Cutting into lunch, it sounds like. So we'll go ahead and wrap up. The DI session in the Damon room, it starts at 12:40, but go ahead and get lunch, and you can bring your lunch up into that room, and then we'll reconvene back here at 1:40.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We had this area staked out, but
Yeah.
good, yeah, access to the door, you need to leave, but. Okay.
You wanna look at anything? Or?
Nah.
Okay.
Still a huge one.
Terrible time.
Best slides.
It's been a little break then. Yeah. Still through and then, yeah. So those screens are shared, yeah.
Okay.
So general. You wanna? I'm signing up for a president.
The convex mics follow suit, so you need to press the button and then it'll vibrate. Sometimes it has trouble finding the Bluetooth connection, so just wave it around until it does.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I was interested in cheap violence.
Yes, you have to.
You created the requirement.
I think all the decisions should be.
Yeah, thanks. And then when we have a remote, can you just switch
Yeah,
over?
I'll take care of it.
A lot of it's from. It's good. It's a little bit. It's cheap.
It's not important now. I think I just need to people, are you okay? I think that would help. It's not smart person's help, yeah, it's really, I just like to know, it's my take.
It's 5 years to get reviews.
So now we're. Drink too much coffee or too jittery. It's definitely not that. You don't drink coffee, It is a drug.
It's a drug. For better or worse.
Post-coffee crash. I'm gonna drink.
Some places recognize as like valuable hydration. Makes you really curious.
I think that's self-identify.
Right, yeah, exactly.
In that alone is there's like the ideas.
Right, yeah, yeah. People would be good. Sure.
Alright, so advance, go back, and let's
It was really hard to get it to work. Try advancing a slide. It doesn't matter where you point to. Now it's awake. And go back and now see if it works. You have to hold it for a while. I don't know. I would just use the mouse.
It did just work, but,
I saw it come up just briefly.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you point it.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, so the laptop and the video wall are acting as dual screens, so sometimes you need to drag it from the laptop screen to the video wall.
So it might be best if you stand in front of the laptop so you can see if it's stuck there.
alright, well. Thanks. Alright, hope everybody had a good lunch. Right now we're gonna talk about some fire and crop related talks. And first up is Robert Allen, who's gonna talk about idealized CO2.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Robert Allen from UC Riverside. And I'm going to be talking about some idealized 1% CO2 CNF6 experiments, specifically looking at the response of wildfire activity in the 7 models that have a fire module. So just some standard background slides. So fire is a complex system that is responding to many different factors, including, for example, weather down here. And these are things like wind speed, relative humidity, rainfall temperature, the amount of solar radiation. We of course also have fuel, so the amount of biomass, the type of biomass, the condition of the biomass, how dry it is, how flammable it is. We also have ignition sources, which include both natural sources such as lightning-caused ignitions, and then of course human-caused ignitions. And then we also have fuel management and fire management over here on the left, and these include things like fire suppression. Changes in many of these factors are increasing the risk of wildfire globally. So this is a slide from a paper that came out a few months ago, showing you the amount of PM 2.5 broken down by large regions in the United States, regional regions, and it's showing you from about 2000 to 2015, there were some significant reductions in PM 2.5, so air quality is improving, but then you can see that there's an inflection point around 2015, where this downward trend has reversed, both in terms of the whole regional, the continental United States there on the left, and you can see that it's largely driven by the regions in the west, so the northwest, the west, as well as the southwest. And the authors attribute this reversal in PM 2.5 largely due to the increase in wildfire activity. And in the United States as a whole, they estimated that about 25% of PM 2.5 is due to wildfire emissions, and in the West, it could be as large as 50%. So, you know, what are the factors driving these changes in wildfire activity? You know, is it largely a climate-related signal, warming and drying, for example? What about changes in vegetation, both in terms of the amount of vegetation, but also the vegetation characteristics, how dry, how flammable it is. And of course, there's a lot of observations that have shown the terrestrial biosphere has become greener over the last 35 years, so an increase in leaf area index. And several of these studies suggest that the dominant driver of this greening of our planet is due to the CO2 fertilization effect. So there's a lot of words on here, but I'll just break it down. So this is kind of a slide that kind of highlights the modeling experiments that I used. So again, this comes from the CMEP6 archive, 1% CO2 experiments. So you're starting in pre-industrial with prescribed atmospheric CO2 concentrations that increase at 1% every year from the baseline of 284 ppm. In the 1% CO2 runs, both the biogeochemical and radiative processes can respond to the increase in atmospheric CO2. Everything else is fixed. Okay, so land use is fixed at 1850 conditions, population is fixed at 1850 conditions, and all the other greenhouse gases and aerosols and all the other climate perturbations are also fixed at 1850. I mentioned how 7 CMEP6 Earth system models have a fire module that can simulate wildfire activity in response to changes in the factors that I showed on the first slide. The important thing here to note is that although these models are able to simulate emissions from wildfires, including, for example, CO2 and aerosol precursor gases, these emissions do not feed back onto the climate. Right, so the climate can drive changes in wildfire activity, but the corresponding emissions cannot feed back on the climate. So there were some additional analogous simulations that were conducted as part of CMEP6, where only the biogeochemical processes over land and ocean respond to the increase in atmospheric CO2. So these are the 1% per year CO2 BGC runs in blue. And then there are also these 1% CO2 rad runs, where the increase in atmospheric CO2, basically the radiative transfer parameterization model can see the increase in CO2. So you have warming and drying, but the land and the ocean, in terms of the biogeochemical processes, does not see the evolution of atmospheric CO2. So most of this analysis is focused on the last 40 years of these simulations. And by year 140, of course, CO2 has increased significantly, by quadrupling. So I'll show the results in this last 40 years of the simulation. But I basically get similar results at time of CO2 doubling with about half the magnitude. So it's just first some model evaluation, looking at the historical run coupled with a few years of SSP 585. This is a diagram showing you the annual mean climatology on the left, broken down by world regions, which are shown on the right. Overall land world regions, this is the bar on the right. So in terms of the multi-model mean, 90% confidence interval of global fire carbon emissions over all land surfaces, it's 45.3 kilograms carbon per kilometer squared per day. The multi-model mean overestimates the GFED 4.1 estimate. You can kind of see that here. I can't quite show you because this isn't working, but it's the GFED estimate's a little bit higher than the 90% confidence interval based on the model. But based on this other observational data set, NCAR data set, FIN, the models fall within the 90% confidence interval. You can see there's a lot of model diversity across these different world regions. There's some notable biases, particularly some underestimation biases. For example, in the United States, which is the second bar there, you can see all the models, except for CSM2 actually, which is the green plus. Most of the models, except for CSM2, are overestimating the observational estimates for annual mean climatology of fire carbon emissions over this country. So although uncertainties exist, there's a lot of diversity, particularly across regions. Models can generally reproduce the observed climatology of fire carbon emissions. So here are the results. This is the change in fire carbon emissions. In the last 4 years of the simulation, CO2 is quadrupled by the end. And I've broken things down by the left panel is 1% CO2, the middle panel is the biogeochemically coupled version only, and the right-hand panel is the radiatively coupled version only. And then the bottom set of three panels is showing you how robust the responses are, and quantified as a percentage of models that agree on the sign of the fire response. So you can immediately see a high degree of correspondence between the fire carbon response, between the 1% CO2 run on the left and the BGC run in the middle. Large increases. So the large increase in the 1% CO2 run seems to be largely driven by the response in the BGC run. The radiatively coupled version of the model experiments on the right is showing you a very different picture. There's decreases over most regions, particularly in the tropics, with some weaker increases in the higher northern hemisphere latitudes. So again, there's most of the increase in fire carbon emissions in the 1% CO2 run is largely driven by the BGC run. This is that was the multi-model mean. This is a breakdown of all the individual models. The numbers in parentheses are the percentage change, where the numbers in non-parentheses are just the absolute magnitude of the change. So you can see there's quite a bit of model diversity. GFDL stands out as a very large outlier, very huge, 408% increase in global fire carbon emissions at a 1% CO2. With the multi-model mean, without the GFDL model, is about 81%. Another point here is that you can see there's non-linearity in the response. So, for example, if you were to add the change in fire carbon emissions in the BGC run with that in the radiatively coupled only run, you can see that that's not going to give you the fire carbon response in the 1% CO2 run. So there's non-linearity, and in many of the models, particularly those that use the CLM model, so CSM2, for example, NORISM2LM, for example, you can see that the response in the 1% per year CO2 run is actually larger than the sum of the individual modeling experiments. So this non-linearity could be related to the fact that there is some climate change in the BGC run, which I'll show in a second, but I don't think that's the cause. I think it's ultimately related to a superposition of the dryness, enhanced dryness, which occurs under the radiatively coupled version of the model, and the enhanced biomass which is what you get under the BGC version of the model. So the importance of the interactions between both the physical drivers as well as the biotic drivers. So this is showing you the climate response in the BGC runs. So these climate responses are simply due to the fact that the biomass is changing. And I'll show that there's very large increases in biomass as quantified by NPP in a second. But the panel A there, you can see that there's a multi-model mean increase in near surface air temperature over most world regions. So there's warming. There's also drying. So panel C is showing you a decrease in near surface relative humidity. Panel G is showing you a decrease in precipitation in most world regions. So this warming and drying is likely largely driven by this decrease in transpiration, which is panel F over there. So the multi-model mean decrease is -15 plus or minus 8%. And this is consistent with the CO2 fertilization effect and reduce the model conductance under higher CO2. So more efficient stomata that are losing less water to the atmosphere. You can see that this has other impacts on the climate system, this decrease in transpiration and this drying of the atmosphere. You can see decreases in total cloud cover in panel D, largely in the northern hemisphere, mid and high latitudes. And that in turn is what I think is driving the large increase in net surface solar radiation, which is panel H, and you get warming there. The warming in the tropics, I think, is largely due to more surface sensible heat flux, which is panel I. But again, that's a consequence of the decrease in transpiration. More of the surface energy is going into surface sensible heat flux, which manifests itself as a change in temperature. So ultimately, the BGC run, I think, is telling us that the CO2 fertilization effect is impacting the energy, the water, and the momentum fluxes, as well as climate. It's giving us warming, it's giving us drying, it's giving this increase in wildfire activity. And ultimately, this is going to mute any enhanced carbon sequestration by the increase in biomass, and this is important for land-based climate policies as well as these natural climate solutions such as trilling trees. So this panel is similar to the change in fire carbon emissions, but it's showing you the change in net primary productivity, NPP. So similar to the plot for fire carbon emissions, you can see that 1% CO2, panel A, and 1% CO2, BGC, large increases. The responses are very robust across the models, panel D and E. And furthermore, panel A and B look very similar, right? So most of the increase in net primary productivity in the 1% CO2 run is largely due to biogeochemical effects, as opposed to the radiative effects of CO2. And in fact, panel C is showing you the radiative effects of CO2 generally lead to a decrease in net primary productivity, largely in the tropics. The global mean, overall 7 models is minus 7.3 plus or minus 4.5%, with 6 of the 7 models showing a global mean decrease in the rat experiment. There are increases in NPP in the higher northern hemisphere latitudes, and that response is also robust in panel F. And this is kind of consistent with the warming at the higher latitudes, leading to a longer growing season and enhanced net primary productivity there. Okay. So there's an increase in fire carbon emissions in these experiments. These are, again, 1% CO2. They're idealized. What about in the more realistic future emission scenarios, particularly those that have a large increase in CO2? So this is showing similar responses in the SSP 370. So annual mean fire carbon response is in panel A. So most world regions, you're getting an increase. The model agreement is on panel B. Again, most regions are showing you a high degree of model agreement. So there are some differences. It turns out that the GFDL model is less of an outlier in the SSP 370. And if we recalibrate the change in global fire carbon emissions, without the GFDL model. And if we normalize by the change in CO2, which is different between the two, 1% CO2 and SSP 370, we actually find very similar global mean changes in fired carbon emissions, 0.05 versus 0.04 kilograms of carbon per kilometer squared per day, per ppm. The increase in fired carbon response in the SSP 370 is also related to an increase in MPP and CO2 fertilization. There are additional complications in interpreting the fire response under the SSP simulations because, of course, many other things are changing. Land use is changing, population is changing. As soon as you start changing population, you start changing how the model parameterizes ignitions, which is largely based on population as well as GDP. And the panel C here is showing you the change in crop fat fraction in SSP 370. It's the last 40 years relative to pre-industrial. You can see there's a large buildup of crop fraction in many world regions. And you can see that where there's decreases in fire in panel A, they generally correspond to where there's regions of large increases in crop fraction in panel C. This explains to some extent why the GFDL model is less of an outlier in SSP 370 than it was in 1% CO2, because in 1% CO2, there's no changes in land fraction. And I further verified the importance of crop fraction in trying to understand these differences in fire carbon emissions by looking at these SSP 370 versus SSP 370 SSP 126LU, which is the same forcing but with different land use. So I think just to conclude, so there's a robust increase in fire carbon emissions in this 1% CO2 simulation. Most of the response in the fully coupled version of the model, both biogeochemical and radially coupled processes, it happens in the biogeochemically coupled version of the model. It's largely due to a CO2 fertilization effect. So more CO2, the plants take in more carbon, they increase their biomass, they have higher net primary productivity, so there's more fuel to burn. The radiative effects, however, the 1% CO2 RAD, showed non-significant global decreases in fire carbon emissions, except there was a relatively robust response in the higher northern hemisphere latitudes. Again, stressing the importance of kind of the nonlinearity of the response and the importance of both the physical and the biotic factors. It appears that, at least with the models that use the CLM parameterization, the combination of those two factors act to amplify the signal over and above the sum of the individual two, RAD and BGC. Only two of the models that I used have a dynamic global vegetation model. This includes GFDL and MPI. It's likely having a global dynamic vegetation model is important for simulating future changes in fire carbon emissions. And the implications of this, kind of the bigger picture, is that policy efforts to mitigate fire risk should not overlook the importance of ecological drivers. And in the context of these natural carbon or climate solutions, something like trillion trees, which seeks to repopulate the world's forests, should not overlook the potential negative impacts of increased wildfire activity. Obviously, that would offset the whole goal, which is to enhance carbon sequestration. So I'll stop there and take questions.
We're a little over time, so maybe like one question.
You showed that a couple of the models had much more nonlinearity than others when you had all the things happening as opposed to just the BGC effect. Are those models getting hotter than the other models? Do they have higher climate sensitivity?
Well, they definitely share the CLM land model.
It looked like also CMCC.
Right, so that's got the older version of CLM.
But
So
how hot are
there could be more.
You should look up how hot each of the ones are getting if you're looking
Yeah, so
for the nonlinearity.
CSM it warms much more than the multi-model mean in the BGC run. Yeah, I've looked at that a little bit.
In the full run.
Yeah. Say that again?
Okay, look in the full run at how hot they get.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. All right. Okay, next we're gonna hear from Katie Roche. Soil microbes.
It's on here. Yeah, so I'm Katie Rossi.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. No, I know, it's a hard one. No, sorry. I'm not gonna even notice. Yeah, I'm Katie Rossi. I'm a postdoc at University of Colorado, University of Michigan, and I'm often physically here at NPR. And I just want to stop and thank this huge team that's part of this project. It's really like a big project, and so all these people contributed a lot. Okay, let's cover up. Okay, it's just the land, right? Land Mall Working Group. So I think you all probably know this, but litter decomposition is a globally important carbon flux, and I just want to point out that not only is it important for getting plant carbon into the soil, but it's also a huge part of the respiration flux, right? So important, we should care about it. And oh wait. Okay, this is the old version of my slides, so that is okay. So this is kind of our seminal kind of understanding of the controls of decomposition. And so this paper that came out in 1997 kind of found that the two controls of decomposition rate are litter quality, so the chemistry of plant litter, and actual evapotranspiration, which here is representing climate, right? So these two controls. But in my mind, there's something missing here, right? And that is the organisms that are carrying out the decomposition, so soil microbes. And so about 10 years after that paper, Michael Strickland led this paper, and I'm not don't try to too hard to understand this plot, but the important thing to know is that carbon mineralization rates on the y-axis here, which is representative of decomposition, and then the different points or different microbial communities that are being grown in the same conditions. And what you can see is that these lines differ from one another, which means the microbial communities are having an effect on decomposition. I'm going to skip over this slide for now. So if microbial communities matter, what does that mean for ecological processes, right? And so this first plot here is showing conceptually what would be going on if we had this first 1997 kind of level understanding of decomposition, where the different dots here on this plot are different sites with different climate. And you'd imagine if the microbes don't really matter, that under warming, you would just move up this line, right? And you can assume that changes across sites are similar to changes temporally. But if microbial community does matter, you might expect these kind of different trajectories, right? And so if the blue and the green and the red sites all have different microbial communities, they might respond differently to changes in temperature. And so therefore, if you then think about how that will affect things under climate change, you might have all these different kind of responses, right? And so microbes might be important to represent. And I should say that in most land models, this first plot here is what's represented. Okay. So if microbes matter, how do we study them? And so the diversity in the soil is hard to, we can't see it, right? It's like there are these tiny microbes, we cannot see them. And so we had to have these advances empirically with things like amplicon sequencing that allow us to see the microbial diversity in the soil. And then we also have to have model structures that have microbes in them and represent microbial diversity. And so by having both of these tools, we can now really actually investigate the microbes' role in litter decomposition. Okay, so if we want to investigate the influence of climate and litter quality and microbes on litter decomposition, we need a data tool set to do so. And pictured up here are Fiona Jevin and Alex Pelusa, who did all of the field and lab work for this, which is like a ton of work. So I just want to acknowledge that. And And so this experiment is at 11 temperate forest neon sites, which are pictured on this map of the US here. And this project includes incubation that is kind of isolating the microbial effect on litter decomposition, and I won't really talk about that today. A field experiment that's a highly replicated 2-year litter bag study, which I'll talk about in a second, and then the modeling, which is of course the focus of this talk. Okay, so litter bag studies, if you've never heard of a litter bag study or don't know what it is, it's literally they take plant litter and put it in these mesh bags, and they just put it on the surface of the ground and let it decompose over time. And so you come back and you measure the mass of the litter remaining over time to look at decomposition. And this study had 36 litter bags at each site, which is a really high replication. And within those 36, there's 3 different litter types at each site represented, so that can kind of give us variation in litter quality. And then they also measure soil moisture at each plot, and then the sites, as you saw from that map, vary in their mean annual temperature, their mean annual precipitation. And so that we can look at climate with that. And then we also measured microbial diversity in soils under the litter bags using that kind of amplicon sequencing I was talking about earlier. Okay, and so to do the modeling, we're using the MIMICS model, which is the microbial mineral carbon stabilization model that Will and others developed almost 10 years ago now, not to make Will feel old. And since we're focusing on litter decomposition, we're kind of blurring out this kind of second half of the model that's focused on soil organic matter, focusing on the first half of the model. And MIMICS kind of has these 2 pathways here. So there's this fast track where metabolic litter, which is kind of litter that microbes like to eat, is decomposed by these fast-growing R-selected microbes. And then there's like a slower track where the structural litter that's kind of more woody, less palatable to microbes, is decomposed by the K-selected microbes. And so we took a version of the MIMICS model and then added these ghost litter bag pools. And I call them ghost litter bag pools because they don't feed back into the model. The microbes in the model just break down the litter and we can track that, but that carbon does not feed back into the model. And I should also say, since this is a CLM meeting, that MIMICS can go into CLM, but what I'm showing today is offline, just MIMICS by itself data. Okay, so then if we're interested in climate and litter quality in microbial community, how would we assess that with the model? So we have these climate-sensitive litter decomposition microbial kinetic parameters, so we can assess climate effects that way. For litter quality, the partitioning of litter into metabolic and structural litter is determined by the lignin to nitrogen ratio of the plant material. And then for microbial community, we can look at a comparison of the R to K ratio of the microbes. And I should say that the amplicon sequencing data we have gives you a huge diversity of microbes. And so we had to condense that diversity into these 2 functional groups, which there's many ways we could do that, but we used some literature data to do that. Okay. So our starting point, so using kind of out-of-the-box MIMICS, this is what we get. So here the lines are MIMICS output, and then the points with the error bars are field data. And so this looks pretty good, actually, right? Like that's pretty close. It's maybe decomposing a little too slow in MIMICS. And so we don't want to account for that in the analysis we're doing, so we first adjusted the model to just match the data a little bit better. So we hand-tuned the decomposition, like a scalar on decomposition rate, and so that made the data kind of match better there. And then Derek Pearson is in that corner there because we're also using his historically temperature-sensitive parameters that he developed with incubation data from this project, and so we're trying to kind of build on his work there. And so this is kind of our starting point with the model. And so as I said, that looks pretty good, right? But what I'm curious about is whether these decomposition rates are correct for the right reasons, right? Like, are they having the correct drivers underlying them? And that is basically what I just said. So my goal for my part of this project is to really align the drivers in the model with the drivers in the observations. And the way I'm going about doing that is, so this is just an example, this is not actual data, is to calculate the relative effect sizes based on linear mixed effects model in the observations for proxies for climate, microbial community, and litter quality, and then doing the same thing in the model, but then trying to get the plot on on your left to look more like the plot on the right, the plot on the right to look more like the plot on the left. So I'm trying to make the models look like the observations, right? So that's the goal. So here's actual data. So here are the relative effect sizes in the observations. And so you can see that litter quality is the dominant control in the observations, and then microbial community and mean annual temperature are both important. And so with this as our kind of starting point, the actual methods we did. So the way we're trying to match the empirical drivers is by modifying parameters. And so we did Monte Carlo parameter estimation. We did 8,000 random parameter multipliers on 4 parameters, 2 for microbial kinetics and 2 for microbial physiology. And I should say here that we can do this kind of simple Monte Carlo kind of thing because IMIX is relatively simple compared to like CLM, right? So not so fancy. And then we do kind of some basic filtering to filter out a logical parameter set. So that's things where one of the microbial communities doesn't survive, or where microbes are like a crazy large amount of the soil carbon pool. They should only be like 1 to 10%. And then we choose the lowest 50 cost parameters, or 50 lowest cost parameters, using a cost function that minimizes differences in litter mass loss, and then also these empirical relative effect sizes. So trying to get the smallest differences between those. And yeah, I guess I just want to emphasize that the empirical data does here emphasize litter quality. So like remember that as we go on to this next slide. Okay, so here is what I'm calling adjusted mimics, so kind of that out of the box with the hand tube decompositions. This is what we start with. And you can see that the water scalar, which is the control of soil moisture on decomposition, is the strongest driver in the kind of our starting point mimics. But then if we do this kind of parameter estimation, we can change it. This is the calibrated mimics, but you'll notice that it's not that different in the first place, and it's also it's only really emphasizing the microbial community and not so much the litter quality, which is what we were aiming for. So I should say that I just started this work relatively recently, so there's a lot more improvement to be done. So this is where we're at, and then if we look then at decomposition, we kind of ruin it, which is not good, right? We want the decomposition to be good, so the calibrated mimics really reduced the decomposition rate in the mimics model, and so that's not great either, and there's definitely some ways to hopefully fix that. Okay, so some ways to fix that, trying some new cost functions, so I think trying a cost function that first corrects for litter mass loss and then looks for the empirical drivers would be a good way to go. And then we can also vary the parameters we're calibrating. I've tried some runs with varying the parameter that decides how much litter material goes to metabolic and structural litter. And then I think we can also try varying parameters that are specific to R and K microbes rather than like doing them all at once. And then if I get this to work, if I can make these things look alike, the goal would then be to test each parameter set under future climate projections using CLM. And this might matter because you might remember that these observations really emphasize litter quality and temperature and microbial community, but the model, the adjusted model, really emphasizes soil moisture, and so that might lead to very different responses under climate change. And so that is all I have, but I'll be really excited to hear any feedback or comments, especially since I'm early on in this process. And thanks for listening.
Questions for Katie?
Hi, thanks, that was really interesting. So I think about trees, not soils, but actually my question is about the process that you used for the parameter estimation, because I guess I've done a bit of parameter estimation with other models, and you get to some point where like you've done as much tuning as you can with the parameters and the model's still not good, which means there's something wrong with the like structure of the model. So have you thought at all about any like structural processes that might be important?
Yeah, I haven't thought much many structural changes. I think that could certainly happen here where I actually can't get it to match based on just the parameters alone. Last month we were playing a lot with the water functions and mimics, and I think changing those might have a really big effect on these results. And so maybe looking at something like that could be a good way to go. Yeah, thanks.
Related to that, would you think you'd be getting different microbial populations? Not just that you've got different environmental conditions, but that you might have different microbial populations in the different locations that really respond to the climate drivers in different ways? And would you almost need more microbial pools to capture diversity of microbial populations?
Yeah. So Alex Pelusa, who was kind of pictured up there, is working on the empirical microbial communities, and he's also asked the same question, right? Because the diversity of the microbial community is so much larger than these two representations we have. I haven't thought too much about adding a third microbial community. I don't know how Will feels about that, but Go for it. I'm sure I could do it. There are other soil models that do more different forms of soil communities that are focused on specific genes or processes of breaking down nitrogenous or so there are other representations that might capture a broader diversity.
I happened to see a talk last week in the ocean context of looking at microbial populations and looking at grouping them into genetic types in how they respond to different environmental conditions and nutrient constraints. And it almost leads to having PFTs for microbes.
Right, yeah.
Multiple things.
Thank you for the great talk. I have a question that's sort of related to the previous one. So the previous one was talking about PFT for the microbes, but I wonder, is it possible to get rid of the PFTs but just use the functional traits for microbes as well?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Because I think if I follow it correctly, you're trying to use different microbial communities, for example, species or phylums, to help you modeling the different decomposition for the litter. I wonder, is it possible to not really consider about the different species or phylums, but just focusing on their functions?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We only have phylogenetic data, and we don't have functional data, so it makes it hard to incorporate that. But there are a bunch of really cool models that are taking, they call it omics data, and getting the functions out of that and feeding it into a model. But yeah, we don't have that data, unfortunately.
We should probably move on this group, but this is really cool. You should talk to Katie after. Yeah. And I know there was Josh online raised his hand, so maybe when we do discussion at the end of the next two talks, you can ask your question, Josh. Okay. Learn and bonus. We're going to talk about when is a trend meaningful?
Yeah, so thanks. This is a project I've been working on for a couple of years now with Clara and Will and Donica and Flavio. We're interested, or what I'm particularly interested in is we see a lot of trends in the carbon cycle, particularly in observations. So is that trend really meaningful? And meaningful in the sense here maybe it's is it a forced trend? or is it just sort of a spurious trend related to variability? So particularly what I'm interested in is using the large ensemble to look at this idea of internal variability and how it manifests in the carbon cycle. I think another point about this, however, is that this is really looking at the sensitivity of carbon cycle to meteorological forcing or atmospheric forcing. And I think, Maria, you had a nice example of that yesterday, looking at ENSO, and ENSO is going to factor into this a lot. And so what I'm particularly interested in this is this, what motivated me was this time series of GPP measured at Harvard, observed at Harvard Forest over 1992 to 2020. It's been analyzed in different time periods. If you look at different time periods, you'll see different trends in GPP. Very early on in the time series, there's a study that looked at the years 1992 to 2004, and that's shown in these red squares. And that found a very large increase in GPP on the order of 362 grams carbon per meter squared per year per 10 years. And what I mean by that is that's just the slope of the linear regression multiplied by 10. So it's the change every year multiplied over 10 years. When the study was extended out to 2015, if you look at the 1992 to 2015 period, you see a decrease in the trend. It's now 233 grams carbon per meter squared per year per 10 years. And then if you go out to the full time series, it's down to 127. So the question I have is, does this represent unforced variability, what in the climate community is called internal variability in GPP trends over these three different time periods? And the tool to do that is these initial condition large ensembles. And internal variability arises because uncertainty in the initial atmosphere and ocean states produce different climate trajectories. Each of these has its own random sequence of unforced variability, and each is an equally plausible realization of climate change. And Maria, this is where ENSO comes in. You were talking yesterday about ENSO and the variability and how that affects GPP. Well, one of the ways it's happening that is because we have different sequences of ENSO in these different realizations, all depending upon how you initialize the model. So this is done by, looked at through initial condition large ensembles. And what you see over on the right is these initial conditions large ensembles have been looked at very closely in terms of temperature and precipitation and other meteorological atmospheric quantities. And you're seeing in the green a distribution from a CESM large ensemble of the warming trend. And the purple is the distribution from a Max-Planck model and its warming trend. So what I wanted to do was use the CESM large ensemble to look at GPP. And I'm looking at 50 members of the CESM2 large ensemble. This goes from 1850 to 2100. The only difference in these simulations is the initial conditions in 1850. And these differences might be the start year from the control simulation that branches off of the simulation, or it might be using the same year, but just perturbing atmospheric temperature initial conditions on the order of 10 to the minus 14. So this is what you get. I'm looking at the 30-year period, that 1991 to 2020. That was chosen to sort of correspond with the observational record that you might see in the FluxNet or Ameriflux database. The top left is the ensemble mean. So this is the ensemble mean time series over the 50 ensemble members. Stippling represents where the change is significant. And this is just a linear regression of GPP over time for each of the grid cells. And what you can see is most of North America has a statistically significant increase in GPP over this time period. But there's considerable ensemble variability. The lower panel, left panel, is one ensemble member to sort of represent low GPP trends. And what you can see in this case is there's no increase in GPP over Alaska. There's a negative GPP trend over much of sort of the Midwest, extending into the Canadian prairies. There's no GPP trend that's significant in Western US. And if you look at the right, which represents a high trends in this ensemble member, you see something very different. Very large trends across the Pacific, Northwest Alaska, Alaska and Northwest Canada, and that negative trend in the Midwest is gone. On the upper right is the ensemble mean to the standard deviation across the ensemble members. So you can think of this as like a signal to noise ratio, and you can see that this region all throughout here has a very low signal to noise. Other regions have very high signal to noise. This is a very low signal to noise ratio. So there's a lot of variability relative to the mean. These dots over here represent individual grid cells that I'm going to analyze, particularly the Harvard Forest region, the Mid-Atlantic, Northern Plains, and the Taiga region. I'm going to go individual grid cells to see what's going on there. And this is looking at then the distribution of trends at Harvard Forest. So this is one grid cell that corresponds to Harvard Forest. This is the 50 ensemble members. This is that 30-year trend, 1991 to 2020. And this is all 50 ensemble members. Some things to note here, all 50 members have a statistically significant trend. The mean is 72 and the standard deviation is 15. But we see considerable spread across these. 3 ensemble members have a trend of less than 50 grams carbon per meter squared per year every 10 years, and 2 of them have a trend greater than 100. If you want to think about it in terms of a 95% confidence interval, it ranges anywhere as a factor of 2 from 45 to about 100. And remember, the only thing going on in these simulations is just the initial conditions. And that's both the start year, which we don't, or it could be a 10 to the minus 14th perturbation to air temperature is generating this spread in the period 1991 through 2020. Okay, this is, if we go over to the Taiga site, you see something a little different. Now we're seeing only half of the simulations have a statistically significant trend. So 1 out of every 2 simulations is, if you're just looking at one simulation, it may be significant or it may not be statistically significant. The spread is still very large. Again, in terms of the 95% confidence interval, what we're seeing is anywhere from about 15 or so up to almost 110. So there's a factor of 10 spread now in the Taiga. I should just say these over here are on the right-hand axis is the cumulative distribution, is what that is. Okay, and so 2 other sites, the Mid-Atlantic, there things get even more complicated because only 1/4 of the simulations have a statistically significant trend, and then there's still a very large spread, in this case, from a negative trend to a large positive trend. And then in the Northern Plains, it's really interesting because now only 10 out of the 50 simulations, only 20% have a statistically significant trend, but it could be, and if you do have a significant trend, it can be either a positive trend or a negative trend. Okay, so this is looking now across the whole North America region. This is looking at that 95% confidence interval and trends. And just to be clear, what I mean by this is the range of trends after excluding the smallest and largest trends for each grid cell. Yeah, there are 50 ensemble members, you exclude the smallest, you exclude the largest, and that leaves 48 sort of different estimates of trends. And what I'm looking at is just the range. So I think technically this is actually really the 96% confidence interval, but it's close enough. But this is what you see, if you look at the low end of that confidence interval. You see over many regions of North America, a very low, near zero trend in GPP, and then you see in this region here, these negative GPP, large negative GPP trends. At the high end of it, you see something very different. You see large increases in GPP throughout Alaska and Northwest Canada, and throughout sort of the east coast of the US and eastern Canada. If we just look at the difference between those two, this is the range now that's represented by the 95% confidence interval. This is just the difference between the maximum and minimum in terms of the 95% confidence interval. And you can see these regions are very large variability, spread in the 95% confidence interval. But what I want to do now is I want to talk about how we can actually estimate this this is the estimate of the 95% confidence interval directly obtained from the large ensemble, from those 50 members. This is another estimate of the 95% confidence interval, and now it's attained from a single ensemble member. And what we're looking at is we're looking at the standard error of the regression slope. So this is the This is the regression slope, the slope that comes out of the linear regression for this ensemble member. And it's just, plus or minus, the slope plus or minus 2 times the standard error. So what we're seeing here is that if we use the standard error of the regression for an individual ensemble member as a measure of internal variability, ensemble spread, it actually matches really nicely. This is the difference map between these two if you want to look at it that way. For the most part, except for this region around the lake region of Canada, Great Slave Lakes, and so it's doing a pretty good job. What this is saying is that the standard error of the regression slope from a single ensemble member estimates the spread across all ensemble members. And this isn't new at all. This has been shown previously before temperature and precipitation and other things like that. But here we're looking at it strictly in terms of GPP. So we don't need the 50 ensemble members to estimate sort of the variability across the ensemble members. You can do it based on one member, based on the standard error of the regression slope. So this is going to be a key point. We often talk about the trend, but we can also use the standard error of the trend as a measure of the ensemble spread. And so with that in mind, how do we actually start comparing models to observations? Again, this is the time series of GPP for Harvard Forest from 1992 to 2020. This is now for that same grid cell, this is the CESM2 large ensemble. The black is the ensemble mean. The shading represents the range across all ensemble members. And here are 4 individual ensemble members from that. But here's the distribution of trends you get from CESM2 for the Harvard Forest grid cell. It's what I was showing you earlier, but now plotted as a normal distribution. And then this is the distribution of trends you would expect from the observations. And again, it's just the slope, the regression slope, plus or minus the standard error is what we're looking at. And what I conclude from this is that if you look at the absolute values of GPP from the model, yes, it's biased low. But if you look at the trend over this period, maybe it's not that bad. Yes, the mean would tell you that it's low, but if we look at the distribution, it overlaps pretty with a lot of the distribution. So it's not entirely that dissimilar from that. And the other thing to note, however, is that the variability in CESM is much smaller than the variability you would find in the observations. So maybe CESM is underestimating the internal variability. You can do this at other sites. Morgan Monroe also has a very long time series from 1999 to 2020. And here we see, again, CESM2 is overlapping very closely with the distribution of trends from Ameriflux. This is looking at that time series. This is the trend from the time series plus or minus the standard error of the trend. And then this is from CESM2 for the grid cell corresponding to Morgan Monroe. And both the means and the variability are very similar in this case. Harlan Forest is very different. That has a 1996 to 2020 time series. And here we're seeing the means are definitely different from one another. The model is biased high. But again, maybe the internal variability of these isn't that different. So that's one way you can actually use this and this idea. But the other thing I really want to get to is back to this idea. Over this 1992 to 2020 time series, are these trends really different? We have these different estimates from 1992 to 2004, 1992 to 2015, and over the full time series. The trend in GPP is decreasing. And I've seen some papers that actually talk about this, interpret this as a decrease in GPP over this period. So the question is just, how does this unforced internal variability manifest in these GPP trends? And to do that, what I'm really going to be talking about is what's the conditional probability distribution of these observed trends? And what I mean by that is, this is the time series for Harvard Forest. This is the linear regression for the full time series with the slope and standard error of the slope. If we use this as the forced trend over this period, but now just sample from 1992 to 2004, or 1992 to 2015, what distribution of trends will I get from that? And the way we're going to do that is just take this, assume this is the forced trend, This is the distribution of residuals about the force trend. And I'm just going to sample GPP at random each year from 1992 to 2004 at random about this force trend using these distribution of residuals and just see what GPP I get and then what trends I get from that. And then I'll do the same thing for 2014. I'm sorry, for 1992 to 2015. But this is what you get if you look at that 1992 to 2004 period. You can see this is two different time series sampled at random. In this time series, we have a large decrease in GPP over this period. In this time period, we have a large increase in GPP over this time period. This is, when you do this 100,000 times, you get a nice statistical distribution. These are the distribution of trends that you would get over 1992 to 2004 if the force trend is this 127 grams carbon per meter squared per year every 10 years. So this is the distribution of trends you get. The shading is plus or minus 95% confidence intervals. The dotted lines here sort of represent different points of the probability distribution. There's, for example, a 20% chance of getting a trend greater than 240, a 90% chance of a trend greater than 300. But what I'm really interested in is this right here. This is the observed trend over that period. It falls within the 95% confidence interval, and there's a 4.4% chance of getting a greater trend just by chance, even if the force trend is 127. And so you can do the same thing over this 1992 to 2015 period. And again, you see a wide range of trends coming out of it. Now it's ranging from 20 to up to 235 or so, all just at chance by random. This is the distribution that comes from the 100,000 Monte Carlo simulations. But you see the same thing. The shading is the 95% confidence interval, and the observed trend falls right in at the edge of that 95% confidence interval. And in fact, there's a 2.7% chance of getting a greater trend, even if this is the force trend. So what I want to wrap this up with is just a couple of thoughts. I think there's a lot of implications of this, both in terms of observations and in terms of model development. One is in terms of the observational community. We need a better understanding of what internal variability is and how it affects the trends. The standard error of the regression trend is a measure of this internal variability, and we need to focus more on just as much of that as we do on the trend. It's not just the trend, it's that standard error is actually being very meaningful in terms of just talking about the variability that we might expect just by chance. And then the thing that really sort of has a really hard time explaining to people is this idea that the observational record is really just one realization. There could be many possible alternatives if the sequence of internal variability had unfolded differently. In terms of model development, what this is showing is that GPP is very sensitive to the climate realizations. And do we need to think about using an ensemble approach for model development? We're developing model for, say, GSWP3 or something like that. But when you couple it to CAM, there are many different versions, many different climates you're going to get out of CAM just by chance. So how do we deal with that? And when you're analyzing CESM, again, realize that one realization may give false positive or false negative trends. So you do have to look at this ensemble approach. And then a big question is CESM sampling the internal variability correctly? For CMIP, differences can arise from model structure, parameters, or this internal variability. We don't quite know yet, but. And then there's a broader thing about what do we mean by uncertainty reduction that I won't get into, other than to say that at least in the climate community, internal variability is often referred to as irreducible uncertainty. And so how do we actually reduce uncertainty if we get this large spread just sort of by chance alone? And I'll stop there.
Any questions?
This is really neat work. I was curious about how you conceptualize the bag of things that's involved in internal variability in the observational case versus the model case. just to take the Harvard Forest example, because I was actually like in Harvard Forest in 2015, 2016, and that was the onset of a really severe hemlock woolly adelgid outbreak in Harvard Forest that caused the leaf area to decline, presumably leaf area to decline quite a bit in the footprint of the Flux Tower. So that's an example of internal variability to the ecological system that's not at all part of the CESM internal variability that you're comparing it to. So I guess I'm curious about how how differences in what's considered internal variability in the observations, what's considered internal variability in the simulations provides a problem for the comparison framework you're talking about.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And in fact, the study by Finzi, they go into a really nice analysis of the changes that are occurring over that period. And so I'm not saying that that's not I'm not saying that this decrease in from GPP from this earlier study to the later study is not realistic, not meaningful, because there is actually ecological reasons going on. That was sort of I think it's a grading forest ecosystem. Yeah, it's recovering from the land use change, the farm abandonment in the Northeast. And then you're right, it has all these other things going on in terms of insect outbreaks, changes in nitrogen or things like that affecting it. What I really want to point out is just that you could actually get this trend here. You could get this trend here, even just by chance. And it's not to say that you are getting it by chance. It's just to remind people that you could get it by chance. And I think in the Harvard Forest case, there's a clean example of where this is probably mostly ecologically driven. But you can actually find these trends by chance, so we can't discount that.
Yeah, so this framework, I feel like, gives us a better idea of the inferences we can draw from observations, but it also seems to really raise the bar on how much information we need to draw inference when you take into account this kind of stuff. Are there ways to do space for time substitutions to maybe get at the same type of ecosystem does have multiple realizations in the historical period?
Well, so I think you're getting at sort of this idea of this, there's an idea of an observational large ensemble, and Karen McKinnon has been leading that from UCLA, and they've been doing it in terms of temperature and precipitation. And they're using really high, a lot of detailed statistical methods that I'm not familiar with at all. Yeah, but I think we need to start thinking about that. What is the observational, can we come up with an observational large ensemble? And what I sort of mean by that too is that data sets like FluxNet, for example, or Ameriflux or the FluxCom products are going to provide an uncertainty on their GPP estimate. We don't know, I don't really know how to interpret that at all. I don't know what that means. I am beginning to now, if I think in terms of, a slope plus a trend plus a standard error, now I understand what that means, and I can sort of figure out, okay, that's sampling this internal variability. But I don't think that's what FluxCom or all these other products are providing at all. So I think we need to start thinking in terms of this observational large ensemble. I don't know how to do that, So I can put the idea out there, and hopefully somebody smarter than me can figure it out. But we'll see if people pick this up or not.
One more question, and move on. Yeah.
Thank you. The maps of Northern America of the standard error of the trend estimation on one ensemble member versus the spread within the ensemble got me. I was curious about global picture. Did you see this on a global map too?
Yeah, I have not looked at it globally. I've done it over North America just to try to make sense of what's going on there. I think that you've got an obvious thing, and this can relate to what Maria was talking about yesterday with ENSO. What type of internal variability you're seeing in the Amazon, where there is more of a stronger ENSO signal on GPP. You'd expect to see some pretty strong, I would expect to see that there. Over Europe, I expect maybe that's more like North America. If you get into sort of Southeast Asia, India, sort of the China region, I have no idea. So I've only done it just to try to keep things meaningful and try to explain it in a way that's meaningful that I think maybe hopefully observationalists can relate to.
All right, so we can move on, but sorry. We'll come back for more discussion. All right. Last talk before a break is Katya J. About alpine tundra work. Is that right? I'm gonna try to find it.
So how do we deal with that? These underestimated controllers will just start. Yeah, that's my expectation, but how do we quantify that?
All right, hi everyone, I'm Katya. I'm a postdoc at CU Boulder, and I'm going to be talking to you today about some of my work incorporating site-level observations into the community land model to do single-point runs to better represent alpine tundra vegetation, and then to quantify plant trait uncertainty and its impacts on future productivity outcomes under climate change. And just want to quickly acknowledge this great group of collaborators that I've been working with here at NCAR as well as at CU and UCR. So our study site is the Niwot Ridge LTER site, which is located here in the Colorado Front Range. And it has a long history of measurements going back many decades. So things like snow and plant community composition and soils, but more recently it also has a pair of flux towers located up in the alpine tundra that have been running since 2007. And because it's an alpine site, there's really high micro-scale variation across the landscape due to topography and the redistribution of snow by wind. So a lot of spatial heterogeneity, and then we also know that this site is warming rapidly. So you can see in this graph of annual maximum temperatures going back to 1950. Up in the right here, this is at an alpine and a subalpine site, and you can see that it's warming quickly and also faster than the global average. So we know that alpine systems are spatially heterogeneous and rapidly changing, and they also tend to have really diverse vegetation and kind of functional growth strategies that vary quite a bit in terms of their traits and resource acquisition. So PFT, or plant functional types, or PFTs within CLM are likely unable to characterize this diversity of growth strategies. So for example, you can see here what some of the plants look like up there, like the cushion plant. They tend to be really short and grow really slowly and put a lot of carbon below ground. So pretty different than our standard kind of grass or tree PFTs. And we also know that vegetation responses to climate change are likely to include shifts in community level traits as a result of things like community turnover, trait plasticity, and adaptation. So these shifts in traits might be important to consider in the future. So the objectives of this work were first to incorporate site-level traits and observations into CLM to improve performance for this heterogeneous alpine system. And then we wanted to see how the magnitude of uncertainty in plant community change compares to that of future climate scenarios in terms of shaping future tundra productivity outcomes. So we did some sensitivity tests modifying sets of parameters to represent either more resource acquisitive or conservative communities under two different SSP scenarios. I'll talk more about that in a minute. And this is kind of a quick overview of our site. So we're using the hill slope hydrology configuration, which you heard all about this morning from Summer. That allows us to better represent the kind of topography and heterogeneity that we see in the alpine. And we're representing our site as this idealized hill slope up here with 3 columns that have this downslope lateral flow between them. And this area that we're trying to represent has 3 kind of distinct vegetation communities as a result of differences in aspect and wind and resulting snow accumulation. You can see this kind of east-facing region in the background is still holding snow in late June when this photo was taken, in contrast to this really wind-blown rocky area in the foreground. So we refer to that as the dry meadow. It tends to be less productive, drier and rockier. It doesn't really hold a snowpack throughout the winter, in comparison to the moist meadow, which tends to have more resource-acquisitive species due to the higher moisture. And then the low-lying area in between is the wet meadow, which tends to receive these upslope moisture subsidies. And you can see there's some shrubs growing there tends to be more productive. This is kind of a quick overview of our model workflow. So we have a bunch of site input data from the LTER, from those flux towers, we have meteorology, and there's precipitation from this site, as well as radiation data from a nearby Ameriflux tower. And then kind of the main thing I want to emphasize here is we parameterized 3 different Arctic C3 grasses to better represent these different vegetation communities. So we had a bunch of data available from the site in terms of foliar traits and phenology from some phenocam observations. And then we also modified some plant hydraulic and photosynthetic parameters, which we don't really have good data for, but we could kind of tweak them based on what we know about these communities. And then we also have a lot of observations available for model evaluation, which I'm not going to talk about today, but if you're curious to learn more, you can check out our recent paper in JGR Biogeosciences, where we went into the model evaluation and also some aspect work with the hillslope model. But today I'm going to be focusing on some projections that we did, so extending our results out to 2100 under 2 different forcing pathways, a medium and medium-high emissions scenario, and then also the trait sensitivity test, as I mentioned, making our communities either more conservative or acquisitive. I'm just going to quickly kind of show some of our site-specific modifications and some of the differences between these communities. So here I'm showing community on the x-axis, and then we have specific leaf area, leaf C to N, and delta 13C on the y-axis. And you can see that these communities are really different in terms of their foliar traits, and also they're kind of falling in line with our observations, or our expectations that the dry meadow should be more resource conservative, so it has smaller, thicker leaves, and also has higher water use efficiency, in contrast to the wet meadow that has bigger, thinner leaves and lower water use efficiency. So it seems like some of these differences might be important to incorporate in our simulations, and then we also knew that we weren't accurately representing the timing of green up and phenology, just if we were just using the default Arctic C3 grass for all 3 communities. So we can use the phenocams that are kind of distributed throughout the site to extract greenness from images that look like this. And then you can create these GCC curves where you can extract various phenology metrics that tell you like when they start to green up, when they peak, and when the growing season ends. So just a few of those metrics. So we have data here on the y-axis here, and then the start of season, end of season, and peak growing season dates. And again, you can see how different these communities are, and the dry meadow plants tend to be greening up earlier and tend to have a longer growing season in comparison to the communities that are snow-covered later into the season. So there's a lot of tuning and modification to get there, which I skipped over a lot of, but I just wanted to show one figure on model evaluation. So comparing our simulations with site-specific traits to a default simulation that just has the default Arctic C3 grass and no site-specific modifications. So this is showing you GPP averaged over our study period by month. And so the observations here are in black, and that's from our flux tower. And then the dashed orange line represents our default simulation, and the solid orange line represents our modified simulation with site-specific traits. So you can see we're doing a lot better in reducing those productivity biases in the updated runs. We do still have some kind of high biases in GPP, especially later in the growing season, but it looks a lot better. And we see the same pattern for above ground NPP, and this is comparing to above ground biomass harvest from the site, so that those are in black. And then the dashed boxes represent the default simulation. You can see in all three communities, we were greatly overestimating NPP. And also, interestingly, the dry meadow was the most productive, so we weren't really accounting for kind of that stress and water limitation that those communities experience. Okay, so hopefully I've convinced you that the model's working at our site, and now I'm going to kind of go over some of these experiments that we did for our future projections. So we had 3 different trait experiments. So the control was just our simulation parameterized for the site, as I just showed you. And then based on some ordinations to kind of see which traits co-vary, we modified SLA, C to N, and Kmax, which is a plant conductance parameter. We modified those 3 together. So for acquisitive, to make communities more acquisitive, we increased SLA, decreased C to N, and increased Kmax. And then did the opposite for conservative. And we did that for all 3 communities, and we decreased or increased them by 20% just based on kind of the variability that we see at the site. So thinking about how they might potentially shift in the future. And then we did that on each of those modifications under 2 different forcing pathways, SSP 245 and SSP 370. You can see that in this forcing plot, it's a medium and a medium high emission scenario. And then in order to quantify how much of the uncertainty in future productivity can be attributed either to these trade experiments or to the forcing pathway, we did this uncertainty partitioning analysis following the methods of one of Gordon's papers back in 2019, which is basically just a fixed effect ANOVA that partitions total uncertainty into either trade experiment or climate scenario. So I'll show you what that looks like in a minute. So this is showing GPP on the y-axis by day of year. And here it's just averaged over our historical time period, so 2008 to 2021. And you can see kind of the differences that we expect based on what I told you about these communities. So the dry meadow has a longer growing season and is less productive. And then layering on top of that are future scenarios. So in blue we have SSP 245, and in red we have SSP 370. And then the bold line in the middle is the control experiment, and then the shading around that represents the variability due to the trade uncertainty. So like the lower dashed line is the conservative scenario, and the upper one is the acquisitive scenario. And kind of one of the main takeaways here, you can see that the climate scenario kind of controls the timing of green up. So as things warm up and snow melts earlier, we see the growing season starting much earlier, as you'd expect, which was a lot more pronounced in the snow-covered communities. And then we also see that the peak kind of GPP throughout the growing season seems like it's maybe being more controlled by trait uncertainty, especially in the dry meadow, where you see that there's actually very little variability between the future scenarios, and more variability is due to those trait experiments. So to show you what that uncertainty partitioning looks like, this plot has the proportion of total variance on the y-axis, and then I'm showing year to 2100 on the x-axis, and gray is the uncertainty due to forcing, and the colors represent uncertainty due to traits. So you can see that the amount of variability in GPP being attributed to trait uncertainty is really high, especially in the dry meadow, where almost all of it is traits kind of throughout the whole simulation. In contrast, in the wet meadow, we see the climate forcing scenario becoming more important as we approach the end of the century, but it's still at least 50% due to traits in most cases. And I'm showing the same thing, but for above ground MPP. And here we see some kind of more dramatic shifts in terms of the growing season and phenological changes that seem to be driven by forcing scenarios. So they're greening up much earlier again in the SSP 370 scenario in all cases. And also the peak AMPP seems to be more driven by scenario as well, particularly in the moist and wet meadow. And we also see ANPP kind of shutting off earlier in the year in the future scenarios compared to the historical, which is interesting. So maybe as respiration is increasing with warming and plants are putting more carbon below ground potentially. So that was a really interesting finding. And then also just kind of generally we're seeing more uncertainty due to forcing here than we did with GPP. So there's more gray on these plots. But for the dry meadow, we're still seeing that most of the uncertainty is due to traits. So main takeaways, we found that incorporating variability in terms of foliar traits and phenology can really help constrain carbon fluxes and improve our representation of tundra vegetation. And plant trait uncertainty generally had a larger impact on productivity than climate forcing scenario did, but that proportion did vary quite a bit between communities and by carbon cycle metric. But it suggests that plant traits and how they might shift in the future are really important to be thinking about, since we don't really know what those changes will look like. And also we may be underestimating trait uncertainty just because I just did kind of a simple sensitivity experiment where I changed 3 traits, but there are a ton of other traits that might change in these communities that could be tuned in the model, which brings me to potential next steps. It would be really great to build on this work using fates where we could have communities changing over time and incorporate trait-environment relationships rather than kind of just prescribing a trait change at the beginning, but having them actually vary over time in response to environmental change. Thanks for listening.
Thanks so much. This is really cool. I was curious, did you look at the relative change of the original C3 Arctic grass response to future warming? And so did the relative change alter fundamentally with your trait adjustment?
Well, that's a good question. No, we didn't do any future projections, just with that default Arctic C3 grass, but that would be really interesting to compare.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Katya, really interesting. So that last point you made about kind of making the trait response kind of responsive to kind of climate, have you thought about how you might go about doing that? What might you index those traits to in the environment, and how they would how you would, what sets of experiments you could conduct to sort of tease out the degree to which that's an important sort of thing to include?
Yeah, I'm not totally sure how I would do it. I've read some papers where they establish relationships between specific traits and temperature, precipitation, or things like that, and incorporated that into a model. So I'd be curious to try to kind of do a similar approach. But yeah, I think using traits would also be really helpful.
Lydia?
Yeah, so as I'm tuning CLM and trying to reduce the LAI bias, I'm making all my PFTs more conservative, dropping the Kmax and raising leaf seed N. And I think what you were saying is there are some differences in how that affects projected change in seasonality. What is going to happen if I make everybody more conservative?
Good question. I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
you had some spread. I guess which is it, conservative or acquisitive that's on the left and right sides or top and bottom of those dashed lines?
Oh, so they're becoming less productive when they're more conservative. And so they can, especially with warming, they can grow really fast as it warms and they have more acquisitive traits. Doesn't seem like there's really any controls in the model, preventing them from just exploding. Like that water stress, I didn't seem like it was really being incorporated that well, even as things got warmer.
And later green up, earlier end of season. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, end of season is hard.
In here since yeah, I didn't modify that.
Because it's seasonally deciduous, so there's just a day length cutoff.
Okay.
Let's see end of season differences in.
Yeah.
I have a question. Are you interested in looking at each of the traits individually? Do you have a feeling that one is driving more of the variability than the other, or you think
that's a good point.
Or do they
change them together because they kind of control
go together?
the resource acquisition together? But I think SLA probably has a pretty strong. And also, if I increased Kmax, decreased it too much, the plants all died in the dry meadow. So Kmax is pretty sensitive.
Well, we have about 4 minutes left on the schedule for general discussion. I don't know if anyone have any burning questions?
Maybe we can get back to Josh's question.
Oh, yeah. Josh, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I feel like this might seem like small potatoes, but I'm always interested in whether animals might work their way into CLM in one way or another. And so my question was about, for litter decomposition, there's also other players in litter decomposition, decomposers and fragmenters, all of which you could argue are riding on the back of microbes in some way or another, and some of those will be excluded by a litter bag study, larger ones, but some would not. And litter bags also will not capture all, their material can leave the litter bag when it becomes fragmented, so there's that complication as well. But I'm just wondering whether there's any, for surface litter, whether you think that there's any need to consider non-microbial factors influencing decomposition.
Yeah, this is my PhD advisor's whole thing against litter bags, so I totally understand what you're talking about. I have been told by the people who are out in the field that insects and fauna can get into these litter bags, and so maybe that fragmentation is occurring more so in these litter bags than in older litter bag studies. But I think yes, there's still a limitation to that fragmented material getting into the soil, perhaps. And yeah, I think it probably does matter, but I'm not accounting for it. So yeah.
Abby, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just, Gordon's talk really made me think of, he's showing this huge range in possible GPP trends, and yet we know the interannual variability is way too low. So do we need to make how do we deal with that in this context of thinking about the significance of trends given interannual variability, and we already know that our interannual variability in carbon fluxes is really way too small. So we need to make it even bigger. I don't know what the answer is, but.
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is the problems. Is even worse than I was laying it out. And, okay, so I'll go into my spiel now. But at the end, I sort of wonder, I do have this viewpoint that maybe, this idea of reducing uncertainty is a red herring. And, that because of what Abby's saying, is like we can't do that in a fully coupled model. We have to, so I have this viewpoint, let's just embrace the uncertainty. And I don't know what that means, other than it means, we have to really go into this more of a probabilistic type of approach to what we're doing. And I think, the hydrologists have been doing this for years. There was a great quote from Keith Bevan, who, I'll just put him, was at University of Virginia when I was there. And so that's how working with George Hornberger on uncertainty reduction in hydrologic models, that's where I came across this. And he's just saying basically we have to live in this probabilistic forecasting mode. And I think hydrologists have gone to do that. I think that's happening now in climate modeling from an atmospheric perspective. I don't think it's happening from the land perspective yet. I think we still have this idea that we can reduce uncertainty. And if we mean reducing uncertainty to match sort of some FluxCom data set or GCP, Global Carbon Project data set, sure, I think we can do that. I think, Daniel, I think is showing that, Lindia is showing that. I think, Adriana, you're beginning to show that now with Fates. The mathematics is there to do that. But I don't know if that ultimately means we've reduced uncertainty. I think we made our model closer to the observations, but I don't think it means we've reduced uncertainty. So I guess in some ways I feel like I'm being somewhat lazy about it and just saying, I don't know the answer, so let's just embrace it. But that's sort of my viewpoint on uncertainty these days. And so probably a lot to respond to there. Probably said a lot.
I think we can both reduce uncertainty and embrace the uncertainty. Like there's some of our parameter sets are absolute garbage, and we can rule out some of those, and then you live in this probabilistic world that you're describing, where we use ensembles of be it initial condition ensembles or parameter ensembles that do embrace that uncertainty. But we can constrain it a little bit, like what Adriana's showing with Fates, before we have to just say, and within this is all uncertain.
I like that. First of all, I like that because it's more optimistic than but I also think it's, how much can be constrained? I think that's the better way of phrasing it. How much can we actually reduce the uncertainty? But I do think there's a limit to that, that we're just not going to get any better at.
Well, Josh raised his hand, so I'm going to go back to him first and then.
So this one's for Gordon as well, I guess. So I'm trying to understand what you mean by the observational uncertainty. Are you talking just about things like measurement error and like sampling position variability and things like that, which can be quantified and often are quantified by, observationalists if they have the resources? Or are you talking about sort of the like butterfly effects within the ecosystem and how those, like if things were a little bit different, you would actually get different results?
Yeah, it's the latter. It's that what you're talking about. the idea that this, if you want to think of it as a temporal trajectory, that trajectory of sort of temperature could have unfolded differently just by chance. And that's what internal variability represents. And what I'm saying in terms of that uncertainty is that that manifests in the standard error of the regression trend, because the standard error of the regression trend really is just sort of related to the interannual variability. You know, it's related to the spread around the regression. So that standard error is sampling the interannual variability, and we can start using that as a measure of interannual variability or this internal variability. And then within that, you have all these things that could have happened. You know, the world could have been a lot differently if, you know, that butterfly over the Pacific wasn't there, you know.
Can I?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I know we're supposed to.
Well, Keith had a question.
Oh, sorry, Keith.
Behind you, yeah.
I'm not a land modeler, but do people use ensembles of forcing to capture what I think you're talking about, where you've got different realizations from models, as opposed to just using your favorite GSWP or you've got like your 3 favorite forcings, but if you had like 40 ensemble members of plausible, lens output, for instance, to force your land model, would that be a way of embracing
Hydrology is a really good example. Andy Wood here in CGD is doing that. He's sort of creating an ensemble of meteorological forcings that he's using with his hydrologic models. We haven't really we've done that in the sense that we run different sort of meteorological forcings, but we tend to just sort of collapse back to one. And maybe
the dark people do have an ensemble.
Yeah.
That's historically meaningful and samples different.
It's constrained by ups though, so it still is a bit, it's not as free running as lens would be.
Right, that's what I'm saying, it's a nice intermediate.
I don't think we want to do just like the lens, because there was the Earth did a path.
Yeah.
Agreed, it could have been many different paths, but it took one, and then the land responded to that. So there is uncertainty in what that actual path was, because our observations aren't good enough, and that's what the hydrologists are accounting for. So I still think that, sorry, I'm just interjecting here, but I still think, you know, like what Linnea said, is that you can take those time series. If we ignore the biotic factors, let's assume it's all climate-driven variability that was causing those GPP curves to go up and down, we could still try to get our model to replicate that, because that was forced by a real set of climate, which we kind of know. So I think that's still okay, and then we would find a bunch of parameter sets that would allow us to do that, and then we would put it into the Earth system model to say, well, it could have evolved in many ways.
Yeah, no, and this is what I meant when I said like observationalists have a really hard time around this concept, because there was one realization. And you see that realization in terms of the temperature at, say, your tower forcing, at your tower site. You're trying to understand how that particular temperature forcing actually affected GPP over that time interval. And the thing is, it's just like, well, it could have been different, you know. And so are you really, I guess the question really becomes, is that temperature signal you're seeing, which is forcing your GPP, is that really a forced signal or not? Or is that just sort of a random signal? That's where it comes into, it's more like, you know, in terms of attribution. But in terms of, you know, trying to see if your model matches the observations, yes, of course, you can just use one sort of tower forcing and see if you get the same fluxes. That's what we always do. But it's like, is that forcing that you're using, if you're trying to say there's a trend, is that trend you're seeing really forced? Or is it by the atmosphere? Or is it arising for some other reason, like you were talking about, you know, for biotic reasons?
We need to know what the ecological internal variability is.
Yeah, so that reason, is there an ecological component to internal variability?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be I think it's important to the overall framework to understand what the magnitude of that sort of, I guess, ecological variability that's not captured in some of the land surface model processes.
All right, let's break. All right, please be back in, like less than 15 minutes, but yeah.
What time? What time?
3:30.
The dark one is a very short forcing period.
Yeah,
No,
that is a
I
good
think,
thing to do.
I
We
don't think
should do
anyone
that.
has as low.
It's way more dangerous than making it out. It's almost warranted than doing it.
Why are you sitting in front of us?
Okay, yeah.
Really, really.
Look forward to seeing your smile.
Oh,
A way too
Really? Yep.
Right, it's coming out, so she.
Okay. So yours is 1,000? It's gonna be, yeah. Unless someone's.
Well, they're not gonna stick it.
Yeah, exactly. It's the order of the name and the people on the.
Meetings are just like.
I did, yeah.
I was also, I was
I guess that's something.
No, I.
Yeah, sounds nice.
It was like just a.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, when, so is that just county knowledge? You just do data tag and then. No.
People were also.
On the front page. You guys have any brand?
I definitely know. And then I asked her, and she's like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's cool.
they've already started.
Well, I think it's, they spent so much time.
Yeah.
She just needs to clean it out.
Yeah,
She's
they're not
not looking
changing
for
at this
feedback.
point. Wait, is the paper?
Walking Gordon back.
Or is
Let's
it?
accept it.
The bounds of reality of
No changes.
Yeah, she was like, this is not for me. Changing.
Because she ever perfect.
I thought you helped Gordon walk back.
Not the glass. Well, I hope he comes to the session tomorrow.
All right, we'll start.
He was supposed to be moderating.
Welcome back to the afternoon session. I'm Sam Levis. Oh, yeah. Facilitating. And our first speaker is Meng Ji. Leah.
She left, she's coming back. She left and came back.
Nice.
We can flip to your slides. Okay, and then if you put them in presentation mode, please.
We can't hear it.
And also, are you speaking? We can't hear you.
We know, she doesn't, we don't even know if she's.
She's in companion mode, so I don't think you can.
She's in both somehow.
Oh, okay.
She's logged in twice.
Okay, and if you could, yeah, perfect. Can you speak up and make sure we can hear you? Yes.
Great.
Hello.
We can hear you, and if you put your slides in presentation mode, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, it's good?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so hello everybody, good afternoon. Today I'm going to talk about my research. The title is Agrivoltaic System as a Solution to Sustainable Co-Production of Agricultural and Energy, insight from a new process-based agrivoltaics module in the land service model.
Okay, so the first of all, so first question, what's the agrivoltaics? Okay, agrivoltaics refers to combination of agricultural practices with solar panels. Also, agrivoltaics is an emerging technology to reconcile the competition for land use between food and energy production. However, there are some knowledge gaps when it comes to the agrivoltaics. First things, we have a very limited comprehensive assessment of agrivoltaics and its links to the energy, water, and food. In addition, there is an urgent need to develop a process-based agrivoltaics modules that can simulate the complexity of agrivoltaic system from a holistic views. Okay, so in this context, the overarching goals of this study is to develop an agrivoltaics module in the CLM5 and use it to assess the mechanism of agrivoltaic impacts on food and energy production. Specifically, we need to answer the following questions. So what are the necessary processes to characterize the agrivoltaic system in a process-based model? And two, how do solar panels affect the patch level microclimates and the plant growth within the agrivoltaic system? Three, how do the agrivoltaics design factors control the grid level crop yield and electrical energy to maximize the potential benefits? So let's move on the method part. For these studies, we developed a new agrivoltaic module in CLM5 to simulate the agrivoltaics and its effects on energy, water, food interaction processes. So these figures summarize the primary processes and the functionality of the agrivoltaic module. Specifically, we added 4 major functions. So first things, we would like to extend the current subgrid hierarchy scheme to represent agrivoltaic patches, and to integrate the solar panels energy budgets into the land surface energy budget. And 3, modifying the parameterization of the surface roughness. And as well as 4, considering the rainfall redistribution caused by the solar panels. Okay, so let me describe these components here. So to facilitate the coexistence of solar panel with the vegetation and the crop in the patch levels, we extended the current hierarchy scheme to represent the one fully sunlit patch, one fully shaded patch, and 2 partially shaded patches for each PFT or CFT. In these studies, we consider the cover 3 grass and cover 4 maize as the 2 representative PFT or CFT for agrivoltaics. Okay, so it should be known that the 2 partially shaded patches are used to represent the different location of shading areas beneath the solar panels. One refers to the sunlit conditions occurred in the morning, but shaded condition occurred in the afternoon. On the other hand, the other refers to the shading conditions occurred in the morning, but sunlit condition occurred in the afternoon. Okay, the second part, for the energy budget of the solar panels, the energy gains from the net radiation of the solar panel was balanced by the net solar and the long wave radiation incoming the solar panel. Also, the net radiation was balanced by the sensible heat and the electrical generations. At the grid levels, or say the sum of the solar panels, vegetation, and soil, net radiation represents the energy gained from the incoming solar radiation and long wave radiation, subtracting the energy losses from the reflected solar radiation and outgoing long wave radiation. This was also balanced by the sensible heat, latent heat, and ground heat, as well as electrical energy. Okay, so regarding the turbulent flux, I think the turbulent flux from the solar panels to the atmosphere were derived from the similarity theory. The CLM5 formulations were used but were modified where appropriate for the presence of the solar panels. As you might see, a new reference length can be as a function of the canopy type, the soil properties, and solar panel properties. Okay, so last one, the hydraulic cycling. We modified the hydrological processes and the parameters that result in a more reasonable partitioning of the precipitation due to the interceptions of the solar panels. At the patch levels, the different precipitation schemes were considered. For the fully shaded patch, or say the under the solar panel, the precipitation was either intercepted by the solar panels or fell directly to the ground. For the partially shaded patch, the precipitation was the sum of the atmosphere precipitation and water intercepted by the solar panels. So this is because in nature, the intercepted precipitation flows down to the edge of the solar panels and drips down to the partially shaded patch. Okay, so after the model developments, we would like to conduct agrivoltaic model validation. So as a first step, the agrivoltaic model was validated in an agrivoltaic system established in the cover-3 grassland at Jack's Solar Garden in Colorado in 2021. The model validation result shows generates favorable performance. The model can capture the variations of PVFD, soil moisture, and above ground NPP. So taken together, the all simulation result demonstrated that the agrivoltaic model can capture the variations in light, water, and biomass across different patches with acceptable accuracy. Okay, so after the agrivoltaic model validation, we further quantified the variations in microclimates and plant growth for maize and grass in Illinois and for grass in Colorado during the period from the 2000 to 2014. As shown, we selected the top of the canopy incoming the solar radiation, the canopy and the soil temperatures, and canopy VPD and soil moisture, and stomatoconductance, net photosynthesis rate, and LAI. So this is because these variables represent air, ground, microclimate conditions and plant growth characteristics within the agrivoltaic system. Okay, so further examination of these variables shows that the solar panels can decrease most of the variables and increase soil moisture. Okay, taking the canopy and the soil temperature as an example, so they were cooler in the fully shaded and partially shaded patches compared to the fully sunlit patch. So this difference is directly related to the solar panel induce the reduction of the top of the canopy incoming solar radiation. This finding suggests that agrivoltaic shows the potential to mitigate the intensity of the heated soil microenvironments. Okay, so this page describes the agrivoltaic model assessment analysis at the grid levels. So first of all, we identify the 4 agrivoltaic design parameters. Okay, the solar panel albedo, solar panel efficiency, and solar panel height, and the solar panel coverage ratios. So on the top left side, we found out that the electricity energy was negatively correlated with the solar panel albedo, but positively correlated with the solar panel efficiency. So it suggests that the electricity energy was greater when the albedo was lower or the efficiency is higher. Okay, in addition, on the bottom left side, we try to figure out the impacts of solar panel heights on reference lengths and above canopy turbulent flux. we found that as the solar panel heights increased, the roughness length increased, but the latent heat flux decreases. This result suggests that the higher roughness length can increase a narrow dynamic resistance, impeding the airflow and influencing the transfer the latent heat between the solar panel surface and the overlying air. In addition, on the right side, we found that the solar panel coverage ratio significantly changes the grid level energy, water, and carbon budgets.
Mengji, I wanted to make sure you knew that you're at 10 minutes, so you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we use the structural equation models of the SEM to further investigate the causal relationship of the different design parameters to the co-production of the crop yield and electricity energy. So from the electricity energy perspective, the electricity energy increased with the solar panel efficiency and solar panel coverage ratio. From the food production perspective, there is a compounding effect of the different design parameters on the crop yield. It should be that TOC incoming irradiation is the primary factors determining the crop yield. Okay, so last one, the challenge, balance, and the future. So in these studies, I think we need more experimental data to validate the agrivoltaic module and constrain the model parameters. And in these studies, we assume a static area partition for the partially shaded and fully sunlit patches, which are dynamic. Actually, they are in nature. They are in dynamic, corresponding to the varying solar positions. Okay, so future research could be directed towards upscaling the insight from the site level to the regional level. Okay, so the next step, I think the agrivoltaic module should be presented at the regional scale. So this work is ongoing. So actually, the first step we need to carry out the default CLM calibration and validation. So this is our results, shows the simulation result generally capture the observed core yield. Okay, the second step, I think we need to carry out the agrivoltaic module assessments. Maybe as you can see, we try to have a look at the default CLM5 and agrivoltaic CLM5 and their differences. I think it can get some insight from about the effects of the agrivoltaics on the water, energy, food at a large scale, or say the US Midwest. In this page, I just show some preliminary results about the sensible heat and latent heat. Maybe the more and more results is ongoing. So hopefully we will conduct this work in the following the months. Okay, thanks, that's all.
Thank you. We'll skip questions for, we have a discussion period.
I need to apologize, I made the schedules wrong.
Oh, were these supposed to be 20-minute talks?
20-minute talks, yeah, but sorry, Mingji, this is what.
Okay. Okay, no worries.
Yeah, so let's ask a couple questions maybe.
Okay.
If there's.
Okay, yeah, so, questions?
This is really, really impressive. You kept naming more things that I was like, oh, of course you'd want to account for that, but I can't believe they actually did. Are you planning to submit this as a pull request back to us to bring in at some point to mainline CTSM?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think this work involves Danica and someone else. I think so. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Any other questions? Anything online?
I just have a kind of technical question. Yeah. Do you have to think about changing crop densities when you're interspersing photovoltaics in the field?
You mean the crop density?
Yeah, like the number of whatever corn plants per hectare or something.
Yeah, I can help answer that question. So this is Bin from UI.
So I think the whole team of Scapes are still considering like fine tune some of those parameters, try to make the agrivoltaic more feasible and economically feasible. So whether we need to fine tune some of the plant density or like solar panel height or solar panel density. So that's really why we need this type of models, right? So we use this type of models to have some of those complicated assessments before we real put the, in reality, we put the sensors, we put the solar panels in the field. So I think the whole team is working towards those type of questions. We don't know yet, to be honest.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cool, thanks.
We've never changed planting density in the model.
Yeah,
It's something that we've talked about doing for intensification purposes.
Okay, we'll take Josh's question as our last question for this.
Yeah, again, this is ample and impressive work, but I'm wondering if, for agrivoltaics, another big part of this is grazing under panels. I know that that's not really a crop model implementation, but have you thought about that? Because it probably affects large areas in the future, potentially.
Yes, down the road, we can consider to simulate the pasture land. Yeah, but now, because this is a USDA SAS project, and we are doing like for cropland or like for some major like the cash crop in the Midwest, but also include some other like other crops in Colorado, like some other like berries or some other, like pepper or tomato. So those kind of crops, yeah.
All right, our next speaker is Jin Moy. He's here.
Really help.
Unfortunately, I can't change anything regarding the timeout on this due to security reasons.
Didn't work.
Especially when cars are.
It's a little sucker to fit that desktop thing.
It's magical, yeah.
Yeah, watch this all day long.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jin Wu. I'm a PhD student at Cornell University. And at first, thanks for Anchor organizing this workshop and provide me an opportunity to introduce my research to everyone. So, as you can see from the title, my research is about the simulation of the reactive nitrogen emission from the agricultural activities. Well, exactly, in this research, we have developed a model called FAM model, which is used to simulate the flow of agricultural nitrogen. And we also use one observation from the core belt to evaluate this newly developed model. So here, just first introduction, and I assume you must be very familiar with the nitrogen flows over the agricultural soil. So this figure here, you can see just records the natural flows over the agricultural system. So when we apply the further zone on the soil, actually, unfortunately, crop cannot absorb all of them. Maybe just 40 or 50% are absorbed by the crop, and the remaining of them lost to the environment or stay in the soil. So here, what we are interested in this study is the power lost to the atmosphere in the form of NH3, NO, and N2O. And why they are important because the three reactive nitrogen gases really are important pathway for agricultural nitrogen loss. Globally, it's not very important, but regionally, it's important. And the second one, unknown emission produce ozone. Ozone is also an air pollutant and greenhouse gas. And third, obviously, N2O is the third most important greenhouse gas, and NH3 forms aerosol with impacts on pollution and the climate. The last one is many people they are using their statistic model or regression model to project their future gas emission. Actually, those kind of model is very good. Actually, they have very limited ability to project the futures and scenarios. So in this study, we want to develop a mechanical model which can use to explore and explain the future agricultural activities and how they affect the air quality and climate under the changing climate. Okay, so this is the core part in our research, the core scheme, how we explain the nitrogen cycle, just this part. So this is a class model called the holes in the pipe model. This model assumes only two very important soil process for the whole lifetime of the applied nitrogen fertilizer. So these two are labeled by these two green tubes, nitrification and denitrification. These two processes are controlled by the many environmental conditions like the water, moisture, and the soil pH and soil temperatures. So for example, when you apply the ammonium fertilizer onto the land, so the nitrification process convert nitrify the ammonium to nitrate, and with some byproduct of the gas emission like N2O and NO, that part is what we're interested in. So this is the structure of the hosting pipe model. It's a core scheme in our model. Here's just like how we develop a fan model. Actually, we have two fan versions. The first version is fan version 2, which represented by the blue arrows here. This was accomplished by the postdoc in our group. And fan 2 diagnosed the NH3 emission from agriculture, from manure or fertilizer pool. It explicitly models NH3 flows and the transformation in top layer of DLM. And the second version is fan version 3, which is the one I'm working on. Fan version 3 extends fan 2 by coupling fan 2 with the DLM itself. And also apply the housing pipe model to the fan model 2. So that is the graph how we shows how we develop our model and how it's coupled with the DLM. Before go to result, I want to mention one very important issue in the DLM itself is called soil gas diffusivity problem. So this parameter controls the denitrification and the nitrification process in the model. But before I forgot to tag maybe your 160. So this parameter has some problems. So which show in this red line. We found it's very small, and it brings very near ratio of the gas to like the NO to N2O and the denitrification rate. So by cooperating with stem robbing, we found the problem and correct this. Then the new parameterization value should like the act as this green line here, which is really far away from this one, the red one. So and it brings several changes to the CLM. Like the more N to N2O in denitrification, it also increase the N2O emission. It also brings a reasonable NO to N2O ratio. So if you are working on the tag between the 160 maybe, so you should update your model as soon as possible if you're working on nitrogen. So here's just a global simulation from our model. So I use this bar plot to show the first three bars are from our model simulation. So the red bar is the NH3, and the green bar is the NO, and the blue bar is the N2O. So as you can see, our estimation are consistent with our research. Some of them are from IPCC recommended values, and some of them from observation, like from satellite or also isotope model. Some from models. So. So from this figure, you can see our simulation is kind of close. That's really surprised to me when I just finished model is so close to other research. So here I show you a natural cycle over the agricultural soil, which is important from this graph. Just like even we can simulate the gas emission from the different soil processes, but actually the result is dependent on the inner logic of the CLM itself. Like this part, this is really just a natural cycle in a CLM. If just like the style measurement suggests NO show from most of the NO show from the nitrification. Actually, our results suggest that most of them from denitrification. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but like, just like other issue CLM has, it could also affect our result, because just like in exhibition, if someone changed their minorization rate or just like the ratio of these two nitrification, denitrification process, that could change our result a lot. So even though we have maybe looking good global simulation, but actually maybe we're doing well for the wrong reasons, so we don't know. So in order to make sure or convincing these models, convincing the other people about our model, so we used one local observation from the core bioregions thanks to our co-authors, Dr. Stephen J. Ho from University of Wisconsin-Madison. He provided us with this observation. It calls mesal cousin. Mesal cousin is really a unique observation because he observed like almost all of the natural flows over the one side, this side, like how many filters you use and how many gas emission, natural gas emission from the soil, and how is the N and inorganic N runoff, and NO3 and H4 concentration in the soil, and soil properties. Unfortunately, they don't have NH3 emission. That's a critical gap for this observation. So, in order to evaluate our model on this site, we set out a single column CLM fair emission 3. Just like in order to be compatible with this observation, we made some modification on the single column model, like use the local meteorology focusing from a flux tower just 1 kilometer near this observation site, and we also modify the soil properties like land cover type or organic content or pH, and we also modify the fertilizer amount, time, and location. We also change the planting date. And finally, we have this adjusted CLM family 3 under the mesal cousin conditions. Like the other modeling research, we run into trouble. The first is the soil moisture. So the blue line are the soil moisture at the top 10 centimeter from the CLM. Since we already replaced the focusing data set like precipitation, so the moisture simulated by CLM is still higher than the observation. The yellow dots are from the observation, so it's too high. Even it has the same trend over the whole year, but it looks like a system arrow between them in a CLM. And in order to continue the work, we just manually change the soil properties, because in the model, CLM has many parameters to control the soil water process, like the hydrological conductivity parameter, but we don't know how to change. Just like we don't have evidence to change that, so we just change the soil property first, just like we increase the sand content or reduce the clay content to force the CLM to simulate better soil moisture close to observation. So that's what we do. But actually, from the second graph, you can see in the springtime, the soil moisture is still higher than the observation. And this is definitely not from precipitation because we already used the flux towers focusing. Okay, so here just like the simulation result in this slide. We use the nitrogen budget to indicate the results. So the first red bar is the nitrogen input. So most of them are from the fertilizer itself. The deposition is relatively small, so it's not very important. So we trust the model and the observation. They have the same nitrogen input. And the second, these two bars are from the model study. These two bars from the observation. As you can see, the CLM fan simulates a larger gas emission than the mesal cousin has, and the smaller loss from runoff the heavier. Just like this part, the crop uptake, or just like they just take almost 40% of the input nitrogen, but in a model we have relatively small one. So this graph is now used to show how the model is very run, but just tell us just like the different process here is that like nitrogen output, just like the gas emission, runoff, crop uptake, or mineralization, they are competing with each other in a model. So if we, without build a healthy relationship for them, so we can never make the gas emission right. So here's another discrepancy from between the model and the observation is the concentration of inorganic nitrogen in the soil. So the first plot is about the ammonia, the second plot is the nitrate. So I use the dark red and the light red to indicate the model simulation value, and the green bar and green bar and the blue bar to indicate their observation value. So as you can see here, the first plot shows that the observation suggests that most of NH3 was nitrified to the nitrate within 2 weeks quickly. And there also the evidence from the second graph, since the deposition is very small, so most of the nitrate are from the nitrification. But CLM itself just can now reproduce the measured transformation between ammonia and the nitrate following the fertilization dates. So one possible reason, just like the demand for demand in the model is too strong, just like most of the nitrate are consumed by the crop and the gas, so they cannot stay in the soil. Another suggestion is nitrification rate is too small in the model. Here's some conclusions. So we have developed a new couple model that simulates the 3 different reactive nitrogen, and the global simulation are consistent with other measurements or other model study. And reactive nitrogen emission is dominated by the NH3, which is very important. Most of the other Earth system model, they do not have the ammonia emission. That is really important to natural biologists. In the future, we will also continue to evaluate against the observation in this style or across global to make sure we can just refine the parameterization to make the whole natural cycle looks better. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, questions?
This is really cool. Thanks for that talk. Is there any hope to connect this to an atmospheric model and then model nitrogen deposition from it?
Yeah, we should. So we had a one vision, just like here you can see. So this is just only in land model. But actually, if we just couple with the ATM, the NH3 and no N2 will go through the atmosphere directly, and also deposition here. Our deposition and fertilization will are processed by the model in the future. Now, right now, I still cannot figure out this part deposition. So in the future, so it's like I know it's a very interesting question. Is the revolatilization of the deposition nitrogen from the atmosphere? Some of them say almost 80% of the NO2 are from the deposition nitrogen. But the model right now we cannot figure out how much. So that could be. This fair can provide an opportunity to study such issue, such question. Okay. Thank you.
One of the things that related to this work, we will eventually connect it to the atmosphere model to produce ozone from the nitrogen emissions.
I have a hard time keeping track of what your group's doing and what Maria's group is doing. And I know Donica and I have talked about this in the past, but so Maria has a PR that's, I think, just the brown box. Like she's monkeyed around with the brown box and given NO and N2O arrows related to nitrification and denitrification, but it doesn't have anything to do with the agricultural piece.
Yeah, I guess so. So Maria's that's also here, the melting one. So they have really slow emission. So the biggest problem between their model and our model, both in the DLM. So they deal with the NH3 volatilization is really simple. So like a fan model, we have the aging scheme for the different menu, and we also have the bar emission of the. We have a bar emission for the NH3 too. They don't have. So that's very important. Second one is the pH. You know, the aging as the menu getting older, so they have different pH. When you apply different pH menu to the further soil, it can just just has a different story, right? So that's a big problem, just like how we just evaluate this part. The validation on the industry they do not have, and also they use the, I think it's before manual application in the theorem, right? It's a fixed rate, and we have the manual map, level map, right, from the from different animals. So that's the second difference. So actually, we thought, so for this input, manual filters input, we are more reasonable than they do.
But like, is fan still just the orange box?
Yeah, the orange box. So we didn't combine them with theorem. I don't know why the phone post study, she just set several different pools, like we have H1, H2, H3, but CLM don't have H for nitrogen, so he just set up different pools for the family. Right now, we just use these two arrow here, we just connect them together. So that's kind of a way to connect fan with CLM. So that's my work.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions?
I have one other question.
Okay.
You actually have, so maybe a slide forward?
Forward?
Keep going. Like you actually, where you have the whole nitrogen cycle budget.
This one?
No, well, except with your flexes.
Running in a direction.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this one.
This one?
So you actually have big nitrification flexes there.
Yeah.
Is that just, because is that just, this is where I get confused. So like, to me, this is just the fan box. No, this is the whole thing.
This is whole nitrogen cycle. Fan just only here, this green one.
Okay. So the nitrification that's happening.
Yeah.
Like CLM has very low nitrification rates right now.
Very low, but just still higher compared with denitrification here, just like 2 versus 1. But actually, in the measurement, they say it's about 10 versus 1.
Yeah.
So the nitrification is slow here.
Okay, so it's, that problem still has been fixed.
Okay, I think it's time to move to our last speaker, Sam Rabin.
Okay.
All right, hi folks. Sam Rabin, I'm a software engineer here in terrestrial systems in CGD. And so I would like to walk you through the changes that have happened in the crop model since CLM 5 and some stuff that we're planning, hoping to have ready for the CLM 6 release. So I'll be covering changes, like I said, since CLM 5. So that's what was published in Donica's 2020 paper, which you see the header of there. In CTSM 5.1, bioenergy crops were introduced. There's a whole bunch that's already happened, or actually, yeah, all of this has happened and is going to come in CTSM 5.2, which is incoming. And then I'll talk about what happened, some hopes for improving crop calendars in CTSM 6. I also wanted to mention here, so Narendra Reddy has been working to improve wheat and rice phenology and yield performance in India. And that's something that I won't be able to present on, but he's going to submit the paper for that soon, hopefully, once I get some revisions to him. And I'm really excited about that work. I don't know if we're going to actually be able to...
He's presenting tomorrow.
Oh, he's presenting tomorrow. Fantastic.
He's actually online, I saw it, but
yes.
It's like the middle of the night in India.
I know, it's... Okay, cool. Well, I don't feel bad about skipping it then. Okay, so I'll start with bioenergy crops from 5.1. So that was published, it's kind of old news at this point actually. In 2019, Yang Cheng led this. So it introduces miscanthus and switchgrass, so you get a C4 and a C3 bioenergy grass. They showed that, so especially looking here at panel B, you get more uptake with switchgrass or miscanthus than you do with a corn-soybean biofuels rotation. So that's net ecosystem exchange, but they don't actually consume very much more water. So that's good news. Unfortunately, these aren't actually in the CTSM land use data sets at this point, so it's kind of something that you would generate your own data set for, or talk to Yang or someone else who's done this kind of work. And I'm not sure what the plan is for maybe eventually adding these to our default data sets for the future scenarios. All right, a lot of stuff for 5.2. I'll start with something easy. We've added some new outputs. These are mostly just quality of life things. Up here, this is a link to this page in our user's guide, where this isn't always up to date. It's usually not fully up to date, but it's up to date as of today. And so they just list all the output variables that you can get from CLM. And so you can go through that to your heart's content. I'll just highlight the ones that I've added. So grain seed to food is the variable that you used to have to save if you wanted crop yield. And there were various instructions floating around, but a lot of them said you had to save this daily, which was a huge data burden. So now you can just save it annually, and it's all summed up for you. That's nice. Just for my own purposes, it was useful to add sowing date and harvest date outputs. There are also some outputs that existed already, but now they exist on a per harvest basis. So that makes it so that you can do easier analyses at the level of individual growing seasons instead of individual calendar years, which can be useful sometimes. And then we also added the nitrogen from grain that goes to food and seed. So you're not just getting the carbon out of that. And these values are kind of silly. When you start to look at grain C to N, you get some really like actually infinity values for that. So that kind of highlights a development need, I think, for us. All right, so I think we've mentioned this a little bit before, but CTSM 5.2, in addition to these new outputs, has some new inputs. And so these include changes in crop distribution. So here we're looking at for the year 2010 in our historical transient land use data set. The values on these are the change in percentage of the grid cell for each crop. And so this is summed rain-fed and irrigated. So you can see there's generally less temperate corn in most places, and there's generally less spring wheat in most places. This isn't a huge change overall if you're looking at the global amount of corn or wheat, or temperate corn or wheat, but it does really affect things regionally. You do see, so rice, you see even stronger regional differences, with some places seeing 20 percentage point increase in terms of the fraction of the grid cell that is rice. Cotton actually sees a huge global increase overall, with an almost doubling of the total cotton area. So this is something you're going to want to account for when you start doing crop runs with CTSM 5.2 data sets. All right, so the big tentpole new features for CTSM 5.2 are the addition of tillage and residue removal. So first I'll talk about tillage. I'm going to show results for these together, but we'll talk about them separately because they're different. So both of these were developed by Mike Graham back in his PhD. So he published on tillage in 2021, this really cool paper. And basically the way it works is it just treats tillage as a multiplier greater than 1 on the decomposition rate. And this varies based on how long it's been since. So basically the assumption is it gets tilled immediately before planting. And so this multiplier is high in the days immediately after planting, and it decreases throughout the season in a few steps. And it also applies differently to different litter pools. So here you see days after planting, you have these 3 classes, and then the different litter classes that it gets applied to. By default, in CTSM 5.1, we're using the low intensity tillage, so not the numbers that you see here. They're further down on the table. You can also set it to high. You can set it back to off if you want. Mike never published on this, but it's in his thesis. The full range of crop management practices referred to here includes residue removal. So in real life, there's some fraction of stuff that's left over after the crop harvest takes place. Some fraction of that remains on the field, some of it gets burned, some of it gets taken away to be used by livestock for bedding or using, like making roofs or whatever. There's a whole bunch of different things people use this for. And you can see that illustrated here. So this is a map from my former colleagues at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. They have this really cool time varying data set over the past like 25 years or so of where these crop residues are going, like to what uses. And it's gridded, it's time varying, it's great. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to build the capacity to actually use that data set into our model. And also the fact that it's kind of time limited made it a little bit sketchy. We didn't want to have to figure out how to extrapolate back into the future or back into the past. So essentially what I'm doing is just looking at these overall global numbers. And I'm saying 50% of residues get removed. And that's based on the sum of how much gets burned, which is 6%. So when in CLM, when residues get removed, they go into this crop product pool, which already existed. It's just got a 1-year residence time. And so that's functionally like things are getting burned, except it's a very slow fire over a whole year. And it's the sum of, so the burn fraction and the left on field fraction. How does that work? No, sorry. I think I did it the other way. All right, well, it made sense at one point. So anyway, 50% is getting removed. All right, so now just to look at some results. I'll try and figure that out and come to me afterwards. So here we're looking at the CTSM 5.1 setup, which is no tillage, T off, and no residue removal, R off. And so that's, starting in 1850, this is with transient land use, so you get a lot of soil carbon as cropland expands. When you turn on tillage, you get a slight reduction of total soil carbon, and you get a larger one when you turn on residue removal. So this brown dashed line is the CTSM 5.2 default, which is tillage on the low setting, residue removal at 50%. I should say that these runs use the same settings otherwise, so it's not like I'm using CTSM 5.1 in one run and 5.2 in the other. The difference is just the tillage and residue settings. But that's a little misleading. It might look like this is a huge impact on how much carbon is staying in the land system. But you have to consider that residue removal doesn't mean that it's, you have to consider how long it takes for the residues to actually be converted into carbon dioxide and emitted to the atmosphere, right? So we have to consider net biome productivity, which includes not just how much is in the soil and how much is in vegetation, but also is how much is in that crop product pool. So net biome productivity, here we're looking at the numbers relative to this tillage off, residue removal off run. So relative to the CTSM 5.1 run, which is of course at the 0 line here. When you turn on tillage, you get a lot of emissions happening at the very beginning, and it quickly comes into equilibrium. And so you see a reduction of a few hundredths of a petagram carbon per year, compared to in the present day, we're at about 2 petagram carbon per year sink, right? And so this is a reduction of a few hundredths of a petagram. And as expected, it is bigger for residue removal. We're talking on the order of 5% of our current sink. It's going to be a reduction. All right. Last thing for CTSM 5.2, there's the ability for us to use prescribed crop calendars. And a lot of people get really excited when I say that, and you probably shouldn't use them. So I mark this as experimental in scary red font. This is published in this paper, and you can read all about why it's not a good idea to use this yet there, but I'll summarize it here. So basically, we took the global gridded crop model intercomparison. They have a set of sowing dates and harvest dates that's based on observations from the past 30 years or so. And so essentially, I just made it so that you can prescribe a sowing date, and what I did in this paper was the sowing date based on that number. And you can also prescribe maturity requirements. So we're not prescribing a harvest date, because we want that to be able to, you harvest earlier if it's been a warm season because the crops mature faster, right? So maturity requirements have to do with how warm it needs to be for how long for a crop to mature. And so you can prescribe those things, but of course it's just based on this data set from the past 30 years. It's not going to vary with time. So the results from that so we're looking at over time yield. So total global yield, tons per hectare average. The black and gray, these are observation-based estimates. In blue, we have the CLM default behavior, which actually does vary over time. There's sowing date can vary over time and maturity requirements also. So soybean and corn don't see much difference, maybe a little improvement recently for soybean. Cotton and sugarcane, huge improvements. This was great to see, very happy about that. But then you look at rice and things got so much worse. So this is probably the main reason I'm saying you shouldn't use it, because the reason is it makes rice and to a lesser extent wheat worse. But there are other reasons. Like I was saying, it's not prognostic. It's not going to let you vary things with time. And it's often worse than the default behavior, so don't use them. At this point, they're useful for some very narrow use cases. Specifically, if you want to participate in a model intercomparison like BGCWG that requires the use of these prescribed crop calendars. If you want to use some other calendar algorithm, so some other way to calculate sowing date and or maturity requirements, and you don't know Fortran, you can just generate these files and feed them into CLM. It would be cool if anyone actually wants to do that, but I doubt that's going to happen. And then if you want to, more useful really is forcing CLM with the observed seasons for a few sites, for instance, so that you can try and figure out, all right, if we were getting seasonality right, how well are our parameters working? And so that's what Narendra has done with India, for instance. So for CTSM 6, I'm hoping to take what we learned from that study and make it so that by default we have actually improved the crop calendars that we use in CTSM while still having them be prognostic and able to shift with climate. And the first step for this was being able to prescribe not just sowing dates, but sowing windows. So if it's if it's been a really cold winter and it's taking a long time, groundhog saw a shadow and spring is late coming, then you can sow later. And so basically I just made it so that you can say, here's the center of the sowing window, here's the beginning of the sowing window, here's the end, and just set that up based on the BGCWG data set. So that's all done. The harder part is going to get maturity requirements shifting based on recent climate. I've got thoughts on how to do this. We're already accumulating like 20-year running means of various things. So just have to code it up. Rework max growing season length, that turned out to be an issue for some things. Most of the work here is going to be reparameterizing. So the four parameterize commands that Will had on his slide yesterday, I think fully one or two of those is going to be me working on reparameterizing the crop parameters, because the issues that we saw with rice and wheat, I think we have basically parameters set for those that we're trying to counteract the problems we have based on bad phenology or bad calendars, right? So we're gonna have to work our way back out of that. And if you want to follow along with it, this is the issue describing the strategy. All right, thanks.
Questions for Sam?
Yes.
This is really cool, thanks. I thought the residue removal work was really interesting and like could be applied for some claims related to carbon dioxide removal. I was
Totally.
curious if you had plans to do that or, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of buzz about what one can do with like waste biomass. And it seems like you figured out a way to like test some of that.
Absolutely, yeah. I would love to help anybody who wants to do that sort of work, but I don't have any plans personally to do that. So yeah, if you or someone else wants to work on it, I would not be stepping on my toes. Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Question online?
Question online?
This is Ben from U of I.
Oh, hi Ben.
Yeah, so if you go back to that SOC dynamics, the SOC change slide, so I was just curious, like it seems that we are simulating soil carbon sequestration over the cropland, but in reality, we see like over the past like 1,000 years, or like even over the past 150 years, the global cropland is losing SOC. So how do you think about this part?
So this is just the function of expanding crop area, I'm pretty sure, because this is a transient land use run. So we're basically bringing in more land with fresh carbon. And so that's most of the effect you see here.
It kind of raises a question, I'm trying to think like how you would easily address that question that Ben has. Like, if you know your 2015 crop area, like can you mask it to just look at, but it's like the columns are changing. This is why it gets so hard.
Yeah.
Mike did his simulations without land use, looking into the future. So that's, and his work was really sort of also related to Claire's question, which was really trying to understand the impact that this could have on CDR. And he was like,
yeah.
He just never published the residue management work, unfortunately, because that has what he found is similar to what Sam is showing here, which is that it has a larger impact on soil carbon than the tillage does.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of like how we can talk about the changes that we made to the crop model and illustrating this point that we shouldn't be gaining carbon.
Yeah.
And this isn't really a fair comparison because it's convoluting the increasing crop area with the, anyway.
It's just a very important message, right? So if you see deliver this type of message, I think it's kind of it's a lot of confusion here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the easiest thing for me to do would be to show this as difference from tillage off, residue removal off, right? So the way I did this, so that would eliminate the trend, because there's a trend in NBP that obviously you don't see here, right?
I agree with this point. I do want to, I'm not sure that still, it really shows that though, right? Because there's been a loss of carbon even though there's been an increase in CO2 and other things that would have been counteracting that, which is embedded in. So I don't know. I mean, you're right that if you just showed the difference here, I'm not sure. I'm not sure is that really getting at the question of whether or not soils are losing carbon in agricultural regions. So I'm not sure how you do, like Bill said, it's a hard thing to do.
Right.
You have to somehow track whenever a new crop.
New column comes in, yeah.
Anyway.
It's a very important one that we need to get this right, like at least the magnitude right or the trend right in our system models, such that we can simulate this type of dynamics in the model. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Narendra may be on the same topic unless is your question on the same example?
No, it's not. Yeah. Hi, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, it was a nice presentation, Sam, and thank you for mentioning. And To add to the crop residue management, I think in India it is an very crucial thing that needs to be addressed when we are including Indian crops in land surface models, because mainly at the end of October, when there is a very little time to change the crops in a field, mainly in Punjab and Haryana region, they burn the crops, and a lot of emissions are there. A lot of CO2 is being added to the atmosphere during that period, and that is not there in Salem. So to add to that, do we need to look into these things where how to add these kind of residual management things into the into a near future, like in CTSM 6?
Yes, and so this is a little bit complicated because I didn't mention this, but CLM actually does have crop residue burning, and it's totally separate from this residue removal system. And so any future work that I would hope would incorporate this spatial variation should also think about how it interacts with the existing crop residue burning and whether we can improve that for certain regions.
Yeah, thank you.
You were next.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask about the sowing calendars, and are those intended to be, or can they be environmentally aware? Like, can sowing be no earlier than, for instance, when soil is no longer are frozen?
Yeah, so the way that sowing windows in CLM work, there are various temperature-related criteria based on the previous 20 years, just to say, like, is this grid cell appropriate to grow maize or whatever? But then there's also, this year hasn't been warm enough. So yeah, that's how it determines within a sowing window exactly when sowing happens. But crucially, that's only dependent on temperature, not temperature. I don't know, I'm not sure. It might be soil temperature, it might be air. But it's definitely not moisture, which is a huge issue in somewhere like India, where monsoon kind of governs everything. And so that's something that we're hoping to add at some point.
Just reminded me, Peter's not, so you're hoping still to get this to work, but Peter's not here, but he has done a simple thing to add a soil moisture trigger, I think, in to some of the runs that he's running now, the ones he was describing yesterday. And it makes India all of a sudden not so crazy and doesn't screw that much else up around the world. So it might be an option for us if we can't figure out something better, that to not have India be like totally a disaster.
Okay, yeah, that would be cool.
He was supposed to talk to you, but I think he's been busy, so we should just try to remember to
file that away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there are no more questions, we could move on. I think we have a few minutes for discussion, so we could open it up for a broader conversation or continue on the same topic.
I'll be here.
Get on the spot.
Yeah, Ben, what's happening with AppSim?
Yeah, so so really sorry for the delay, great delay there. So I plan to revive those type of development work pretty soon, and I'm sure so there will be a new updates pretty soon. Yeah.
So I guess maybe this if you were going to come out to dinner, I'd ask you over a beer, but does that mean you have a new job?
Oh yeah, so I got a faculty position at U of I, so I will stay here for longer time. So I will start my own research program here. So basically, developing the crop model and also the agro-ecosystem model in the CESM will be a major direction there. So definitely, I will continue to work on this as a group. Yeah.
Cool, that's exciting. Congrats.
Thank you so much, and it's really exciting to see what Sam has been summarized in the current progress and what's the future for the crop model in the CESM.
This is just a joke, but I wonder if you want to rename that issue the Easy Wins issue.
I cursed myself when I first named it. I don't think I can just undo it like that.
Just that not so.
They're easy relative to like adding proper soil moisture triggers and all that sort of stuff. It's relatively easy breaks.
It's in quotes.
Yeah.
Nothing is easy. Anything else? Anything about the whole day today? Any comments, thoughts?
Might switch to logistics. If you're going down the hill and you have a vehicle that could take people to under the sun, could you raise your hand? And if you're somebody that needs a ride, find a friend with their hand up.
Or a stranger.
Or a stranger, yeah. Make a friend if you need a ride to get down the hill.
Well, can I ask a technical question for the discussion here?
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, like how difficult it is to add the crop rotation instead of continuous corn and soybean in the CESM. So that's my question. I think make the ecosystem more realistic is so important for the agricultural system here. For example, in the Midwest, we have corn soybean rotation. It's not continuous corn, it's not continuous soybean. And that has huge implications for like SOC dynamics as well as like greenhouse gas emissions.
The only way to do that at this point is to add a new crop type, similar to what you're doing for the agrivoltaics stuff.
But does that mean like we need to use the like transit, like we should use yearly crop type in the surface data?
Yeah, you have to add a new crop type, so you have to add like a rotation. At least that's the only way that I've seen it done, and I have not been able to think about another way of doing it. But you add a new crop type to the crop PFT list that is a rotation, and then
What about, just from the surface data set, if it was just corn and soybean in the grid cell, let's ignore the fact there could be others.
Yeah, but they're
Go
not-
corn, then soybean, and
we're
then
not
corn.
sharing a soil column though.
No, but it might just by default remap it onto, I mean,
So that's actually my suggestion, Dave. So it's better to like we define the cropping system over the grid cells instead of like crop type.
yeah, that's what Donica's suggesting, a system of.
That's the way that I've seen it done before. That's, that I've seen somebody do it before. And it's, the challenge is that you need a different space, I guess. But yeah, maybe if you change the land surface data set so that or the land use change data set so that you're switching back and forth each year between the two different crops, then maybe you could do it that way. But that also still doesn't let you plant multiple crops in a given year. So that's another difference, because the land use data set only changes every year, once a year. So there are definitely some limitations that we need to overcome.
But for what it's worth, with the changes I made to crop calendars in that work, it laid the foundation for doing multiple crops in a single year. So it'll be easier than it would have been 2 years ago, at least.
All right. Want to call it? Sure. All right, thanks everyone. Online and here. See you tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Joey, sweet. Yeah. Martin? How we did it.
Good summary.
Yes.
I have no idea what I did what I did with the rest.
So you got 50?
I'm looking back at it, I'm hoping it wasn't just an arbitrary number, I could have sworn that'd be great.